Konoha was a beautiful village in the Land of Fire. Modestly called a village, it was the third largest city, behind the capital and the largest port. Konoha was surrounded by dense forests, and was connected to the outside world by a single road reserved for merchants and mercenaries. Why? Because those who form the backbone of the village do not need roads, shinobi prefer to travel among the trees. Ah, yes. The full name of Konoha is Konohagakure no Sato. The village of the hidden leaf. And, as befitting the hidden village of the largest state on the continent, Konohagakure was the strongest shinobi village. Surrounded by a high wall that formed the base of a protective perimeter, the village was a partial circle resting on a rocky wall, on which were carved the faces of 4 men, the Hokage, the rulers of the village since its founding. The walled square is divided into 2 halves by a wide main street that starts from the only gate and leads to the cage tower, decorated with the symbol of fire. The 2 halves are divided into sectors of almost equal neighborhoods, 3 of which are reserved for the main clans, the Senju and Uchiha, the founders of the village, and the Hyuga, while the rest, in addition to stores, hotels and administrative buildings, house the mansions of the minor clans, the dwellings of the shinobi families and city dwellers, and the dormitories of the shinobi without family. Our gaze is focused on the 6th sector of the right half of the village, almost at the edge of the cliff. A large 4-story building made of rough stone. On the high fence that surrounds the park around this building. In a corner of the overgrown courtyard, not visible from the windows of the building. A group of children stand in a circle in the thickest part of the brush. The blond 5-year-old boy who was being beaten by this group of children. Yes, it is this boy with wheat-colored hair and eyes the color of the sky, lying on the ground and awkwardly trying to defend himself and cover the places where he has already been hit, who is our hero. His name is Uzumaki Naruto and, like the children next to him, he is an orphan. And he's being beaten on the grounds of Konoha's main orphanage, overcrowded with residents due to a disaster that happened 5 years ago. But we'll talk about that later. Back to Naruto. For some reason unknown to the boy, the adults didn't like him. In fact, they hated him. And that was what the bitter kids at the orphanage used to do, take advantage of him, let him get away with whatever he did wrong in front of his teachers. The main thing was to make sure he didn't get caught red-handed, and the rest would be fine. Why? Naruto's thoughts were racing. Why are they like this? Why? What have I done? Why is my life full of pain? A shroud of oblivion already covered the boy's eyes as another blow to the head caused a slightly glowing sign with hieroglyphics in addition to the colored circles. Vital principle, life is pawn unlocked. Do you accept? At the strangeness of the situation, the boy froze, ceasing his already sluggish attempts at resistance, and stared at the sign. Nothing like this had ever happened to him before. The strange and unfamiliar kanji were written as if by his own hand. He had never seen such sloppy handwriting on any child before, but without understanding the text, he grasped its meaning, and that was even stranger. Ha, Naruto thought grimly. This principle suits me perfectly. The text on the poster changed, following the boy's thoughts. Are you really willing to accept the vital principle of life is pawn? Following this principle will reduce your sensitivity to pain by 95% at most. Warning. Adopting the vital principle grants a one-time bonus equal to the maximum effect level. Relieve pain. Captured the boy's mind at the key phrase. I'll do anything to make the pain lessen. The vital principle, life is pain, is accepted. Adherence to this principle produces permanent relief of 5% pain. The passive skill, endurance, has been obtained. Do you check the characteristics? Yes, Naruto ventured, but his plans were interrupted by another blow to the head, plunging the boy into darkness. When Naruto awoke, he saw the familiar white ceiling, a web of cracks that from this particular bunk looked like the grinning maw of some beast. Oh, yes, the boy sighed, feeling his whole body ache and tug at him. My personalized bed in my personalized ward. Of course, the 10-bed ward, and even more so this particular bunk, was not personal, only no one was put in with the demoness, as people outside the conventionally safe territory of the orphanage sometimes called him. Probably so that he would not be killed in his sleep, and suffer longer. The bunk was simply the one closest to the door. And what nonsense did I dream up in the end? The boy thought, trying to sink in, away from the pain. Some life principles, skills, features. What? As soon as he thought of characteristics, the tablet appeared before his eyes again. No, it was definitely his handwriting. If he had seen a blurry image before, now that he had healed, clarity had returned and he recognized some characteristic features. Characterization window unlocked. Do you want to open it? Why not? Naruto decided. After all, there's nothing else to do. The sign flashed and unfolded into a rather large rectangle with a notional image of a man in a pentagon on one half and a set of hieroglyphs on the other. Strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, control. The boy read the inscriptions on the vertices of the pentagon. And what does that mean? He averted his gaze to the other half and read the text carefully. Uzumaki Naruto is me. 5 years old, so. And what the hell is that? Health 123 170ths. Chakra 513 666. Strength 2. Dexterity 2. Endurance 5. Intelligence 2. Control 1. Caution. Your control parameter is too low. The negative effect, drain, is applied. The chakra consumption of all techniques is increased by 25%. Illusionary techniques are 75% weaker. To remove the effect, keep your control level at a chakra unit ratio of 1/100th. Chakra. Techniques. Naruto froze, forgetting to breathe. If this was true, he could become a shinobi. Stop being a weakling. Earn the respect of the people around him. Could he become the Hokage? The vital principle of Hokage is great. Has been unlocked. Apply it. Following this principle will reduce all demoralizing factors affecting you and increase your learning speed. Attention! Only one vital principle can be activated. The higher the level of your current principle, the harder it will be to change it. No. The boy's mind blinked in panic. What's the point of all this if I'm going to be surrounded by the same pain? The sign with the text displayed again in the feature window, and Naruto continued to read thoughtfully, trying to think hard. Just like that, he'd think of something and it would pop up. Individualities, he read. What kind of individualities? Uzumaki. Innate. Legacy of an ancient great clan known for their seals and longevity. Increased stamina by 50%. Development path, Master of Seals, open. Obsession. Acquired. Being a prisoner of the son of a Biju demon is not in vain. Effect of the demon fox, slot. Chakra reserve increased by 250%. Regeneration speed in rest recovery mode increased by 45%. The Jinchuriki development path has been opened. If the first inscription gave the child hope, for relatives, for an improved attitude, and many other things, the second one made the child cry silently. Demon, devil spawn, murderer, these and many other epithets, which he heard on almost every street corner as he left the gate of the orphanage, made sense. The demon fox had destroyed several neighborhoods 5 years ago and killed many villagers. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, was said to have sacrificed his life to defeat the demon, but in reality, that demon lay within him. Naruto and the adults in the village knew it. There was no desire or energy to continue reading, so the boy just cried helplessly. He realized that he would not have a happy life, neither here nor outside the village. The children's house was full of stories of shinobi from other villages capturing Konoha residents for experiments or body parts. There is no telling how long the boy would have remained there, pouring out dry sobs of anguish, if the nurse who came at the appointed time had not turned him upside down, not very gently, and the pain that coursed through his body had returned a sign before his eyes. Level 2 of the skill, Survival, reached. Reduced pain level by +1%, total 7%. Changes will take effect after exiting rest recovery mode. Not that the desire to finish reading the features appeared, but learning about this exertion wanted. It turned out that the boy's individualities had been exhausted, and the aforementioned development paths continued. Master of Seals. Blocked. Stamp masters can perform a wide variety of actions using only ink and a brush. Uzumaki bonus. The chance of learning a new stamp is increased by 15%. Unlocking requires calligraphy skill level 5, chakra control and chakra ratios 1/100th. Jinchuriki locked. Jinchuriki are vessels for Biju demons. Using the power of the demons imprisoned in them, Jinchuriki become many times stronger. Unlocking requires an age of 10 years and serious emotional strain. Skills. Effort. Each level of the skill reduces pain levels by 1%. Pain is required to increase the skill. The rate of development is directly proportional to the pain experienced. Current level is 2-3%. Naruto lay back and watched the survival scale slowly increase, fueled by the pain he was now feeling, and settled into the thought that he would now be out of the hospital exactly how long it took to find another fight. And that thought only served to give him grim determination. Life is pain, smiled the boy. Then let's live. Pain meant there was something to live for. Naruto. The boy was picked up by two shinobi in Anbu masks and led straight to the third Hokage. The old man glared at the sniffling boy and took a puff on his pipe. 2 months this brat had been fighting. And always provoking groups of 3 or 4 drunken idiots who don't think about the fact that they might kill the Jinchuriki. What's more, they don't think about what will happen to the village when the Nine Tails is released after the vessel's death. Now there is no one to replace Minato, and it won't be easy to find a host either. Naruto. The old man frowned menacingly. I've been getting a lot of complaints about you for 2 months now. You've insulted a lot of people, even visitors to our village. And what's the hospital reports worth? Why are you doing this? The boy looked intently at the village chief, Sarutobi, Professor Hiruzen, 64. Hokage, and said something that the old man and the Anbu holding Naruto clearly didn't expect to hear. For pain, the boy did not know that when he looked at inscriptions only visible to him, his gaze went blank, and the Hokage was unaware of the Jinchuriki's strange hallucinations, so Naruto's phrase sent a shiver down the spine of even this experienced shinobi, who had been through 2 wars. Pain. The village headman interjected. Yes, Hokage-sama. Naruto looked suspiciously at the unidentifiable cloud of smoke coming from the old man's pipe, so the reaction of those around him was the last thing on his mind. After all, if something hurts, it means I'm alive. He said and froze, staring at the sign that appeared. Life principle unlocked. Pain means there is something that hurts. It is an extension of the principle, life is pain. In rest recovery mode, the regeneration rate increases to 200% due to the chakra, pre-activated skill. The ignored category effects of the effort skill omit pain, but maintain concentration. The cost of changing the life pain principle is half the points of the principle's current level. Do you wish to change your life principle? I guess I'll take it, the boy decided. With my regeneration and amount of chakra, a double acceleration of healing would have a simply tremendous effect. Vital principle changed to, pain means there is something to heal. Pain level reduced by 16%. Hidden reserves, activatable skill obtained. In rest recovery mode, regeneration rate increased by 73% at the expense of chakra. Attention. This skill must be activated in advance. Attention. Activating this skill instantly reserves the required amount of chakra attention. Ignore contracted muscles now bypasses the sensation of pain reduced by 16%. His whole body ached, and Naruto collapsed into the Anbu's arms. Yes, he had managed to get used to that sensation in just over a month. Hey, Naruto. The boy was gently shaken a couple of times. You shouldn't react so violently to being accepted into the academy. Huh? Naruto asked stupidly. Enrollment. Did you hear everything I told you? The Hokage wondered. I told you not to fight during the academy. There will be clan members studying there, and if you behave the way you've been behaving for the past few months, they'll be able to get their hands on you. But, the boy began to remember everything he had learned about joining the academy. What about the paperwork? The medical exam? The photography? The entrance exams? Well, Naruto, a gentle smile came over the older man's face. The papers are ready, the results of the medical exam. The Hokage picked up a piece of paper from the table and sniffed it defiantly. They are recent. The photographer is downstairs, you can stop by on your way home, and the exams are next week. In the meantime, you'll move out of the orphanage into a dormitory, get a monthly allowance and a list of possible jobs in case you need extra money. Like sweeping roads, fetching water, delivering mail, you know. Of course, Hokage-sama. The boy perked up and even managed to jump out of the ANBU's grip. I'll go right now. Don't let him out of your sight, the Hokage ordered the Anbu as soon as the door closed behind the fleeing boy. There must be no fighting before the exam. The two shinobi in dog and buffalo masks disappeared silently into the space machinery. Oh ho 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 ho, Minato, sighed the third Hokage, looking out the window at the countenance of his replacement and predecessor. You wanted your son to be a hero, and we raised him to be something else. I make no apology, you yourself must understand that the political course demanded such a decision, but I am truly sorry that those once bright eyes have become vacant, that your son has been deprived of a normal childhood, that he cannot tell whose son he is. I only hope that it will change for the better at the academy. Naruto was glad. Ever since he had learned that he could become a shinobi, he had dreamed of the academy, but he was nothing more than an orphan from an orphanage, and had no chance of getting in. There was no one to test the boy's chakra skills. And although 2 months of following a not the most pleasant beginning of life had almost erased from his head the first dreams of new friends, power and honor, but even the grim determination and the hope of an incredible number of allowed fights, noisily labeled sparring, made Naruto quicken the pace. The photo was taken quickly enough. Despite the photographer's obvious dislike of him, it was clear that he did not want to disobey the Hokage's orders, and was couriered directly to the old man to be attached to the rest of the documentation. There was nothing else to do in the tower, so the boy headed in the direction of the orphanage, but there he was turned around by Shigeru-san, the teacher of his group, and with a package of some papers sent him by a rather complicated route to his new place of residence, a one-room apartment in a dormitory for shinobi. Naruto didn't pay much attention to her face, but he wondered if the village bureaucracy worked quickly. For one thing, he'd gotten a new place to live the same day he'd found out about the academy, but for another, the papers could have been delivered to him at Cage Tower. Then Naruto wouldn't have to walk across town to the gate. It's probably because of his attitude, the boy decided. Whatever. Okay, the papers say money for living expenses, but there's no money anywhere, so I'll have to stop by the tower again on the way back and find out. The owner of the office where Naruto was to receive his 500 ryo each month, according to the instructions, spent 5 minutes trying to shrug off the demoness's claim that he hadn't been paid for the month. I don't care that you didn't get paid. She finally got angry. They were written off, and I don't care about the rest, you can starve to death. So someone got my money. The boy was more concerned about this problem than the hatred in the man's voice. After all, he was already used to this kind of attitude and had even used it to get into a couple of serious scuffles to raise his effort level. Can someone really come in here and take my money? Well, Kimisaki-san, the boy's voice expressed anything but respect. Then I'll stop by the Hokage-sama and inform him of this slip on your part. I think he'll be interested to know whose money you're giving to strangers. As if anyone would let you into the Hokage's office. The Hokage's not-so-skinny accountant swelled with contempt. Certainly, no one would listen to the ramblings of a demoness. Maybe they won't, Naruto shrugged. But it wouldn't hurt to let me know. Okay. Kimisaki moved fast enough for his team, so he was able to intercept the boy's hand, which he held out to open the door. Now you'll get your money and you won't go complaining anywhere, you understand me? Skill level increase, survival. Current skill level 12. Pain sensation has been reduced by 17%. Warning. Changes will take effect when rest recovery mode ends. It's bad enough that the ignore effects now bypass pain sensations, Naruto grumbled at the squeeze. But the good thing is that those painful sensations do increase the ability. Here you go. Kimisaki tossed a handful of crumpled papers onto his desk. Take it and get out. Sensing some kind of trick, the guy decided to first count the money he had received and was grateful for his suspicion when it turned out to be only 112 ri. Thank you, Kimisaki-san. An eerie smile appeared on the boy's face as he left the office only to return half an hour later accompanied by an Anbu. Sarutobi-sama is puzzled by the news that this boy has not received the monthly allowance due to him, announced the masked shinobi from the doorway. Moreover, he was quite surprised that the money had been given to a stranger. I have come to notify you that you will shortly be under strict scrutiny, and in the meantime you must give Uzumaki Naruto his monthly allowance. You howled Kimisaki-san. I gave you the money. This. Naruto pulled a crumpled wad of papers out of his pocket and handed it to the Anbu for examination. Since it's clearly not 500 ryo, I assumed it was a gift from you, Kimisaki-san. In honor of the beginning of my move. The masked man let out a barely audible snort, and the accountant gritted his teeth in annoyance. Naruto, to whom the Anbu, after counting the money, ostentatiously returned the entire wad, was glad of the unexpected enrichment. 100 ryo wasn't much, but it would be enough to live on for a week. Or to buy a lot of candy. Or to buy a lot of candy in honor of joining the academy, as the boy intended to do. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Naruto made the bow required by the rules of decorum before the door closed behind him. A pleasure, he thought contentedly. Not only did they give me the full amount, but they didn't take the gift from me. The check-in went well. The hostel commander handed the boy a set of essentials: bed linen, towel, toothbrush, toothpaste and soap, and the keys to the apartment. All the items were not in the best condition, but at least Naruto knew what he would have to buy. For now, the boy simply made his bed and lay down, staring at the feature window that appeared at the first request. In 2 months the boy's strength and dexterity had increased by 2 units each, and endurance had nearly reached 10 units, which in turn meant an increase in health and chakra reserves by an additional 9% of the boy's unknown value. Though Naruto could count to 500, dividing hundreds into tens of tens, but he couldn't calculate percentages yet, settling only for growth in the digits. Intelligence and control were not growing, if only because the boy had no idea how to develop them, but he really hoped that at the academy they would teach him to do so. He was also glad to see that the survival bar was 1/5 full, despite the fact that the skill level had already gone up recently. The new life principle replaced the old one, but the Hokage is great principle remained in a suspended state, leaving the boy the opportunity to change his choice in the future, but Naruto had no desire to do so. Finally, the guy decided to activate hidden reserves, as his body was still sore after the cancellation of the ignore effect, and he was now looking at the skill activation window with interest. You are activating the skill, hidden reserves. Amount of chakra required, 23 units. Do you wish to reserve the required amount of chakra? And below the inscription was an option to choose from. Yes, read an inscription. Enter another number, read the second. Since the ability must be activated in advance, the second option is intended for those who are completely healthy but plan to take damage. How interesting. The boy rejoiced. What happens if you enter a number higher than required? For example, 112. Activating the ability with 112 chakra units, Naruto entered rest recovery mode, or rather, simply fell asleep. Life in the name of. What's your name, boy? Asked Naruto, a man with thick black hair, dressed in a tight green suit, holding him by the collar of a bright red jumpsuit. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. The guy shook a couple of times and, realizing the futility of trying, relaxed. And what are you doing here at this hour, Uzumaki Naruto? And the truth is, it's really late. Don't you have to get up in the morning to go to your academy classes? And how does he know that? Thought the boy. Although, he is a shinobi. I was just passing by. The boy hesitated. Oh, sorry, the man flashed the boy a white smile. I'm Maida Guy, the green beast of Konoha. And the boy whose training you've been spying on for the past 2 days is my apprentice, Rock Lee. Hey. Naruto was indignant. I'm not spying. Who in their right mind would spy while wearing such bright and distinguished attire? Then I will repeat my question, Uzumaki Naruto. Maida Guy shook the boy a few times to make sure. What are you doing here? Well, sort of studying, Naruto mumbled. I'm memorizing all the exercises you make the eyebrowed guy do. Rock Lee had an incredibly thick eyebrow, and then I'm trying to do them again. Do them again? Green Beast was surprised. It must be very difficult for an untrained body. Look at Lee, he's been training with me for a year, but he still has to fight through pain all the time, which you don't seem to be able to do. And if you train half-heartedly, you're not going to get the best results. Naruto was proud of his pain tolerance and endurance, which made him stand out even against the clan guys who had been training longer, not to mention the clanless sissies who were now afraid to attack him with less than 4. If you accept pain as part of life, then absolutely any pain after training is taken as a reminder that you are living. Rather strange thoughts for a child, sympathy shown in the shinobi's gaze. It's not just thoughts, the boy shook his head negatively. It is my life principle. And I will follow it because it will ease my pain. Motivation, Maeda guy had clearly come to some conclusions. Good idea, Uzumaki Naruto. I think if Lee gets a rival, he'll work even harder. May I? The hanging boy's eyes were filled with hope. What? The green beast clearly didn't understand what he was being asked, but after a while he realized. Hey, no. You may say you're repeating all the exercises, but you've only recently started training, so you're not strong enough to be a sufficient motivation for Lee. Besides, you're a year younger than him. I think I should take 2 of them at a time. Yes. I'll choose 2 more students and train them to work as a trio. And after graduation, they'll be a working team right away. What a disgusting thing to do, the boy saddened. He knows a lot about my physical form. Okay, Naruto, guy set the boy down. If you want to look, but don't sit in the bushes. Read. The apprentice of the green beast, who was looking with interest at the blonde dressed in an orange jumpsuit, ran to his master. This is Lee, this is Uzumaki Naruto. He can come to watch you train, but don't you dare teach him. Is that clear? Yes, Guy-sensei. The thick-browed one bellowed. That's good, the shinobi smiled radiantly. Now I'll be off to the academy, but in my absence you mustn't slack off. 100 squats and 5 laps around the clearing while I'm gone. Yes, Guy-sensei. Let's get to work. And the green beast simply disappeared. Hello, Uzumaki Naruto, the thick-browed man addressed the boy. My name is Rock Lee. The master said you can follow my training, look all you want, but you won't get a single explanation from me. You speak proudly, like an Uchiha, Naruto thought, looking at the sweaty, dirty boy. But without the contempt. And he's willing to be torn apart, too, but he's willing to do his master's work. And he doesn't hate me. Nice to meet you, the blonde held out his hand for him to shake, and the thick-haired man shook it. I'm going to call you Animal. Why? The handshake shook. Well, look, Naruto began to invent a legend to explain his association with the appearance of the boy's master, ready to do his bidding. Your master is the green beast, and he is preparing you to be an equal, that is, another beast, but for now you are too small and weak, so for now you are a beast. The green beast of Konoha. Though you're not green yet. That's right. The fatty seems to have taken such an insinuation at face value. In the name of the power of youth. I'll become the best beast of Konoha. A new life principle has been unlocked, live for a cause. You choose a pattern, and when you resort to it or her every time, you receive a temporary bonus depending on the current situation. Attention. Partial integration with the current principle is possible, pain in the name. The passive skill, effort, will become the active skill, pathos effort. When addressing the patron you get temporary ignoring all pain sensations. Warning. With the change, the passive bonus of pain threshold reduction will disappear. Do you wish to integrate the principle? No, Naruto refused after some thought. Permanent pain reduction appealed to him more than temporarily ignoring. But now we can observe the changes in other people who follow your principles. The boy crouched under a tree and watched as the beast exposed to the time bonus began to do squats. Thoughts of the first half of the year at the academy came up on their own. The academy exam was simple. The boys were tested on their writing skills, and though Naruto was given a more difficult task, he had learned what a quintessence was only in the academy library. He passed. To be more precise, for him the mere fact of being admitted was a success. But the committee members were clearly inflaming the situation, loudly discussing the terrible results shown by this Uzumaki. The curator of the group of 5-year-olds was Yumino Iruka, whom Naruto had assigned to the newfound category of misguided adults, which already included the Hokage and the old woman in the clothing store next to the dormitory in now Maeda Guy. Is it worth explaining why, To a child accustomed to the anger and contempt of those around him, people who showed concern for him were treated badly. The Hokage arranged for the boy's admission to the academy. The old woman at the clothing store gave him a gift, a comfortable hooded jacket, which he was afraid to wear and kept in his closet, and, it later transpired, lowered prices for the boy. Iruka-sensei, for his part, merely treated Naruto like the rest of the kids, intervening when the blonde tried to hit him, and supporting him with words if he couldn't intervene in time. Then Yumino Iruka and the group. It was obvious that Iruka-sensei was new at this educating kids thing. Sometimes he gave speeches that were too mature and hard for the kids to understand, lack of punishment for minor but most frequent pranks, and the usual reprimand for major ones, which didn't correct the energetic nature of the kids, but he tried to interest his students in his lessons and treated them like little adults, which was a good thing for many of the kids. There were several groups and they were divided by exam results, so it was no surprise that Naruto found himself in a group with the same type of orphans, and they treated him almost the same as in his orphanage. Maybe if Naruto had been a normal kid, he would have tried to spend less time at the academy, but now that he was looking for a fight, being in that environment was the most convenient way out for him. After all, the boy had a magic jumpsuit that he had bought at a clothing store for 80 ryo. True, this jumpsuit was orange with blue inserts, but what Naruto saw when he looked at the assortment provided by the old woman made the choice unequivocal. Clockwork orange clothing set. Thanks to its dense structure and large surface area, it protects the wearer from damage, 7% damage reduction, and its bright coloring makes it stand out from the crowd, 35% visibility. Caution. A complete set doubles your bonuses. Caution. The wearer of this outfit is extremely difficult to hide from observation, but in case of luck the development speed of stealth is increased by 250%. Attention. Drawing attention to yourself in a hostile environment has a 25% chance of adding a provocation effect to any of your actions. Considering that the standard shorts and t-shirt the boy was wearing only gave 1% damage reduction, and that the provocation effect caused the target to show his hostility through active methods, they were good reasons to buy this outfit consisting of jacket, pants and sandals. Unlocked. Stealth, passive skill, reduces the chance of being detected in cover and under camouflage by 2%. Unlocked activatable skill, vanish, when activated for 0.5 seconds you disappear from the pursuer's sight. Attention. It does not affect the possessors of the detection skill, equal to and higher than the level of your stealth levels. Attention. The probability of successful activation decreases as the number of pursuers increases. Unlock the passive skill, detection. The probability of detecting a target in cover or under camouflage increases by 2%. Unlocked a new development path, Shinobi Spy. A master of stealth and overcoming traps, able to listen in on important conversations even while behind the back of one of the interlocutors. Open development track, Genjutsu. Masters of illusions are able to distract, confuse, plunge into nightmares and even kill their opponents. Open development track, Sensor. Sensors are able to sense life and chakra flow many meters around and use their abilities to pursue, detect or defend a target. That was the set of messages Naruto received, once he had donned his new kit and received the message to activate the bonuses. So much variety, 3 skills at once, whereas before the guy only had 2, and even 3 development paths was very easily compensated for by the unlock conditions. To become a spy requires a ratio of control to chakra 1/5, which, given the bonuses of obsessed, was simply unrealistic. For Genjutsu, ratio was better 1/8, but given that Naruto has not figured out how to develop this very control, and chakra he already had 826 units, this development path was also closed for the boy. The same problem was with the sensor with its 1/12. But some special techniques of Uzumaki's seals were mentioned, so the seal master could open that path for Naruto as well. The days at the academy immediately became more fruitful for the boy, because besides the 10 to 15% intelligence increase per day, the promised calligraphy classes in the second half of the year, which the boy couldn't wait for, there were fights. 5 or 6 boys were fighting like wild beasts, biting and kicking their attackers while being kicked and kicked. The next morning, however, it was Naruto who was fresh and full of energy, while the others were shriveled and shiny with jewels for a few more days. A 10th unit of stamina granted the boy an activatable ability called Rough Skin, which reduced the damage of smash attacks by 10%, slash attacks by 5% and slash attacks by 1% for 2 seconds with a reuse time of 30 seconds. The skill reached level 10 after 2 weeks, the level at which qualitative changes were taking place, and the boy opted to turn the skill into a passive, though he could have nearly tripled the bonuses, but those bonuses were nullified by the one chosen at the 10th level, Exhaustion, which reduced all damage by 10% while Naruto was in pain. After another month, Exhaustion reached level 20, and now in addition to the 10% damage reduction, the boy's stats increased by 5%. Too bad that after level 20, the rate of skill development dropped a lot with the total stats. All of Naruto's damage was reduced by 20% and the hits from teammates were no longer as painful. At level 20 of Rough Skin, the boy had a problem. Stone Skin required a certain Doden predisposition, and activating Chakra Armor required a ratio of 1/100th. He had to pester Iruka-sensei with questions about control. For some reason he thought the question was about self-control, and brought Naruto some scrolls on the subject. The funny thing was that sitting in awkward postures and breathing techniques, even if only a little 3–5% a day, increased his control, dexterity and stamina, and one day Naruto sat through the enlightenment effect, which gave him +5 control for a minute. Too bad he couldn't repeat that effect for almost 6 months. A 10th level of strength granted the Wrath ability, which increased damage by 1–5% for the next 10 minutes. Depending on how long it took to activate, between 1 and 59 seconds, and a 10th of dexterity granted 2% passive evasion. In the second half of the year, calligraphy was added to history, PE and arithmetic. Drawing hieroglyphs with a special brush proved to be quite difficult, and Naruto only received the second level of calligraphy during the past month. A nice bonus was the improvement of the boy's calligraphy and, consequently, of the font used to write the messages on the tablets. So now, after 7 months at the academy, Naruto's characteristics looked as follows. Strength 11, 16%. Dexterity 10, 47%. Endurance 19, 36%. Intelligence 6, 82%. Control 4, 96%. Effort was level 26 and consequently decreased pain sensations by 31%. Rough Skin was level 22, weakening all crushing damage by 10%, slashing damage by 5% and stabbing damage by 1%. Hidden Reserves was pumping slowly, but even at level 8, the regeneration rate increased by 105%. Stealth managed to increase to level 2, but Detection, which the boy started using to avoid traps and ambushes when he started working in control, still reached 10. Now the boy could see the name of the highest characteristic of a target whose stealth was less than or equal to his detection. Well, nothing. Naruto perked up as the beast finished his run and began slamming his limbs against a wooden post buried in the ground. Rock Lee's main characteristic was strength. I still have time before I graduate from the academy. Life at any cost. A year and a half had passed since Naruto had entered the academy. The boy had passed his first transfer exams and to everyone's surprise and his own, found himself in the B group, not as advanced as the A group, but not the E group he had studied in his first year. The new group had a slightly different attitude toward Naruto than the old one. He wasn't the target simply because most of the adults didn't care about his problems, but were suspicious of him because of his reputation as a bully, and a bully, because he was an outsider to them. No one else in the orphanage had come out of the E group, and because his parents talked badly about him. For Naruto, this change of scenery was a very pleasant addition. Fighting with the boys had already stopped developing his skills and characteristics, so during the last month of the first year the boy was depressed by the fact that if he stayed in the E group, his development would be seriously slowed down. There was no longer any point in fighting with his classmates, and they would not let him study. It was incredibly lucky that he was able to raise intelligence to a 10 almost right before the exam, get a 7 in control, and raise calligraphy to a 4. Personally, the boy thought that only the activated skill, memorization, helped him to pass the exams successfully. This skill allowed him to memorize much larger amounts of information, but the larger these amounts were and the longer it was necessary to keep the memorized information in memory, the greater the consumption of chakra and the stronger the effects of mental overstrain became, which, overstrain, did not extinguish and did not develop the skill. If the exam had been held in one day, Naruto would have had problems, but in the first year, the teachers gave the children 1 day per subject, so Naruto only had headaches for a week, which simply did not have enough chakra to deal with. Hidden reserves, if about 2 hours to keep the skill while reading notes and textbooks, and then the same amount, on the exam itself, not 1002 units of chakra will not be enough. Chakra itself was the boy's problem, its quantity was growing much faster than control, and there was no way to approach the required 1/100th for the master of the seals. Of course, Maida Guy, upon learning of the boy's problem, had told him in confidence that control and chakra sensation would be studied in the 3rd year, while the second half of the year was marked by what the teachers called learning hand seals, but the green beast had scolded Naruto, saying that they were only tasks to develop finger flexibility. No one in their right mind would teach seals to children who had no control over chakra. At the evening training sessions, which the boy had managed to join 2 weeks after meeting the beast, when Maida Guy heard the new nickname his student had adopted and his reasons for doing so, his eyes glittered unkindly. There were 2 new students of the green beast, Hyuga Neji, of the Hyuga clan, whose main characteristic was control, and the clanless girl Ten, whose main characteristic was dexterity. When Sensei realized that Naruto could withstand stress as well as Lee, at first Naruto could barely contain himself at the sight of the inscription, "Rock, the strongest animal, Lee, 6 years old, strength." Above his head he began to organize full-contact sparring sessions for his students in the name of the power of youth, and the pain took on new shades for the boy. Ten was not particularly strong, but Sensei allowed him to use his training kunai, and Naruto found that the agile kunoichi was difficult to reach and catch as she thrust her throwing knives at him. Her resistance to bladed weapon damage was the lowest. The beast not only had great strength, which made his blows very sensitive, but his endurance and dexterity were not far behind, so their fights turned into long and exhausting bouts with unequal success. Naruto managed to increase his defense and decrease his sensitivity, while the fat bearded one exhausted himself in strength training. Hyuga Neji was a particularly nasty opponent. It turned out that the Hyuga clan had their own style of taijutsu, a nice name for fighting, in which they made full use of their chakra, attacking special points of the body. Tenketsu, where the Kirakuke, a complicated word that Naruto could not pronounce, but he understood that it was a tangle of channels through which chakra flowed inside the body, released chakra to the outside. These were the points that the shinobi used to apply techniques. Naruto felt a constant itching sensation inside his body after his fights with Neji, and it literally infuriated him. Also, in the 2nd year Naruto started practicing stances and kicks in gym class, and to the list of subjects natural science was added, where the beautiful kunoichi Shinko-san talked about animals and plants, taught how to distinguish poisonous plants from edible ones, and gave a lot of interesting information. And after 2 months of classes there were also weekly field orientation trainings. In addition, at the end of the year Sensei promised to organize a nature excursion to assess their knowledge and skills in these 2 subjects. Already in the first half of his 2nd year, Naruto was still able to increase his control to 10 by receiving a passive bonus from Uzumaki individuality. Training in symbol writing also increases control, and he was still able to unlock the Master of Seals development path. The development path of the tab looked like a tree whose branches were decorated with skills, but only understanding the essence was available. In addition, all skills in the 2nd conditional half of the tree required a master or a teaching scroll. Understand the essence turned out to be a very unusual skill. Activatable skill that allows to better understand the meaning placed on a character by the author. Chakra expenditure 2 units per second. When it was first activated, Naruto had picked up the book of simple symbols from which they were taught calligraphy, reasonably assuming that its scribbles had no intrinsic meaning, and that the intelligent people who had compiled the book had probably realized that meaning. Not for nothing did Oshiroki-sensei repeat that they should not merely memorize the symbol, but penetrate its meaning. So the ability is activated. And nothing happens. Chakra is spent, but the miracle to which the boy is accustomed does not occur. In search of some sacred meaning, Naruto fixed his gaze on the symbol, fire, that crowned the list, but again nothing happened. And anyway, Naruto thought to himself. Why is fire labeled like that? It doesn't look like it. For 2 minutes, the boy sincerely mesmerized the leaf, making various conjectures about the best way to represent fire, until his eyes grew desperately moist. In the end, the boy gave up, turned off the skill and went to bed, frustrated. All the more surprised he was when in his next calligraphy class, in which the teacher asked him to draw all the symbols they had learned, he saw the blurred silhouette of fire on the paper as soon as it came to mind. Without much thought, the boy took a paintbrush and drew lines on the silhouette. Fire symbol. Full essence comprehension at 27%. Towards the bottom of Naruto's exam sheet was literally scrawled, fire, but instead of a scolding, the boy received meager praise from the surprised teacher. After class, Naruto decided to ask his sensei if he could find scrolls in the library that explained the meaning of all those symbols. Oshiroki-sensei looked at the boy strangely, nodded his head and brought 5 scrolls to the next class, in which different calligraphy masters described their understanding of the fire symbol. That afternoon he read the scrolls using his new skill, but the understanding of the essence did not exceed 98%. What's going wrong? Naruto asked himself after a week of unsuccessful attempts. What am I missing? Even sensei, though he praises my work, just smiles and says I have to keep improving. I don't get it, argued one of Naruto's classmates after class. I'm drawing everything right. I've even tried to get the thickness of the lines right. So why does sensei grade my work so low? It's very simple, the gifted student then replied. Chika-chan, you just copy symbols, without understanding, without emotion. It's like with paintings, you can copy the work of the best artist, but the meaning of the work will be lost. Take Uzumaki herself, she perfectly conveys the meaning she wanted to conclude in the master's symbol, but it is also a copy, because in her work is not a drop of her own thoughts. Fuck that Uzumaki. The girl who looked back saw that Naruto was watching them intently and showed her tongue. He's a brawler and a fool in general, my mom told me not to hang out with him. You better tell me what I'm missing. The boy wasn't listening anymore, he was thinking hard. Your emotions. The boy's head was literally full of all the meanings he had figured out, but he was really just copying. Albeit not as talentless as. What's his names, but copying. What emotions does the fire symbol evoke for me? Or should I think about what emotions the fire itself evokes for me? Well, it's warm. No, it isn't. It's only warm when you don't put your hands in it, but it's scalding hot. It's like a ferocious beast that you can catch and chain, but if you loosen the leash, it will attack its master. In the next class, the boy scored the highest. Fire symbol. 100% complete understanding. You finally understood. Oshiroki-sensei encouragingly patted the boy on the shoulder, and after the class handed him several scrolls with the teacher's ideas about the water symbol. And in the afternoon, the child found in the characteristics of a separate card, designed like a book, on the first page of which boasted the studied character. The symbol, fire. The minimum activation cost is 26 units of chakra. Naruto had been expelled from history class for attempted arson, and Naruto had realized that the seals were dangerous but very interesting. It was a pity that Oshiroki-sensei didn't hand out the scrolls with air, as punishment for careless handling of the seal. How could the boy know that a symbol drawn on a piece of paper became a seal? Though the boy had learned water that very afternoon. Naruto also found something at the top of the skill tree that literally turned his worldview upside down. Skill activated, instant stamp. After reaching the pinnacle of the skill and perfecting your control to an incredible level, you are able to apply seals with a single touch. The chakra expenditure per seal increases by 57% and the seal's existence time decreases by 57%. To unlock it requires 20 skills of the seal master development path above level 40 and a control to chakra ratio of 1/5 minimum 100 control. Unbelievable. The boy forgot about the unlocking conditions for a moment. He was already in his dreams, destroying enemies with his touch. Whatever it costs me, I'll learn it. The vital principle of, whatever it takes, is unlocked. You set yourself an incredible, elusive goal and pour all your resources into achieving it. While you pursue your goal, you receive bonuses directly proportional to the difficulties you overcome, but once you reach your goal, you pay the price. This is an extension of the Hokage Cool principle. Want to change the principle of your life? Attention. You can only set one goal. I wish I could, the boy sighed. But I don't like the incomprehensible, revenge, and the fact that there can only be one goal. This condition alone makes the choice incredibly difficult, because what will I achieve by being able to set seals with a touch? I will be feared by enemies and allies alike, mostly because I am a demon. It's not worth it. And if it's not worth it, then I don't need such a principle, because I have no other difficult and important goal. Life in spite of. In his third year, Naruto again stayed in the B group. Not that there was anything to prevent him from switching to A, but he decided to stay. After all, habit is a terrible thing. And the boy also realized why everyone looked at him so strangely at the beginning of last year, when he switched from E to B. The annual exam is designed for the course program, so only Miwa Naomi, the excellent girl, from the overheard conversation from which Naruto understood her problem with calligraphy, passed A, and in her place of A, was left the one who was called genius, due to the sad events at the end of last year, when the mad Nukenin Uchiha Itachi slaughtered his entire clan except for his younger brother. Sasuke could not attend the exams. Unfortunately, the boy came out of his brother's deep illusion almost before the school year, so he was assigned to the B group, hoping that the boy would retake the exams during the first half of the year and be transferred to the A group. But until that happened, Naruto could occasionally catch the slightly disdainful looks that the last Uchiha would throw at his classmates, and those looks seemed slightly disdainful just because of the newcomer's general lack of emotion. That made Uzumaki very angry. Angry until one of his taijutsu classes, which had replaced physical education, had put him in a sparring match with a genius. What was that now? The boy scratched the spot where the Uchiha's blow had landed. Sasuke himself also looked surprised. He had defeated all his opponents with a single blow before. Gai-sensei's 10-10 hits harder in training, and it's a girl. You know what that means, genius, that your punches are weaker than a girl's. Naruto took another 5 punches from his opponent without moving, then sent the Uchiha to rest with a powerful kick. Either that A-group genius is a weakling or Gai-sensei trains monsters, sighed the blonde, confirming his place as the strongest of the group. And something tells me the latter is the right choice. A year and a half of training with Beast, Tenten and Hyuga had not been in vain. The 7-year-old boy's endurance exceeded 40 units. The passive skill, Heavy Bearer, reduces the weight of the equipment by 50%. The active skill, Third Breath, restores 10 units of health per second for 10 seconds. The probability of being injured during the action of the skill increases by 20%. The permanent effect, Strong as Steel, reduces damage by 7.5%, which was more than the sensei Musashi Kai, 27 years old. Strength 52, Dexterity 48, Endurance 38, Intelligence 35, Control 21 inches. The 30th level of Detection allows the boy to see the numerical values of the target's characteristics by activating the skill, Stare, and holding it for 10 seconds. It is quite difficult to keep attention for so long. Naruto used the skill and stared at the defeated Uchiha. The result that appeared 10 seconds later made the blonde smile. Uchiha Sasuke, 7 years old. Strength 22, Dexterity 28, Stamina 18, Intelligence 27, Control 25 inches. Even though this genius surpassed him in intelligence and control, and probably knew some techniques, but Uchiha didn't stand a chance in the strength combat. And the boy was right that even 10-10 hit harder. All the green beast's pupils had strength, dexterity and endurance higher than 310s. Another thing was that now these disciples trained mostly on their own. Without hard individual training, it was extremely difficult to raise their stats above 40, so Neji was learning the clan's taijutsu techniques. Control 43 inches. 1010 was learning to support the team with throwing weapons. Dexterity 41 inches, and for Lee, Sensei arranged special individual training. Strength 48 inches. It turned out that Bastia had a congenital problem with Kirakuke, so he couldn't use pure shinobi techniques, so Gai Sensei made him a taijutsu master with some secret methods. Naruto, for his part, had reached the maximum he could reach without a master, but there was no way for him to find a Fuin master. He would have to find a master to understand the symbols on the explosive seal he had stolen from the shinobi equipment store. The only hieroglyph on the paper was fire, but that wasn't how it worked, which meant that the explosion was caused by strange lines, the likes of which the boy had never seen before. And how could he find out if all the Fuin seal masters in Konoha were highly ranked and worked for the Anbu? At least that's what Oshiroki sensei had told the boy, and Naruto had no reason not to believe him. The same maximum had been reached in survival and rough skin. Now the boy needed to train against combat weapons to develop, but he was a bit scared. Once he happened to be on the training ground when 1010 was practicing throwing combat kunai. He didn't like the feeling of being hit 3 times. After much thought and comparing some of the data he had heard from his sensei, Naruto realized that 40 units was the limit that could be reached at the academy. Further development had to involve acting at the limit of one's strength, but such conditions could not be found anywhere in the academy. With this question, the boy approached Maeda Gai, but the latter could not help him. He promised to ask about Fuin, but not the fact. The only useful advice Green Beast could give the boy was to be patient and train, because now the gap between Uzumaki and Gai Sensei's trio of students would widen every month. The only thing Green Beast could help with was individual style, but right now he had all of Lee's worries. A year from now, Naruto didn't want to wait, but he saw no other option. Haha. A drunken villager shoved Naruto with a supposedly random motion so that the boy ended up on the ground. Characteristics are characteristics, but height and weight also play a role. Oh, he's a demon boy. How did you have the nerve to go out on the street tonight? The whole village was celebrating Yondaimi's victory over the Nine Tails, or mourning the dead, as the case may be, and Naruto's birthday fell on that day, so the boy, accustomed to his own superiority over the rest of his peers and unaccustomed to such antics on the part of the adults who had come to fear him, went out for a nightly stroll through the stores selling all sorts of goodies. Naturally, for such an affair he was not dressed in his something orange, but in the hooded jacket given to him by the old lady at the clothing store. As for hiding her name, the sprightly granny could give many a shinobi an advantage, successfully changing the subject every time Naruto asked her name, in dark blue pants. Even some of the shopkeepers didn't recognize him with the hood up, but apparently there was someone in the crowd who was more observant. Or the individual in question didn't care who he was targeting. Do you have a problem with that? The boy stood up and shook himself, but kept a scowl on his face. Hey! The drunk exclaimed, attracting the attention of the others. The demon boy is yelling at him. He's lost his temper in the year I've been out of the village. Get down, I said. Another kick staggered the boy, but he held his ground. Listen, uncle, added the boy's voice with a growl. If you keep moving your legs like that, you could lose them. Are you threatening me, scum? The villager roared and lunged at the boy with his fists, but was repulsed with a counterpunch. And you dare to show your hands. The people here have become so relaxed. And you should be crushed. They're not relaxed, they're afraid. The boy looked at the silent crowd and smiled. I can break your bones and get away with it, except for the Hokage's reprimand and the fear of the others, but if you cross a certain line, a couple of omnipresent Anbu will drag you to the torture chamber to find out if you're conspiring against the village. That's the way it is with everyone. The only ones left are people like you, the ones who can only do things when they're drunk, and the ones who feel all-powerful in a large group. Naruto had provoked this man for several reasons: to test his skills against an adult, to show all those who had poisoned him before a new disposition, and to reassert himself. It was easy to be the strongest among 7-year-olds, but the same 8-year-old Lee and Neji had wiped the boy's range, and he wanted to make sure that he wasn't the weak one, but that they were strong in fact, not just plain strong. After all, he had yet to be taught how to use chakra for his own betterment, which meant he was nothing more than a mere child facing an adult. Now you're talking, the man's face turned scarlet with anger. Let's see what you say when I've skinned you. A knife appeared in the villager's hand. Wow, the boy feigned surprise. A knife. I use it in the kitchen to peel apples. Wasn't there anything longer? Well, to make it at least look dangerous. I'm going to kill you, howled the man and lunged at the boy, swinging. But instead of his usual reaction of dodging and breaking the distance, he collided with Naruto, and Naruto was not afraid of pain or injury. One step forward, and his left hand collided with the fingers holding the hilt. There was a thunderous crunch of bone, 10% critical damage with a crushing attack, followed by a howl of pain, punctuated by a kick that seemed to lift the man off the ground. That's it, Naruto sighed contentedly, leaving the whimpering citizen behind. And so it would be with everyone. What he hadn't realized was that the rage and anger of the man, who had lost his family to the Nine Tails and had transferred all his negative emotions to the boy, would overpower the pain. The man with the red veil covering his eyes grabbed the knife with his healthy hand and rushed at the boy, who had not moved far away. Hey, hot stuff, take it easy. Naruto turned to see a man pinned to the ground with a kunai at his throat, and a kunoichi, judging by the footprint, sitting on the man's back, holding the kunai. I don't know what the cause of your conflict was, but I will not allow you to throw knives at children. In fact, that was not entirely a true statement. Strolling among the benches in search of Dango, Mitarashi Anko caught the moment of the first knife-wielding adult's attack on a blonde-haired boy who looked vaguely familiar to the kunoichi, and it could not be said that she was not surprised by the outcome of the brief fight. She was much more struck by the calm look on the boy's face as he came out unarmed against an armed adult. But it was clear that the boy was inexperienced, otherwise he wouldn't have left his weapon next to his not fully unarmed opponent. What if the drunk had thought to throw a knife instead of a tug? So he decided to intervene. Get away. Even the steady citizen tried to move away. He killed them. All of them. And I'll kill him. I'll have my revenge. I'll have my revenge. At first the kunoichi couldn't understand how a child could kill someone, and who those, everyone, were, but meeting the blonde's blue eyes staring at her, Anko realized what was going on. A few tentative signals with her free hand, and the nearest Anbu patrol literally materialized next to the participants of the conflict. Take him to Ibiki, the girl handed the still-kicking corpse to the masked men. We need to find out if it was a pain and alcohol-induced haze or if he was processed. The lead man of the Anbu pair merely nodded, and now the three men were silently walking away in the direction of the cage tower, where an interrogation department had been set up in the basements. Well, boy, you've been too inconsiderate, Anko muttered, turning to Uzumaki Naruto. I'd say deadly inconsiderate. I mean, they're supposed to teach you all sorts of things, like the fact that leaving a weapon near a hostile element and turning your back on it is deadly. The boy's gaze didn't waver. That's not a weapon. I'd like to see you with a gun stuck in your neck, Anko patted him on the back. I know a few people who can kill with a match or a packet of potato chips, and you don't want to know what they can do with a knife. Wow, said the boy, rubbing the back of his neck. Introduce me. Killing someone with a packet of crisps. I don't even know how it could be done. You. Talking about murder so easily. The kunoichi was shocked. I'm sorry, but I'm some kind of shinobi student, surprise and a chuckle shone in her blue eyes. Shinobi and corpses are like flowers and pollen. The former make the latter. Besides, in Gai-sensei's training, my blows already crack Maki wars and Lee just shattered them, and it's not hard to predict the human body's reaction to such a blow. You're pretty smart for a kid, Anko sighed. Sometimes. If you were really smart, you would have knocked the man out. The boy hesitated, but decided to ask a question. Could you teach me? What? Stammered the kunoichi at such a question. And why are you still following me? Where I want to go, I go where I want to go, shrugged the boy. And anyway, isn't it my fault that you're going the same way? Is it? The girl smiled slyly. Well, I'll train you. If you find me. With those words, the kunoichi disappeared into Shunshin's vortex. She didn't give a time frame. Naruto smiled and turned to Iruka-sensei's silhouette flashing through the crowd. It's time to get strategic information. It wasn't that Mitarashi Anko was seriously hiding, it was just that a lonely girl who felt the unfriendly stares of her fellow shinobi, even on holidays like this, felt more comfortable sitting quietly on the roof of a house and gazing at the stars. Especially on holidays like this one. Since her teacher had become a nukenin, most of the village defenders saw her as a spy, and whenever the girl was in the crowd, her actions were tracked by almost a dozen different spies. So Anko had only come to the festival to buy dango and some sake to honor her parents. That's right. Dango. How could she forget about them? After all, she had gone to buy the sweets just before she met Uzumaki Naruto, and then had run away afterwards. On the other hand, an 8-year-old girl wouldn't expect her at Kusumi-san's store, whose dangos were by far the most delicious in the village, would she? Hello again, Mitarashi Anko-san. Will be. I didn't expect such a skinny girl to have such a sweet tooth. But fortunately, my source told me that since she was missing 5 or 6 boxes of dango, she would eventually show up at this store. And she was right. And who is your source? The kunoichi smiled predatorily. It's disgusting when your actions are easily predictable, and doubly disgusting when your weaknesses are revealed. To children. You're going to tell me, Naruto-kun. Of course not, smiled the boy cheerfully, which didn't fit the situation at all. I also found out about your sadistic tendencies and what might happen to my source if I ratted her out. More importantly, I found you, which means that now you will teach me. I will teach you, but since you refused to give me your source, I demand that you pay me a fee. You will feed me dango the whole time I am teaching you. I will teach you, but since you refused to give me your source, I demand that you pay me a fee. You will feed me dango as long as I am teaching you. Agreed. Naruto shouted immediately before the kunoichi could set any more conditions. Every day from 5 to 9 at night. The girl nodded her head. And again you didn't specify the terms, Anko-san, just like you did when you suggested me to meet you without setting a time frame. You'll train me every day from 5 to 9, and I'll feed you dango worth 183 ryo a month. I have no more than that. And you've already agreed. You little bastard. Anko grabbed the boy's ear and began to twist it, but instead of pain there was a slight smile on the boy's face and not a single scream came out of his mouth. Doesn't it hurt? It hurts when you get kicked by 7 people, Naruto shared, still smiling. Or when Beast Boy goes into a frenzy and it takes Guy Sensei to stop him, or when a piece of paper turned seal lights up in your hand, but that's just a tickle. Anko shook her head sympathetically, but then shook herself off and headed for the counter, pulling the slightly twitchy boy in tow. I'll take 10 servings, Kusumi-san. Of course, Anko-chan, the thin old man, who had retained the black color of his hair, began hurriedly pulling rice rolls out of the oven, sticking them on sticks, dipping them in syrup, and placing them in boxes. That's 42 ryo. Come back often. Of course, Kusumi-san. A satisfied girl came out of the store, holding 5 boxes of dango in one hand, and with the other she grabbed Uzumaki by the ear, who was trying to pull away. Stop, 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 she shouted at the boy, who was twisting his head dangerously. So you can break cartilage. Do you want to go deaf in one ear? No, the boy stopped squirming immediately. I don't want to go deaf. Is it really possible to get out of a grip like that? You're holding him too tightly. In fact, the kunoichi was blatantly using her chakra to hold him even tighter, but the boy needed motivation, and he needed to get away from the crowded streets. And remember, from 5 to 9, you're mine, and you know my sadistic predilections. That's exactly the kind of sadistic training I need right now, Naruto admitted. I've already accomplished all I could with simple training, but Guy Sensei is too busy with special beast training, and I'm too afraid to train with 10-10 because he's still inexperienced and might accidentally kill me. But you're not afraid to train with me. Anko was surprised. I am a Jonin, and I can do much more than that 10-10. That's right, Anko-sensei, you are a Jonin, replied the boy, still managing to pry her ear from her fingers. You can teach me much more than 10-10, but you can't accidentally kill me. And I've also seen that you're not particularly liked by those around you either. Maybe not as much as me, but you live among them, and I'm very curious to know what principle guides you when you're among so many unsympathetic individuals. What principle? Enko wondered. Maybe the best one is, to annoy others. They said I wouldn't get to be Chunin, but I took it with a free pass. They said I wouldn't get into the interrogation department, but here I am, team leader. They thought I couldn't become Junin, but first I got Tokubetsu Junin, and then I gained experience to become Junin. Every time all these morons think that I can't achieve some kind of result in my career with my reputation, I set out to achieve that result and break public opinion as if I were a cloudy crystal. Contrary to all their speculations and hopes, a new life principle has been unlocked, live in spite of. Achieving results contrary to one's own opinion brings additional bonuses directly proportional to the number of deluded people and the strength of their faith. Do you want to change the life principle? So you always go against public opinion. The boy refused the system's offer. Even if, say, half the village thinks you'll never wear a Hokage hat. So what? Enko smiled slyly. I'll make a deal with Sarutobi-sensei, and he'll lend me his hat for a day, enough to rub any idiot's nose in it. And how could he find such a slip-up when he didn't even specify the time allotted for his capture or the specific cost of the training? Naruto froze. Or did you want me to find you and you didn't need the payment? Smart boy, the kunoichi patted him on the head. A few idiots bet me they wouldn't trust me to train a single child, and now you've decided to do it. And now they'll be cleaning cages and weeding rice paddies for 3 months. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Characteristics. Health 730 730ths, Chakra 1963 2391st, Strength 36 17%, Dexterity 32 54%, Endurance 40 86%, Intelligence 24 55%, Control 26 40%, Personalities. Uzumaki. Innate. Legacy of an ancient great clan known for their seals and longevity. Increased stamina by 50%. Development path. Master of Seals, open. Obsession. Acquired. Being a prisoner of a Biju demon's son is not in vain. Effect of the demon fox slot. Chakra reserve increased by 250%. Regeneration speed in rest recovery mode increased by 45%. Jinchuriki, development path opens. Life principles. It hurts, it means there is something in it. Activated. Reduction of pain level by 5%. At any cost. All the time you advance towards the chosen goal, you receive bonuses proportional to the difficulty of reaching it. There can only be one goal. Once the goal is reached, there is a reckoning. Living in the name of. By targeting the chosen patron, you get temporary bonuses depending on the current situation. Development paths. Master of the Seals. Unlocked. Stamp masters can perform a variety of actions using only ink and a brush. Uzumaki bonus. The chance of learning a new seal is increased by 15%, Jinchuriki. Locked. Jinchuriki are vessels for Biju demons. By harnessing the power of the demons imprisoned in them, the Jinchuriki become much stronger. Unlocking them requires an age of 10 years and serious emotional strain. Shinobi Spy. Locked. A master of stealth and overcoming traps, able to listen in on an important conversation even while behind the back of one of the interlocutors. Unlocking requires a level 5 stealth skill and a 1/5 control to chakra ratio. Genjutsu. Blocked. Illusion masters can distract, confuse, plunge into nightmares and even kill their opponent in them. Unlocking it requires a level 5 illusion creation skill and a control to chakra ratio of 1/7. Sensor. Locked. Sensors are able to sense life and chakra flow many meters around and use their abilities to chase, detect or defend a target. Unlocking requires a level 5 detection skill and a control chakra ratio of 1/12. Abilities. Overpower 0.421%. Passive. Reduces pain level by 42%. Reduces damage by 10% when you suffer. Increases stats by 5% when suffering. Increases block chance by 5% when you suffer. Hidden reserves grade 15, 47%. Activated. Accelerates rest recovery by 143% at the expense of chakra. Chakra costs are reduced by 20%. Skill pre-activated. Rough skin grade 40, 13%. Passive. Reduces the damage of crushing attacks by 10%, cutting attacks by 5% and stabbing attacks by 1%. Reduces the probability of receiving critical damage by 10%. Reduces the effects of pain points by 20%. Chakra armor. Activatable. When activated, absorbs 40% of damage for 30 seconds. Activation cost 40% of the maximum chakra reserve. Weight lifter. Passive. The weight of the equipment used is reduced by 50%. Third breath level 1, 93%. Activated. Restores 10 health per second for 10 seconds. Increases the chance of taking damage while the skill is active by 20%. Wrath. Maintained. Increases damage inflicted for 10 minutes by 1-5% depending on the skill's sustain time, 1-59 seconds. Heavy hit. Passive increases the chance of disorienting the target on impact by 5%. Bone crusher. Passive. Increases the probability of inflicting critical damage with crushing attack by 5%, 2% with slashing attack and 1% with stabbing attack. Evasion. Passive. Increases the probability of dodging an enemy attack by 2%. Son of the Forest. Passive. Increases movement speed in the forest by 15%. Snake Dance. Supported. Increases dodge chance by 5-15% and critical damage by 1-3% for 10 minutes depending on skill sustain time, 1-59 seconds. Memorization. Activated. Allows large amounts of information to be memorized and stored in the head for long periods of time. Chakra expenditure depends on the amount and time of information storage. Prolonged use causes the effect, mental overstrain, which causes severe headaches. Diligent student. Passive. Increases the speed at which traits, skills, abilities, skills and book techniques can be improved by 25%. Ancestral memory. Passive. Calligraphy classes increase control. Focus. Activated. Reduces chakra expenditure per technique to its nominal value. Recharge time 1 hour. Stealth grade 12, 38%. Passive. Increases the probability of not being detected by 2% for each unit of skill higher than detection in the enemy. Increases the chance of not being detected when using camouflage equipment by an additional 1% for each skill unit above detection on the opponent. Detection, level 31, 14%. Passive. Increases the enemy's detection chance by 2% for each skill unit above the enemy's concealment. Disappearance. Activated. For 0.5 seconds, the enemy loses sight of you. The activation chance is lower the more enemies see you. Activation cost -20 chakra units. Gaze. Activatable. Allows you to see the quantitative values of all the characteristics of a target held in focus for 10 seconds. Does not affect targets with a stealth level higher than your detection level. Activation cost is 150 chakra units. Love is also pain. Hey, you idiots! Naruto exclaimed, distracting a group of 4 obviously older guys from the 2 cowering girls. Get away from them. Another scarecrow has appeared, grinned the leader. What are you going to do if we don't get away from them? I'll break a couple of bones to make it easier for you to think next time, he said, now that Anko-sensei's training had raised his stamina to 47 and his agility to 43, foolish. Level 3, 14%. Activated. Powerful jerk at extreme speed allowing to overcome up to 3 meters in a straight line, and also opened the skill. Acrobatics, level 7, 83%. Passive. Increases the probability of success of acrobatic moves by 15%, reduces the damage from failed acrobatic moves and falls by 7%. The boy was not at all worried about clashes with other children, even with the main of this company, Ryochido Hosho, 10 years old. Endurance 19, Strength 18, Dexterity 19, Intelligence 14, Control 16 inches could not compare to him in terms of characteristics. Yes, they were much older and already knew how to amplify their bodies with chakra, which raised their combat abilities by a factor of 2, while Naruto had yet to fully experience his Kirikuke. But his sparring partners lately had only been people who surpassed him and also used body amplification, Lee's strength had reached 57, and Gai-sensei had also made some progress in his student's chakra body amplification, and when the beast went into frenzy, his strength reached 80, which was excessive for Naruto. And Anko-sensei's stealth parameter only demonstrated the main characteristic, dexterity, which allowed talking about more than the 50th level of this skill, what to speak of the other, more important, characteristics. In short, Naruto was not scared. Kuro, Toshi, take care of the little ones, ordered the leader, turning back to the girls. And don't relax. Did you think I had forgotten about you? No, you didn't. Let's go, asked the girl with dark hair and familiar eye color. Neji had the same coloring, and after sparring with Neji, Naruto didn't understand how, with such a painful taijutsu style, the girl hadn't thrown the idiots. Please. No way. The leader exclaimed. That jerk Neji always looks at us like we're scum. You're a Hyuga too, so show us how superior you clan boys are to us. Or you can get down on your knees and kiss my sandals. Naruto couldn't let that attitude go. With a low growl, he did a dash to Kuro's kneaded hands, then knocked his opponent out with 3 strikes. He had learned Anko-sensei's first lesson about enemies not killing each other, and in a few more moments, Toshi was flying towards the vociferous ringleader, grabbed by the neck. Run! Naruto shouted to the girls and rushed at the last man standing. He jumped back and began folding his hand seals. Fire element, flame flower! Shouted the guy, and Naruto was hit by a fireball about 20 centimeters in diameter. After using the technique, his opponent was weak on his feet, but anticipation burned in his eyes. Kekai. Naruto, instead of dodging, reached out with a tight piece of paper scrawled with barrier symbols as far as the sheet of paper would go, and the fire technique splashed against the slightly flickering barrier in front of the boy. Without giving the technique time to dissipate completely, Naruto used his jerk again and smashed his barrier, which was covered by the fire technique fragments that hadn't dematerialized, into the last enemy. Ah! Howled the victim of his own technique, receiving a dozen severe burns. The guy started rolling around on the ground, trying to knock down the non-existent flames or ease the pain, but Naruto was already turning back to the downed Toshi and the leader. I told you I'd break some bones, Naruto said as he stepped on someone's arm sticking out of a moving pile. A loud crunch and a howl from the ringleader gave away the owner of the injured limb. Now the second. Twice more, Naruto accidentally missed, and the ringleader suffered a fractured knee and a couple of broken ribs, while Toshi was left with only a mangled hand, which just happened to have been in Naruto's grasp. I told you to run away. Naruto finally turned his attention to the girls standing there, Neji's brunette sister and a blonde girl with a long ponytail. Why are they still here? The girls were silent, staring dumbfounded at the big guys who had threatened them a minute ago. Hey! Naruto waved his hand in front of the girls' faces and received meaningful looks. Are you all right? Yes, said Neji's little sister. Thank you, the blonde replied a little calmer. You took care of them quickly. Well, if they're the kind of people Neji-kun gets mixed up with in the mud at the academy, then they're no match for me. I don't know why, but Naruto wanted to look as favorable as possible. I'm not inferior to him in strength. Although he's a pain in the ass with that juken of his. And your style, Hyuga, is a bit tricky. But someday I'll beat him too. Oh man, Animal got me with his idea. I'm Naruto, by the way. Uzumaki Naruto. Yamanako Ino, smiled the blonde. Hyuga Hinata, the brunette embarrassedly introduced herself. Are you sure it's Hyuga? Naruto clarified. Then, why were you still standing when I arrived? I know your taijutsu, you could have taken care of all of them in a minute. Except for that burnt one over there. My father says I don't have any talent, sobbed the girl. Peef. Naruto exhaled indignantly. Who do you think you're listening to? I was told I had no talent for shinobian affairs, and after a year I switched from Group E to Group B, and at the end of the year I'm transferring to Group A at my sensei's insistence. Ino's eyes widened in surprise. Or there's Beast. He has some problems with Kirikuke, and everyone predicted that it would be impossible for him to become a shinobi, but he found Gai-sensei, or is it the other way around? And now at 8 years old Lee is as strong as an average chunin. So talent is bullshit, it's whether you're willing to train until you get a bloody nose, or whether you follow popular opinion and give up. Hyuga was impressed by the guy's speech. I'll train. Me too. Ino took the floor. I don't know how. Find the right teacher. Naruto shrugged and turned to leave. Have a safe trip home. Wait, Naruto. Ino quickly strode across the space to the boy who turned around and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you for saving us. Yes, Naruto, thank you. Hinata also approached, but she didn't know what she was going to do. The adult Hyuga appeared between her and the surprised Naruto, and with a slight movement, as if he had shooed away a fly, he threw the boy a few meters away. Hinata-sama. He exclaimed worriedly. Are you all right? Did he do something to you? Other than Naruto saving us? Ino's voice had a sarcastic tone. No, nothing. You shouldn't get involved with him. Hinata-sama, the Hyuga guard ignored the blonde's comments. Your father will be angry when he finds out. You're wrong, Hyuga, a tall blonde woman appeared next to the company. Hiyashi will be angry when he finds out you've been sitting around all this time watching his heiress being attacked. Your only proof may be your own word, but the accusation can be interpreted two ways, Yamanaka, Hyuga smiled. How could you see it all if you weren't also waiting in the bushes? For example, with the help of a controlled bird, a large crow landed on the girl's arm. And unlike you, I got new instructions directly from Inoichi-sama when I was away from my post and got there as fast as I could. You'll have to tell Hiyashi and Inoichi-sama the reasons for your behavior, so get your ass ready and wait, Hyuga. While Naruto had his back to Hyuga, thinking about the meaning of the threat, the boy who had gotten up, pulled close to him and kicked the adult who had attacked him in a short flight. Another cry of pain rang out as Hyuga, crouching down, slammed his face into the grass. Yamanaka laughed for a moment at the sight of the loser's ridiculous attempts to get up, but when after 2 minutes Hyuga had only managed to assume a more or less neutral posture, she walked over and used her slight knowledge of Irionanjutsu to diagnose the victim. Fractured coccyx, the blonde smiled. Good job, kid. Serves you right, you selfish oaf. I'll take this idiot to the hospital, and you, boy, take the girls to the Yamanaka clan, and when I get back I'll take Hinata-sama to her neighborhood. And without waiting for Naruto to answer, the blonde grabbed Hyuga by the neck and disappeared. So, Naruto-kun, satisfied. Ino grabbed Hinata with one hand and with the other, the boy who did not resist, dragged them in tow in the direction of the clan's neighborhood. Did you hear Izumi-ne? As a real man, you must see to it that the girls you rescued get home safe and sound. Otherwise, get them home safe and sound is too rude for the girls who are shocked by the horrible massacre. You girls are about 5 years away from being girls, Naruto wanted to retort. And I'm still 15 years away from being a real man. And what does real mean? Like you can be a toy man. On the other arm of the fidgeting Yamanaka was a blushing Hinata. It was clear she didn't want to share her thoughts with anyone. 15 minutes later, accompanied by Naruto's thinly veiled questioning of the blonde and the double crossing of the same street, the trio of children stopped before a gate in a 2-meter-high whitewashed fence. Well, this is it, Naruto-kun, Ino hugged the boy goodbye. This is the Yamanaka neighborhood. If you want to chat, stop by after the academy. And don't be so quiet next time. We still have 2 more years of school together, unless you change your mind about transferring to A. Naruto took a quick step towards his sensei to find out from her the source of that tugging feeling in his chest. Maybe Hyuga's punch wasn't so simple. Wow, laughed Anko as she heard the boy's laconic description of the facts. At 8 years old, and already with admirers. You're going to grow up to be a heartthrob. So what? The kunoichi circled a couple of times around the frozen boy. Blonde, blue eyes, not bad looking, especially when you get older and taller. XO. I'd take you if you were at least 15. What did eating hearts have to do with it? Naruto had been reading various books to increase his increasingly complicated intelligence, and he had also read about the ancient custom of eating the hearts of powerful opponents. It's unhygienic to eat a raw heart. Did Hyuga's punch have anything to do with it? Enko's eyes grew big and round, and she finally collapsed on the grass, laughing hysterically and kicking her legs in the air. Oh, I can't. Ha ha ha. Raw heart. Fa ha 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 ha. Hyuga's punch. Letting out a laugh, Enko ruffled the boy's hair with a slight smile. It's much simpler than that, Naruto. You've fallen in love. What? The boy, who had read a couple of women's novels during his studies, clearly didn't agree with that point of view. But I don't gasp, I don't swoon at the mere sight of. Who? Never mind, the main thing is that such a thing could not happen to me. I'm just a child. A first crush can happen at any time. Enko grabbed her pupil and began to squeeze him. I, for example, fell in love with Sensei. I followed him like a fool and he threw me away like trash. Sensei. The boy looked perplexed at the kunoichi. But how could Sarutobi-sama do that to you? What does Sarutobi-sensei have to do with it? Enko didn't understand. Ah, you mean the treatment? No, my sensei was the famous Nukenin Orochimaru, one of the 3 Sannin, the great shinobi of Konoha. I call him Sarutobi-sensei because when Namikaze Minato ruled the village, Sarutobi-sensei taught tactics at the academy for 2 years. His assignments, drawn from his own experience, were the most difficult and the most interesting, and compared to them the written exam was a trifle. Naruto slipped out of the kunoichi's arms and crawled away. But back to your question, the girl smiled wryly. Be prepared, Naruto, first love is such a thing that you will do some things for no reason, just to get her attention. And when you get older and your body starts to demand yours. Well, hang in there. It's going to be hard. Hard and painful. Painful. The boy looked at her in bewilderment. He thought love was a bright and pleasant feeling. Oh no, Naruto, the kunoichi's smile was now sad. Love, for the most part, is pain and torment. When you don't know your partner's feelings, every action he does is perceived differently. A smile makes you incredibly happy that he feels the same, and you fear that you are the same to him as the others to whom he also gives similar smiles. The feeling of the unknown is always scary, and the unknown in love is also pitiful. That's why, Naruto, love is first and foremost pain. Life crushes all plans. Naruto started his 4th year at the academy in the A group, and there were many familiar faces around him. Ino and Hinata, along with Ino Shikamaru and Choji, to whom he was introduced by the blonde girl. These 3 had a clan alliance for generations, so the kids saw each other and walked together quite often, and here sat at the window the most arrogant weakling Naruto had ever met in his life. Only Sasuke, after repeatedly losing fights to Naruto, could be considered a genius. The others had not been introduced to the boy, but he had heard a lot about their future mates from the girls. Enko had decided to give the boy training in information extraction, and for the last 4 months before the start of the school year the boy had been hanging out with girls who made his chest feel warm. Enko thought the funny thing was that Naruto couldn't figure out who he was reacting to. There sat the pink-haired Sakura, fanning herself, like most of the girls, at the cold inaccessibility of the genius, Uchiha. Miwa Naomi, unfortunately, didn't get enough points to stay in the group and went back to B. That guy over there with the puppy on his head is Kiba. His Inuzuka clan has their own combat pets, dogs with advanced Kirakuke. Under the cloak hides the scantily clad Shino of the Bugbear clan, Aburame. 2 other members of the younger Hyuga branch, Mari and Setsuna, sit separately and shoot incomprehensible glances at Uzumaki. There is also Ino's cousin, Juman, and a girl from Nara whose personality was as different from Shikamaru's as fire from water. Group A had stricter requirements, so the tally of new classmates was completed in Atami Nara. 13 people, the best of the best, and also clan of clan and heir of heir. In fact, only Sakura lacked a clan in this whole imbroglio, and Mari, Setsuna, Juman and Atami made a sort of entourage to the heirs of their clans. The supervisor of the group was an old, and for shinobi, recognition of age was recognition of experience and strength, Kunoichi Ichige Atomo-san. This vivacious old lady taught tactics, which had been in the program since last semester, and as Anko had said about Sarutobi-sensei, the assignments based on the sensei's personal experience were much more interesting and challenging than those in the textbooks. In over 6 months under Anko-sensei's auspices, Naruto had once again reached a level where he could compete with Beast Boy at full contact. And it wasn't even due to his 6th 10 stamina survival instincts. Passive. Increases the effectiveness of all stamina-based skills, abilities, and effects by 10% of face value nor to his 5th 10 strength push, level 2 15%. Activated. Allows you to accelerate up to the speed limit to damage a target up to 2.5 meters away and knock it down. Recharges 30 seconds and dexterity sprint, level 1 56%. Activated. Increases running speed by 30% for 20 seconds. Recharge 5 minutes not 56 units of dominance brain burn, level 1 0%. Allows you to gather all the pain in your fist and deliver a mental blow to the target. The damage depends on the strength of the pain is that the guy has learned to control chakra. Passive skill unlocked, chakra control. Reduces the face value of skills and techniques by 2% for each skill level above the difficulty level of the technique. Default skill difficulty level is 0. Unlocked activatable skill, energy charge. Allows to boost body characteristics at the expense of chakra. Current amplification time, 20 seconds. Maximum amount of chakra spent, 137 units. Maximum amplification, 10%. And with these skills, Naruto was already holding the blow quite well, as energy charge reached level 10 and became a supported energy impulse, and 10% for 20 seconds became 40% for 56 chakra per second. The 20th level added an activatable adrenaline emission, which, for 20% of maximum chakra, harmlessly increased his perception, movement and attack speed by 35% per minute. In this state, he was even able to see Neji's 32 heaven punches, a Hyuga technique in which a single heartbeat causes 32 tenketsu strikes on the victim's body, but he was still unable to react. Lee, on the other hand. The beast was strong, 115 boosted strength, but now his problem was dexterity and speed. And although Guy-sensei and the beast himself smiled enigmatically at Naruto's statements, the fact was that Lee was now acting as if he was holding back, but he was holding back so much that Neji was winning 2 out of 3 fights against him. The Green Beast attributed this to secret training, and Neji, insulted at not being taken seriously, began to fervently study the 64 punches of heaven. 10-10 was behind the boys in combat performance, but surpassed them all in marksmanship, and was now training with weapon scrolls, a type of sealing scroll that was a spatial pocket for storing weapons and had the function of sending the printed weapons in a particular direction at a decent speed. The kunai would stick in the iron stick almost to the hilt. Yeah, I'd have to add some elemental chakra to that. Naruto himself had figured out how to make an explosive seal, thanks only to Anko-sensei and his ability to make the right contacts and bets. He had obtained a scroll with the principles of seal construction through one of his debtors. There were conventionally 2 principles of explosive seals: accumulation and transformation of chakra with the help of fire, and special accumulators and limiters, responsible for the power and shape of the explosion, or sealing in a specialized sealing scroll elemental chakra, which is torn off when printed. The first method is simple and allows you to make seals on an industrial scale, but the second method is difficult to draw, difficult to fill with chakra, but in the end, it differs from the usual sealing scroll only in the different structure of the battery lines, which allows you to commit sabotage with its help. The seal activates printing, so the enemy can bring the bomb to your camp and detonate it there. It's a pity that D-Jonins don't buy this anymore. But they're not particularly afraid of normal explosive seals either. With their reaction time, you'd have to be a blind cripple not to be able to leave the explosion site in time. As important as explosive seals are for traps, they are ultimately designed for genin, lower-ranked shinobi, and for more advanced jonin. Traps have to be created individually, and there is no guarantee that getting caught in a trap will cause any damage to the enemy. Iwagakure no Sato has a decent number of jonin with various stone skin-based defense techniques. Naruto also recognized his elemental predisposition, Fuden, or simply air. It strengthens fire techniques and weakens lightning techniques. Anko-sensei immediately forbade training in elemental chakra transformation, until the boy normally mastered ordinary chakra management, and in the characteristics window the skill, Elemental chakra transformation, required 50 units of chakra management, and chakra management is best developed in the successful application of techniques. The only techniques Naruto had were the academic, illusionary clone, reincarnation, and replacement, and the 18% learned from the flame flower technique, which had been seen when Naruto had protected Ino and Hinata. In addition to Naruto only remembering the set of seals, not their order, the technique required elemental transformation skill, and in the fire element, and academic techniques were designed for children with low chakra reserves and, consequently, a high control coefficient. For Naruto, with his 37 control at 2879 chakra, the, at least 1/20th, coefficient was unattainable in principle, so the boy's clones resulted. Were not really clones. The problem with reincarnation and substitution was that these techniques in Naruto's performance were so loaded with chakra that the illusion in the boy's new location could be detected at the same time. And he had to take a test on one of these techniques. Overall, Naruto was trying, studying and struggling so that in the end his result in the final exam, which was more than a year and a half away, would still be positive even after failing a technique, and for that he needed to solidify the theory and improve the effectiveness of taijutsu. Gai-sensei was about to finish his training with Lee and, as he had promised, help Naruto with his own style. Peef! Snorted the Uchiha, gloating after Naruto's clone had turned out to be some sort of amorphous creature instead of a normal clone. Loser. Sakura and Sasuke's support group let out a giggle at the comment, as it just so happened that due to the small number of students in Group A, all the chakra classes were taught jointly by Groups A and B. Shut up, girl, Naruto blurted out angrily, and was backed up by Ino and Itami, for which the girls were ridiculed by the Uchiha fan club. I hear I'm going to have to put up with your feeble kicks again today in taijutsu, how about a bet? To get it into your empty head that there are people with little control and people with monstrous amounts of chakra, I won't attack and will use body chakra reinforcement the whole time you're bouncing around me. If you can knock me down, I'll grant you a wish, and if you can't, it will be enough for me to use the reinforcement to roll you around the court. What do you say, genius? One wish versus the destruction of all your authority. What's to destroy? For a long time no one but these chickens, the blonde gestured around the fan club. He doesn't think you're a genius. I agree, Uzumaki, the Uchiha hissed angrily. I'm going to get you muddy, and then you're going to walk around Konoha for a week without worrying about your clothes. Naruto was inwardly glad. Anko-sensei had taught the boy a lesson or two about getting people into unnecessary arguments, and now he was taking advantage of it. The only thing left to do was to deliver the final blow, guided for now by sensei's opinion on the subject of painful blows to men's dignity. Oh, Sasuke-kun. The blonde wore the most smug smile he could muster. Do you want all of Konoha to know that I outdo you at this too? Well, I guess after this, no one will doubt that the Uchiha clan actually had a younger daughter posing as a son. From Applied Psychology by Anko-sensei, Naruto learned and also felt that a boy's reaction to the infringement of his masculinity can lead him to do a lot of stupid things. Not even that, especially boys, at the age of 25 shinobi come out of the hormonal period and begin to think with their heads, not this one, and stop reacting to such jokes so obviously. The Uchiha grunted in response to this statement, and gradually the meaning of the phrase reached the girls and they began to let out giggles. Blushing, even Haruno's raving fan couldn't get a word out of her mouth, throwing interested and embarrassed glances at the Uchiha. What else can you get out of a crazy woman? In taijutsu class, Mizuki-sensei already seemed to be aware of the discussion and the general flow of the conversation, as he also chuckled while calling out to the last Uchiha-Uzumaki pair. Come on, Naruto. Inuzuka was the loudest of the blonde's support group. This guy was pretty cocky, and he wasn't too amused that the position of harem king, pack leader in the dogman sense, had been filled by that asshole Uchiha. Kick his arrogant ass. Good luck, Sasuke-kun. Kiba was competing with Sakura, from the fan club. Give him a good beating, and let that wimp be afraid to go outside for another week. She was interrupted by a girlish giggle. I heard that, nigger. Naruto relaxed, waiting for his sensei's greeting. Even your groupies want me to win more than you do. But unfortunately, they're going to get screwed, so they'll have to settle for seeing your bandaged corpse. Are we done talking? It's still unclear what Sasuke wanted to say to the boy. Then start. Sensei gave the signal, and the Uchiha lunged toward his opponent. Naruto had a hard time dodging a leaping kick. You've grown up. You still hit like a girl, but now that girl is furious. In fact, the blonde felt a pang of jealousy. Any training in the combat acrobatics skill, which had become acrobatics at level 10, wouldn't make his jumping kick more powerful than 80% of a normal kick, and this Uchiha's kick was clearly stronger than the one on the ground. Clan individuality. Sasuke was also faster and more agile than Naruto, or rather, Sasuke was a bit faster and more agile than Naruto, who did not use his chakra enhancer, and this was also one of the points of Anko Sensei's training program. Fighting a faster and more agile opponent would give valuable experience, increase reaction speed, and perhaps awaken the dormant, sciatic nerve sense, i.e. intuition. That is, intuition. And Naruto followed the advice of his sensei, although some of it was too mature for a 9-year-old boy, but no less effective. Only 2 minutes and Naruto managed to dodge the blow, not block it at the last moment. It was a pity that in the 5 minutes that had been left over for the Uchiha, the blonde had only managed it twice. But now Sasuke was finally exhausted, and was already throwing himself helplessly against his opponent. So Naruto decided to finish off his lifelong rival with his sensei's words before the end began. Exhausted already? Girls like men with stamina. In fact, Anko's sentence sounded different. When the kunoichi learned that, in addition to his training, Naruto was still practicing Gai Sensei's method as a beast, she blurted out a phrase incomprehensible to an 8-year-old. No, Naruto, girls like tough guys, of course, but you'll take yourself to the grave. But he had begun to understand the meaning of that phrase when he had attended an elective class at the academy on sexual influence on psychology. He had been signed up for the elective by a kindly kunoichi, and Anko Sensei's incomprehensible asperities had begun to take shape. But how she retaliated by quoting a phrase from class notes about the effect of a poor sex life on a person's character, after another ambiguous joke. Though even the course of classes and the kunoichi's constant teasing didn't make the boy realize the process itself, and no one bothered to describe it, giving examples of psychological attachment and imprinting, smart books and 41 intelligence. And giving some clues. By now, the kid has learned that this is the norm. Back to the fight, Mizuki-sensei did not stop the fight due to Uchiha's attempts to reach his opponent, and Uchiha himself was no longer able to strengthen himself with chakra. Upon activating Energy Boost, Naruto felt omnipotent for a moment, so much so that his strength had changed. Although the feeling disappeared after a second, and the increase was only 53%, there was a different Naruto standing in front of Sasuke. This Naruto seemed to be taller, his gaze, previously only confident, became unwaveringly sure, and his happy smile combined with the rest of the facial components made the guy simply handsome. If you forget that the happy smile was caused by the fact that he was about to be beaten into a vegetable. Let's get started, the blonde mumbled and threw a low punch, which Sasuke staggered and blocked. As did the next one, and another, and the next 10. The Uchiha's acrobatic skill was clearly superior to Uzumaki's, so Sasuke dodged all of the latter's attacks, using his opponent's arms and legs as supports in the air. At this point, he looked a lot like the eel Naruto was trying to hold in his hands. So that's it, huh? Naruto immediately traded punches for grabs. The result wasn't much better, but the Uzumaki, who had gotten used to it by now, started to interrupt the trajectories of Sasuke's jumps by shaking the limb the Uchiha was using as a support, and finally his tactic succeeded. During one of those jumps, Sasuke unfortunately turned around and was immediately grabbed by the collar of his shirt adorned with a clan fan. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto asked, grabbing his opponent by the side. Have you ever wondered about the fate of a toy wolf? No. In that case, you have a unique opportunity. The blonde began to spin on his axis. For your sake, I'll even call this move so you won't feel so embarrassed. Let's say, the Uzumaki throw. Whatever Sasuke was trying to answer, the boy was no longer interested, He kept gaining and gaining momentum, until the surroundings began to melt into a continuous cycle of blurred images. Skill unlocked. Spiral launch. Activated. Each rotation around its axis increases the damage inflicted by the projectile by 0.1% and the throw range by 1 cm. Maximum damage increase, 35%. Maximum range increase, 2 meters. After applying the skill, 1 stack of the vertigo effect will be gained for every 50 turns. The vertigo effect causes disorientation for 10 seconds per stack. As the blonde read the new message, the Uchiha's shirt couldn't take that much abuse and ripped the new technique off Naruto with a snap. Sasuke disappeared somewhere in the bushes, leaving a piece of cloth with an Uchiha clan fan on it in the blonde's hands. Life is just life. Hee hee hee. Kiba grinned as the group of 4 boys and 3 girls walked towards the athletics track after the academy. You really threw that Uchiha. Why did the girls love him? Because he looks so much like them. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Enko-sensei, in addition to training and advice, also demanded that after the academy the student spend some time socializing with his peers. In less than 2 years he would have to go into business with 2 of them, which meant it was time to establish normal relationships. In the end, Naruto fit in with Kiba, Choji and Shikamaru, who after class gave vent to their pent-up energy Kiba in the form of some sort of competition. Shikamaru was the lazy head of the group, and Choji was the chief peddler, able to share his unlimited supply of food for a few ryo. Older students used to participate in the competition, hoping to win a small pot, 5 ryo for participating, winner take all, and boys from other groups were also eager to show off in front of a group of girls who were just going to cheer for one of the participants. Naruto was followed by Ino and Hinata, who brought along Atami Nara as support. And from then on, there was no day when the atmosphere of the game was not diluted by family squabbles. The Nara women had better tempers than their lazy men. What's more, once Enko-sensei even went so far as to speculate, could it be that the women are so nervous because the men are hard to wake up, or that the men are so passive because they get all the juice out of them and drive them into the ground? It's nothing more than the ideal of every brat's dreams, Atami said crestfallen. And everyone listened. The Naras were considered the best analysts in Konoha. Shikamaru couldn't know the subtleties of the girl's behavior, so he remained silent, or else he was too lazy to say anything. Shikamaru was the heir, which made Haruno look up to him for patronage, and with the tragic fate of the last of the clan. There are 2 categories of girls, those who are attracted to his tragic fate, and those who know that the last of the clan can take not only a wife, but a harem to revive the clan. True, it can't be said that there are intelligent bimbos who belong to both categories at the same time. What did you say? Inuzuka perked up. Smart fools. Like who, for example? Me, for example, Nara admitted. I may suck as a man, but I get grief. And I wouldn't mind being the wife of a clan boss. Atami Naruto needed advice from an intelligent person after thinking for a long time about the Uchiha's behavior. You can't go to Anko, can you? And what about Itachi? What do you mean? The girl frowned, trying to make sense of the question. Well, he's also an Uchiha, Naruto argued her question. He may have been exiled, or a Nukenin or whatever, but he still carries the genome, so his children can be too. What is the genome of our genie? Dojutsu. It's powerful. Atami was absorbed thinking about the situation. Shikamaru was too. By the way, his gait was even more relaxed and his gaze was glazed over as he traced the clouds. Dojutsu is it. The genome books were kept away from the boy perhaps because his clan could also be found mentioned in those books. It's altered eyes, Naruto-kun, Hinata interjected. It's like our Byakugan, but with its own peculiarities. No, Atami came out of his musings. There's something wrong. Either there's something we don't know, or it's one of 2 things. What are you talking about? Choji was surprised as he went from a discussion about dojutsu to a flat denial. Itachi, Nara gave him an annoyed look. The overly passive reaction of the upper village to the escape of one of the 2 genome carriers means we don't know something. Like what? Ino decided to break away from Naruto and joined the conversation. I don't know. Atami seemed a little unsure. Maybe he had been captured by the Anbu and was being held somewhere in the casemates. Or maybe he's just sterile. Or maybe he's already formed a group of Uchiha, and now the elders are hoping to kill the father and take his offspring to raise. Not that we're missing anything. What the hell is up with that Uchiha? Inuzuka waved a hand at him. What's all that about him? Hey, said Ino indignantly. You started this conversation. I started it, so I'll finish it, sneered Kiba. Change the subject. Naruto, I bet I can beat you this time. I wish there was something to bet on, the blonde smiled back. If you can run fast without chakra, I'll beat you with a boost. So it all depends on the starting conditions. What about the way through the forest? Do you want to slow me down? Kiba looked around the undergrowth and nodded his head. Go ahead. But don't use chakra. What do you take me for? Naruto was righteously indignant. All right. Kiba raised his hands in front of him. Don't be so expressive, you'll need it when you lose. We'll see, the blonde hoped for a 15% increase in the forest boy's running speed. What's the bet? Loser buys dinner. Choji's stomach growled invitingly at that sentence. Kiba was fully confident in his victory, as always, and he knew that Naruto's meager funds, and Inuzuka's plans were to gradually weaken his rival through a depleted diet and lack of nutrients. Oh yes, Kiba is cunning. I agree, Naruto nodded after some thought. After all, he has the jump, sprint and speed bonus, and his great dexterity and acrobatics should help him finish first. So, I'm going to the finish line. Shikamaru immediately perked up, but was interrupted by his cousin, who also wanted to judge the race from the judge's tree. The finish line of all the races was a tree growing high up on the hill, and it was from this tree that Shikamaru, as the judge, controlled the entire race. Let's mark the route. Ino dragged Hinata away. Do you want a special pill before the start? Choji asked. That's unsportsmanlike. Kiba started to burn Akamichi with his eyes. Well, I had to try, shrugged the boy. Someone else would agree. Well, let's get started. Naruto interrupted another bickering about profitable and sporty. You can sell Rakudo's tears to the idiots over there, and we'll only get more interest. That's right. Kiba jumped at the thought. If it's for interest, sell it. Just something stimulating, not your secret stuff. No problem, Choji, who played the role of the eternal loser in group races, thus attracting more participants to the competition. It's less frustrating to lose if you're not last, stuffed a handful of special tokens into his mouth. The role of loser didn't bother Akamichi, since he was the only one not contributing, and the winner gave him 30% of the winnings for advertising. And for 30%, Choji thought, he could run. Hey, what are you guys doing here? Kiba stared at the entire collection of Sasuke's fan club. Has that scarecrow decided to participate? No way, the blonde dismissed the possibility. He'd have to have his legs impaled for days. Ah, yes, he remembered the fact that Uchiha had been dragged from the shooting range to the hospital. Then they have no business being here. The other contestants were also of the same opinion. This time there were 40 candidates, as well as the older girls who didn't care about little Uchiha as much as Ice Neji. They were also fans, but their idol was another one. Uzumaki, the voice of the people, was once again a cheerful pink-haired girl. How dare you do this to Sasuke-kun? How dare I do it to Sasuke-kun? Naruto grinned. If only there was something to worry about. Now your hero's story is loaded with more drama. How bravely he fought, yet he received terrible wounds from a demon. What kind of demon are you? Sakura waved the blonde away. That's it. The blonde even started to clap his hands. What a clever idea. Now go tell your parents that Uzumaki Naruto isn't a demon because. Why, exactly. Maybe I'm not cruel enough. I promised I'd smash him into a field, and all I ended up doing was breaking the victim's legs. I'll have to finish what I started tonight. You're nothing but a coward and a weakling. Exclaimed the girl. Sasuke-kun is much tougher than you. Indeed, said the boy, echoing the rabid fan. I'm the one who cowardly survived the sparring, and now I'm going to run to show more weakness, and he's cool in a hospital bed with a cast. Am I hearing you right? Sasuke-kun is good at techniques. Haruno's argument is the crowning achievement of her life. Of course they are when their chakra reserves are 10 times less than mine. The blonde was not going to be deterred by such a statement. Let's use some technique that has no chakra infusion limit, and your invalid's only advantage will collapse like a house of cards. In fact, get away from me, you madwoman, you can't be reasoned with. Go to hell. Sakura couldn't hold back and punched Uzumaki in the face. Good punch, Haruno, shouted the boy behind her. I won't compare Sasuke's punches to 10-10s again. I promise. Now I know he hits even weaker than you. Was it worth it? Akamichi asked as the Uchiha fan club started muttering something. I don't want them to do anything unpleasant. Screw them, smiled Kiba. What could they do? They're full of shit. Sakura's in first place in theory class, Choji reminded his friends. I'll get over it. Naruto jumped in place and started to warm up. We'd better find out among the candidates who will agree to run through the forest. Why us? Inuzuka jumped up. Don't you think you can do it by yourself? I'll find out right now. The bank guardian walked towards the group of boys, munching another batch of potato chips. In the end, only 5 of them agreed to run. 3 10-year-old boys, the bully leader of the E group, and another weird kid. Hey! Naruto recognized the last member, who was avoiding the blonde. Animal. What are you doing here? Oh, hello, Naruto-kun. Lee was falsely surprised. I've decided to participate. Does sensei know? Naruto used his wittiest argument to get rid of a serious rival. He told me about this place. Lee exclaimed happily. I didn't know that students after the academy organized competitions like this. It's great to compete against worthy opponents. In the name of the power of youth. Uzumaki sighed. Hey, Kiba, it looks like our bet can be considered null and void. What's that? Inuzuka smiled. Are you chicken? No, the blonde pointed a finger at the beast, who was warming up vigorously. It's just that this guy also trains with Guy Sensei. Kiba was immediately bored. He knew about Meta Guy. A special program. Is it that bad? Naruto asked the dog trainer. Much worse, nodded the blonde. The animal can run 50 laps around the village in 6 hours. That's a lot of speed and endurance. I think even if he'd put Choji on his back, he'd come in first. What a monster. Kiba's jaw dropped as if he were a monster. Yes, smiled Naruto. In his own image. All right, Inuzuka suddenly decided. What's 5 Ryo against being able to compete with a fast runner? If you mention the power of youth, you'll be just like them, the blonde smiled at the similarity. Come on, Uzumaki. He patted his friend Kiba on the shoulder. You must realize that life is a battle, and the one with the sharpest fangs and toughest skin wins. A new life principle has been discovered. Life is a series of battles. By perceiving your life as a series of battles with the circumstances or people around you, you get a steady increase of up to 90% in the growth rate of all skills and characteristics. You're either a horse or you're on a horse, nodded Naruto, sympathetic to his friend. At least let's prove we're not bad as horses. As long as the beast doesn't get happy about the extra income and doesn't start showing up at all our events. Well, Guy Sensei, well, a hairy chupacabra. Huh. Kiba doesn't get it. Let's give it our best shot. The blonde headed for the starting line. Now the girls will be back and we can get started. Everyone. Ino and Hinata arrived 10 minutes later, out of breath. The route is marked with red flags. We tried to place them so that from one point we could see the next. Thanks, girls, the blonde smiled at them, receiving a couple of smiles in return. So, everyone in position, let's get started. The course is fenced off with red flags. The runners took their places at the starting line. Ino had almost reached her place as start announcer, when Kiba looked around and noticed. Where is that crazy woman? Inuzuka asked suspiciously. Oh, and some more girls are missing. Maybe they decided to leave. Naruto dismissed the question. It wasn't about them, it was about the race. Kiba grunted, twitching something he didn't like about him, but Ino had already raised her hand to signal the start of the race, and the boy decided to follow his friend's advice. Naruto's words were confirmed when Lee, approaching the forest, overtook Inuzuka by 3 blocks and clearly intended to widen the gap. The blonde was stubbornly sniffing only half a body behind, which disturbed Kiba. Normally the Uzumaki did not try to overtake, taking advantage of his resistance, but the reason for such strange behavior of his friend was revealed when the latter, curved in a special way, literally shot out into the nearest tree, and then, turning away from its trunk, began to move away quickly. Kiba knew nothing of Naruto's ability, or he would not have accepted the terms of the dispute. The Inuzuka himself was not hindered by the roots and bushes, but still had to keep an eye on the path, lest he inadvertently stumble or trip, which meant a loss of speed. The blonde was able to get around inconvenient places by grabbing onto tree branches or pushing their trunks, which, in general, was not a violation of the rules, because the only rule was the prohibition of the use of chakra to move from point A to point B along a given route. However, even Naruto could not get far away from the beast, which was literally breathing down his neck. Unlike the Uzumaki, Lee was running through the forest without showing any signs of discomfort. And at the point, from which for some reason he could not see the next landmark, the beast overtook Naruto slowed purely by inertia, and the latter noticed the new point before his rival, towards which he rushed with all possible speed. Naruto had the same feeling as Kiba at first: something was wrong. The girls couldn't have been so wrong as to take a dozen meters to find the new spot. That's why the blonde rushed after Lee as if running away from Guy-sensei, who was playing another game of catch-up. That was why, obeying Naruto's intuition, Naruto overtook the beast in the approach to the flags with another jerk, used as many times as the skill recharge and the boy's position in space allowed. And that was why, noticing a sharp wooden peg flying towards his stomach, he set the trap gleefully with his left hand. After all, Guy-sensei uses a rather simple style, unlike Enko-sensei, who invents another military trick for every sparring session, and could not have endowed his student with the ability to react to such a sudden attack. "What was that, Naruto-kun?" Lee asked, restraining his injured comrade. "I wasn't warned that there would be traps along the route." "Because there weren't supposed to be," said the blonde reluctantly, pulling out a piece of wood embedded in his forearm. "And because it's not our route. I'll find out who hung the flags and I won't come out with bruises. So we're off the route." As the image of a bloodied Naruto was not unusual for Lee, after sparring with Tenten they were all covered in shallow bleeding wounds, the fat-haired man thought of more important information. Will it affect the results? Only if someone arrives earlier. Uzumaki pulled the wound with the bandages, without which he never left home. The situations, even in children's games, are different. However, we have deviated a bit from the route, so we have to adjust the direction a bit, and look for new points a bit far away. Understood. The beast took off from the spot, accompanied by Naruto's relieved look. The trap was set on him and Kiba, because few people knew about Lee's true abilities, and if something happened to the beast, it would prick his conscience, and then Guy-sensei would join in. Okay, the boy took less than a minute to cover his wound. It's time for me to go, or Kiba will manage to beat me. But no, they didn't. Naruto came in second to the finish line. He arrived and went straight to the exit, where he carried a first aid kit in his backpack. "It was me who showed up," the boy hummed as he watched a pissed off Ino and Hinata wallow in the mud with Sakura. "But there's nothing to be done, I'll have to separate them." "What's the fight about?" the boy inquired, as he pulled his friends away from the crying groupie. That thing," hissed the blonde. "She changed the route on purpose. We saw her and a couple of crazy girls like her coming back from the forest." A calmer Hinata began her story, though her voice was shaking. "So we decided to go and find out what they were doing there. And they removed the flags from our landmark and put them in a completely different place. And they had set a trap there. And the trap exploded. And there's blood all over the place. We built the route, so everyone would think it was us. What if the person who got caught in the trap died? That wouldn't be funny. And this one," Ino made another attempt to free herself. "And she was bragging about her successful revenge. You or Kiba will pay for what you said about Sasuke-kun. By the way." The girl noticed that Naruto was already next to them, which meant he had reached the finish line. "Did the race end? Who got hurt?" "Well, when I was coming here, it was just me and Lee." Naruto tried to turn away so his sleeve wouldn't attract too much attention, but Hinata noticed the red spots on his overalls. "It's you, isn't it?" Hyuga quickly grabbed her injured arm and examined the bandage. I'm going to get her, now. Calm down, both of you. He shouted to the girls who were heading back towards Haruno, and added a little quieter. I'll take care of her myself, in sparring for the official class. And don't think I'll be soft on her. If it wasn't for my training with Anko-sensei, the steak would be stuck in my stomach instead of my arm. Okay, Naruto-kun. Okay, Naruto-kun. The girls stopped tearing into the pink-haired girl, though their looks were promising. You're the victim, it's up to you, but in any case, we'll be happy to help you. Sasuke-kun's female companions and admirers hurriedly covered the frantic vigilante and dragged her towards the hospital, surrounding her with 2 rings of guards, so that the runners and judges returning from the finish line watched as Hinata cleaned her wound with the disinfectant, while Ino prepared a new bandage with a cotton swab soaked in healing ointment. Did you keep running? Kiba's first question was provoked by the sight of the bloody bandages lying nearby. In that state. Why? Naruto really didn't fully understand such a violent reaction. Both he and Kiba, yes, all the students at the academy, had been admitted to the hospital more than once after sparring training and setting traps. It's not a deep wound, it will heal in a couple of days. A couple of days. Inuzuka snorted. It'll take longer. A week at least. And who's going to beat up Sasuke in the meantime? I have a company secret, Naruto said conspiratorially. I disperse chakra before I go to bed, and in the morning I'm fresh and awake. Bruises dissolve and wounds heal. Really? Now all the kids seemed interested. Sure, smiled the blonde. Uzumaki Naruto guarantees it. You need a lot of chakra, but if it's just to tone up, any amount will do. And in general, ask your parents, they are experienced people, maybe they will advise you something more effective. That's all well and good, Atami was dissatisfied again. But you're dodging the question, how do you manage to run so quietly for 2 kilometers with a hole in your hand to accelerate, and then another 5 kilometers to the first aid kit? It's actually very simple, the boy checked the bandage and nodded gratefully to his friends. It depends on the attitude towards life, I personally call it life principles. Kiba, for example, sees life as a series of battles that he either wins or loses, which is not a bad way to look at it from the point of view of self-development. Lee, like Guy-sensei, is always shouting about the power of youth, and this is something like self-hypnosis, whatever is done in the name of the power of youth must succeed. And my principle is quite simple. I am alive as long as I can feel pain, and in this worldview, all kinds of injuries are nothing but further evidence of the correctness of the chosen path. I have learned to be patient. I can't say I understand what you're thinking, said Shikamaru. But I, too, have a vital principle. Given the number of people around me who want me to do things, the moments of doing nothing should be enjoyed to the fullest. It goes something like this. Life principle unlocked, do nothing. There are so many things to do around you that require your intervention that you simply don't have enough energy for everything. The health and chakra recovery rate and skill recharge time in recovery rest mode are increased to 300%. You can enter recovery rest mode at will if more than 1 minute has passed since the previous active action. Recovery rest mode allows you to gain additional skill and trait experience up to 30% of the current level. Equipment bonuses are not taken into account. Do you want to change your life principle? If a Shika with a similar principle intersperses rest with reading or segi, it's understandable why it's so intelligent. Naruto realized the reason for having 73 units of intelligence among other characteristics ranging from 19 endurance to 25 control. Yeah, snorted Atami. Is that how you're going to explain your idleness now, enjoying the few moments of relaxation? I don't have any of that, said Hinata, embarrassed. Ino nodded sadly. Well, it's no big deal, Naruto reassured the girls. You follow it anyway, even if you can't formulate it yet. And if you can't formulate it, then you can't set a clear goal. And principles can change. When I was 5, I thought all of life was pain, and then that simple principle led me to believe that the more pain I experienced now, the less pain I would have to experience in the future, so I started getting into fights on my own. But even when I'm fully settled with the current principle, I'm not going to stop fighting. After all, it's a regular reminder that I'm alive. That I'm a human being, not the emotionless demon those around me think I am. So that when I become a demon, I won't forget that I'm still human. Naruto would never say that, but it was the argument that had been firmly ensconced in his mind lately. I'm about to turn 10, and I have no idea what a strong emotional strain is supposed to be. No wonder what can happen when unlocking the Jinchuriki's path. The demon is real after all, and probably wishes to get out of the cage. The superstructure of the life principle, life is just life, has been unlocked. You've interacted with different people and learned what principles they live by. You have begun to understand the philosophy of life. Permanent reinforcement of the bonuses of the current life principle by 20%. Bonus of the principle. Pain means something. Reduction of the feeling of pain by 6%. By understanding the philosophy of life more deeply, you can get additional bonuses to the life principles. Wow, Naruto was surprised at such a message. Who am I supposed to become to fight and learn the philosophy of life? A shinobi monk of some sort. Life for the price of a kunai. Hey, kid. A cheerful Anko joined Naruto, who was concentrating on his textbooks. Stop it with those books. I have my final exam tomorrow, the blonde muttered, holding back a yawn. I have to study. You've been studying for 3 weeks already. The kunoichi was surprised. Do you doubt yourself that much? Then follow the advice of an experienced sensei, put down the book and distract yourself. With your constant rereading, you don't let the information settle in your head. In general, it is advised to spend the last day before exams not thinking about studying. If, of course, you have been preparing for these exams, but even in this case, the night before the exam is used to memorize the material, so that the information is not eroded or overlapped by some colorful dream. Okay, I digress. Anyway, stay away from the book, it's not going to help you. I want to be on a normal team, Naruto muttered. And you really think that's going to be affected by the results of your first final exam? Anko stared at the boy in astonishment. Really? And I thought you were smarter than. What? Naruto was indignant at the question. Tell me this exam doesn't decide anything. And why the first graduation? Of course it doesn't. Anko ignored the boy's righteous indignation. It's just for statistics, so sensei knows what areas you need to improve and what weaknesses you need to cover. For example, you have too little control, or rather, too much chakra, corrected the girl. And sensei, first of all, should load you with some techniques that are not limited in chakra infusion. The Great Burst himself can break a tree, or uproot it, she said, but you're a long way from the Great Burst. Shit. You've driven me out of my mind with your naive thoughts. I'm talking again. First graduation is called first graduation because for 2 more years, all graduating teams go on missions in and around Konoha, developing unity and teamwork. After 2 years, you will be given a team test in the form of a B-rank mission, and if you pass it, you will become full-fledged genin with the opportunity to participate in the Chunin exam, but until then, you will remain on paper academy students who received protectors. And what about the distribution? Naruto was not at all happy with this prospect. He wanted adrenaline and victories over evil Nukenins. Well, you were assigned a long time ago. Anko replied matter-of-factly. Sarutobi sensei has already certified the rosters, and your sensei has already been assigned to you. So don't worry, it's all taken care of. Don't worry. The boy jumped up. What if I don't like the equipment? Who cares what you like? Anko sensei's gaze became hard and piercing. You were assigned according to the trio's highest efficiency and maximum development potential, not randomly. And if the analysts decided that the maximum would be reached by having you in this team, then you won't get anywhere. The exceptions are the situations in Meidagai, when one of the Jonin takes a trainee and immediately chooses him a team, which he begins to prepare in advance, but that's all. So it beats the decision of the wise adults who have formed more than 100 teams. And what's the point of all this? Exclaimed the child. I don't know, admitted the kunoichi truthfully. Take it for granted. Ino Shika-cho is the 4th generation of the clan alliance, and no one is going to separate them. Hinata is a censor, like all Hyuga, and you are a pure fighter. You might get Kiba or Atami, as the former combines sensory with combat skills, and the latter is useful as an analyst and commander. Can I be killed? Naruto asked. Well, if efficiency demanded it. It has never happened in the history of the academy, said the sensei. There has never been a student hated by the vast majority of the villagers in the history of the academy, said the blonde. And what is this the first time for? They didn't tell me, the kunoichi scoffed at the comment. But think about it, where would you go, leave you for a second year? What if there's no one else? No, if money was spent on your training, then you have to work for it, and that means you'll have a team. That's comforting, the boy sighed sadly. 20 minutes ago he had been wondering which of his friends he would be lucky enough to be on a team with, and now it turned out that those dreams were doomed in advance. And who would have handled it better than the cute and moderately sarcastic Enko-sensei? The girl smiled. Indeed, Naruto played along. Who else but Enko-sensei would be able to lower a person's spirits into the abyss and then help them regain their sanity? You little brat. Feigning justified anger, Enko took the blonde in her arms and started tickling him. At least you're laughing, because you've been so serious lately, as if you were solving important world problems. Hey, said the boy, indignantly. I was making plans to conquer the world. That's the right thing to do, replied the girl, nodding her head. World wars will cease immediately, because all countries will have to unite to conquer the world. Uzumaki Naruto, the committee members looked at a pair of jellyfish-like figures that must have been illusory clones of the boy, took notes in their notes, consulted and made a final decision. The exam was not passed. He leaves the room and summons the next one. To say the boy was devastated is an understatement. Hasn't happened in the history of the academy, has it? Tears choked the boy, but he tried to hold on. What a blessing to be a pioneer in this field. I knew there was going to be some shenanigans. XO. Hey, Naruto. Came a voice from behind him. Wait up. Huh. The blonde turned around and saw an adult running after him. Mizuki-sensei. Phew. The taijutsu master wiped away an imaginary sweat. You've come a long way, I could barely find you. Did you want something? Naruto's tone became cold and impassive on its own. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing? Mizuki wondered, then slapped her forehead. Ah, you don't know that. You never fail the final exam at the academy. It's just that sometimes the committee may give a student an extra test. They try not to talk about those things, you know, no one wants to remember the feelings you're experiencing now. Me, for example, I was offered to jump over the village wall at night and find a contact in the woods, kind of like a stealth movement test in a protected area. You know what I mean. You mean there's also a special test for me. Although the boy found the triumphant light in Mizuki-sensei's eyes strange, he was now full of hope. Your task will be to break into the Hokage's office and take out a certain scroll, which you must take to a certain place. The scroll contains a technique, and if you do it quickly, you will be able to learn the technique. What are the details? The boy was excited. The guards will be relaxed, so you can enter, but they will be watching you, evaluating your skills. Sensei began to describe the task. You will recognize the scroll without problems. It will be behind the glass doors of the cabinet on the right wall. The fact that it is large. Don't pay attention to it, it's because of the difficulty of taking it out. Don't make mistakes, you can learn the technique. They'll start looking for you in half an hour, and if you hold out until dawn, they'll give you something else. And they'll give you a stomp at the end of the test, of course. That's great. The boy rejoiced. It was a believable story, and told in a full voice instead of a whisper, and it didn't arouse much suspicion. And when? Tonight, of course. Mizuki was surprised. Then I'm running to get ready. The blonde with the cheerful smile ran down the hallway. Run, run, fox. Mizuki's gentle smile was replaced by a predatory grimace. You're not destined to find out that your scroll will be on the table. He. And with the Hokage's secret technique scroll, I'll be welcome in any village. And if I bring 9 tails with me? The shinobi looked at the fleeing boy with an expectant face. Naruto, dressed in dark clothes and hooded jacket, entered the Hokage's office. Glass doors on the right, glass doors. Yes, there are doors. And there's also a scroll. Shit, it's locked. The boy fiddled with the lockpick and heard the long-awaited click. It was after midnight and he had just gotten the scroll he needed. And he still had to carry this cumbersome thing. Oh, no, there's a proper scroll harness. Then everything will be so much easier. Getting out of the tower was even easier than getting in, and if the boy hadn't made every crunch on the way to the Hokage's office, he would have reached his destination much sooner. Good thing the moon is hidden behind the clouds, the boy rejoiced, otherwise I'd be lighting up half the village with my white face. The guy who gave me the expired paint should have his ribs counted, that stuff stinks so bad I can still smell it. Since, according to Mizuki-sensei, the examiners would be watching him, there was no point in staying at the goal, so Naruto decided to go straight to the second point, hide so he wouldn't be found before dawn. There was a river coming out of the rock where the faces of the Hokage were carved, and as Uzumaki and company had discovered, if you crawled under a low ledge, you could enter a small cave with a waterfall. Atami had said that the water had gradually washed away a piece of rock. The 6 boys Akamichi couldn't fit under the ledge, and didn't want to get wet, were crammed in there, but Naruto alone should be comfortable. The side bags contained a waterproof mat and a flashlight for reading the scroll. So, the boy unfolded the scroll, and looked in surprise at the signs that appeared. Scroll of Secret Techniques of the Hokage open. Number of techniques, 26. Number of techniques available, 2. Number of techniques potentially available, 7. Holy cow! Marveled the boy. One thing I can't believe is that they're letting me carry around a secret techniques scroll as proof. He felt a strong urge to return the roll to its place and apologize, but curiosity made the boy glance at the techniques. It was clear why many of the techniques were inaccessible. First there were the techniques of the first, all of which required the unique genome of the wood elemental Mokuton predisposition. Then there was the research of the second, who, in addition to being the brother of the first, had also founded the academy and built the research building. Of all the techniques of the scientific genius, the boy had potential access to Infuin, a seal that accumulates chakra, and shadow clones, and multiple shadow clones were available. Third, the potential air blast and void trap, based on the air elemental were again noted, and fourth were seal of the 5 elements and spiral ball. Potential. Quarto's secret technique, for which he was nicknamed Yellow Lightning, Flight of the Thunder God, required a prone Raiden, and Naruto had to wipe off the drool that came out when he read the description of the technique. Clones are clones, the boy decided and began memorizing the sequence of seals. Then it remains for me to memorize all the possible techniques and rewrite them at home. Learned technique, shadow clones. From your own chakra you create a pseudo-material illusion that replicates your appearance and is capable of using techniques within the limits of the chakra embedded in it. Caution: the illusion has little stability and dissipates with any damage. With a high mastery skill, you can receive part of the illusion's memories. If a large amount of chakra is infused, the number of clones increases. The characteristics of the shadow clone depend on the amount of chakra used: minimum 45%, maximum 95%, taking into account equipment and skill bonuses. Learned technique, multiple shadow cloning. You create multiple pseudo-material illusions for your own disguise. Illusionary copies are weaker than normal shadow clones and cannot use techniques. Naruto doubled the required seals and froze. For the first time he needed to regulate the amount of chakra infused into the technique himself. The boy concentrated on a point near his solar plexus and took what he thought was a small drop from the sea of energy stored in his hearth. Shadow cloning. The cave was getting crowded. The small amount of chakra Naruto had poured into the technique was enough for 7 clones at once. The blonde froze, staring at the copies of himself crowding the small area. "Why are you looking like a sheep?" One of the clones broke the silence. "You wanted to memorize techniques, then memorize yours. Just looking at your face makes me ashamed of the stupidity of my original." "Huh," the boy looked at his copy in astonishment. "Bae," replied the clone in the same tone. "Read the scroll, I tell you. Maybe your vocabulary will become more diverse. Copy 00. Are you sure you're my copies?" Naruto looked suspiciously at the group of clones. "Of course you are, asshole. There was no telling what else the rude man wanted to say, because another clone shut him down. Quiet, brother, the new member gently held the clone who was trying to tell his original everything he was thinking, and when he stopped struggling, he turned to Naruto. Sure, we're your clones, but being your exact copies is boring. So now we each get into shared memories, choosing a certain line of behavior. This rude one seems to have chosen to continue your behavior with the Uchiha, while I'm more interested in girls. What? I can't even make my clones normal. The original Naruto marveled. What now, schizophrenia and nervous disorders? No, not at all. Said the third one. By the way, I am an intelligent Naruto. We are you, and all your thoughts are our thoughts. You know how sometimes you feel like shouting at everyone or, on the contrary, hugging everyone. And we act as emotional filters. Here is an angry person who now screams, squirms, and then you will feel better. And actually he's right. Read the scroll, you'll need it later. All right, the boy looked incredulously at his doubles, but memorized the information again. What are you going to do? I'm going to keep watch. The rude boy broke free from his grip. I don't want to see your face. So do we. All the clones, except the smart one, came out of the cave one at a time. I'm going to try the techniques. The clone shamelessly took up half of the boy's space on the mat. After all, I have less chakra and about the same control. Yes, nodded the original. He was beginning to understand what the clone meant when he said that his thoughts were his thoughts. He himself had thought of using cloning techniques, since it was one of the properties of illusions, but he planned to experiment later. Do you have a link to the others? It was in the description about getting a part of the memories. You haven't developed the ability enough yet. Smart shook his head negatively. Maybe, if I get some result and disperse, the others can vaguely sense something, but it will have to be checked and, as you understand, now is not the right time. Damn Mizuki. The reviled Naruto clone didn't bother doing things like experiments, he just did it. He made an illusion of the manuscript on a piece of wood, and then the clone started looking for a victim. Screw him, not the scroll. I'd rather break his bones. Here comes Naruto-kun. Mizuki, who was leaning over the injured Iruka-sensei, smiled in satisfaction. And even with the scroll. So, little fox, have you learned a lot? Enough, spat the clone, contemplating how to get out of the current situation. It would be enough to finish off a stupid traitor. Well then, prove something. The traitor looked relaxed, but inside he was prepared for any surprise. Prove. The clone had an idea. No, not like that, an idea. Come on. Massive shadow cloning. The clone put all the chakra he had into this technique and it dissipated, but it wasn't noticed against the hundreds of copies of Naruto, all with scrolls. That had appeared. But while most of the clones distracted Mizuki by pouncing on the traitor and dispelling his blows, a small number of them stealthily dragged Iruka-sensei away from the clearing. Naruto. When the sensei came more or less back to himself, he decided to warn the boy. Mizuki is a traitor. With your help, she decided to steal the scroll with the Hokage's secret techniques and escape from the village. Well, the fact of stealing it, we somehow found out on our own. Shrugged the clone carrying Sensei's upper body. His legs were held by another clone to keep them from dragging on the ground. But about running away. He won't get the scroll, for sure. We have to inform the Hokage. Iruka didn't pay much attention to the boy's words. And you must return the scroll. We will, came the voice of another Naruto from the side, as one of the shadow clones who had gone out to guard the procession. The original will read it now, and after dawn will deliver it directly to Sarutobi-sama. What you should be much more concerned about is your condition, sensei. Unfortunately, the boys are already running out of cargo. You're from the masses, aren't you? He asked the pair dragging Iruka along. They responded by nodding their heads. Very interesting. I'll have to find the original and share the news, but for now, let's look for a couple more brothers. Mizuki was furious. Not only had that little parasite managed to divert her attention with a huge number of clones, but he had dragged Iruka right under her nose. If he managed to get to any of the Jinchuriki with the radio intact, the entire scroll hunt would instantly turn into a hunt for Mizuki. The shinobi inspected the space around the clearing where the boy had tricked him. and finally found a pair of footprints. They wouldn't escape him now. And so it was. Only 2 minutes of fast travel, and a pair of blondes were already visible, hurriedly carrying away the wounded man. Hee hee. Mizuki said gloatingly. Now you won't get away from me. Without slowing down, the traitor launched several kunai at Iruka, but somehow incredibly the back of the blonde carrying the wounded man's legs appeared in the path of the projectiles, and that back was covered by parchment, into which the kunai stuck. The original, Mizuki decided, stumbled and fell on top of Iruka, causing the whole procession to become a huddle. But the demon child was not confused, and decided to repeat that trick again with 100 clones, but this time Mizuki did not take his eyes off the priority target, and Iruka stood out enough from the crowd of children. Too bad it didn't work for me the second time. Laughing, the traitor shouted, bursting through the disembodied clones straight at the target. A sword strike. And Iruka's figure was shredded by a pile of papers. Very familiar papers. Mizuki ran back, but now the clones had the task of delaying the explosive seals that had ended the life of one of the shadow clones. And they almost succeeded. The powerful explosion hit the traitor only on the edge, slightly damaging his arm, but the shockwave, which threw the shinobi right into a tree, and the sound itself, after which the place would soon be swarming with jonin who flocked to the explosion. There you go, demon. Mizuki laughed madly, looking at the clearly frightened Naruto. Oh no. Now he was sure of the originality of the boy in front of him. Huh. The original Naruto himself stared at the man who had managed to hide from half the jonin of Konoha until just before dawn, which was the time the boy had allotted himself before he could safely leave the cave. Mizuki-sensei. They haven't caught you yet. Ha. Laughed the future Nukenin hysterically. Ha 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 ha. Oh, no, Naruto, I didn't get caught. And even though you returned the scroll and delivered Iruka to the hospital, you still have something very valuable left. And it's worth over 100 scrolls. Wow. The boy was calculating his options, so there was no enthusiasm in his voice. Ah, yes, the traitor continued, smiling. The village's greatest asset is you, Uzumaki Naruto. Yeah, right, the blonde snorted skeptically. That's why I've been living in an orphanage, taking beatings and waves of love from the villagers. That's exactly how precious things should be treated. Don't you get it? Mizuki was having fun. You're the most powerful weapon in the village. Do you know the story of the nine-tailed fox demon's attack on Konoha? Do you really think a human, even as strong as the fourth, could destroy such a entity? Oh no, little beast, the demon was sealed. Sealed in a child. Guess who? Your bastard daughter. You oaf. Smiled the traitor. All this hatred the villagers have for you is because you carry inside you a demon that has killed many. Very well, the boy heard nothing new to him. What does this have to do with weapons? Because a Jinchuriki who has mastered the power of a sealed demon has incredible fighting power. The shinobi's eyes glittered greedily. But there's a small problem. If you die, the fox will break free. I know I can't get out of the village. So I'm going to kill you. It was a predictable outcome, but Naruto still took a while to block the blow that launched him several meters away. A mature and experienced shinobi was no 10-year-old. Even Lee, for all his monstrous strength, was about the same height and weight as Naruto, so they exchanged blows. And what kind of exchange of blows can you talk about when your legs are slightly longer than your opponent's arms? Any attempt to counterattack was easily interrupted by Mizuki. The reaction time of the adult shinobi was clearly faster than the boy could handle. And so it was. Naruto found himself pinned against a tree, with a frozen kunai at the boy's throat. My life may be worth less than a kunai now, but yours is worth even less. But your death. Oh. Your death will cost the village dearly. You're right about one thing. The boy hastily activated all his defense skills, hoping that it would prevent him from getting his throat slit, but the sharp metal on the back of his neck suggested something else, which Naruto stubbornly chased away. I only had one chance. Your life is worth less than a kunai. He kicked his foot into the tree trunk and jerk forward and upward. The kunai blade left a long scratch from his collarbone to his stomach, but that was secondary. Now at such close range, the boy simply couldn't miss. A knee to the chin, a kick to the shin as he landed, grabbing the arm with the kunai and trying to twist it or at least dislodge the weapon. Another kick to the already injured leg, knocking the unbalanced traitor to the ground, adding another kick to the head. Mizuki intercepted the boy's leg and pulled Naruto to the ground, trying to pull him underneath him, but one of his arms was damaged from the explosion, and the blonde was clinging to the other, armed with a kunai. The two bodies, adult and child, rolled in the grass, cursing and punching each other until, suddenly, the adult twitched and became mute. Naruto's gaze was lost on the kunai handle protruding from his former sensei's armpit, on his bloodied hands, on the rapidly pale skin of the dead man, on the green grass with red spots, on the following sign. Principle unlocked. Life at the price of a kunai. For a trained assassin, it makes no difference to kill a shinobi or a merchant, a daimyo or a peasant, because the life of his victims is worth as much as the kunai that killed them. Following this principle will provide you with a serious improvement in your characteristics, but the attitude of the people around you will change irrevocably. Some will call you a hero, and others, the devil, but remember that heroes easily fall from their pedestal. Do you wish to change the principle of life? A boring life. The next day, a pale Naruto entered the auditorium where the team tasks were being performed with a blank stare. The boy received a sympathetic look from Iruka and worried glances from his friends, but there was no chance to talk. The boy was late for the exit, so he took a free seat in the last row. Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji Sensei read the list again. Mentor, Sarutobi Asuma. The named trio, like their predecessors, made their way to the next room, where the Jonin mentors awaited their orders. Kiba, Hinata and Shino came out next, followed by Yamanaka Juman, Atami and Hyuga Setsuna, then a dozen more trios until finally the boy's name was called out. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Mentor, Hitaki Kakashi. Instead of spouting off about having undesirable elements on the team like Sakura did, the blonde got up and headed for the exit. When Sensei shows up, tell him I'll wait for him on the rooftop, and Naruto left the classroom. That night the boy did not sleep at all, because the Hokage and Enko Sensei, as a representative of the research department, took the boy in turn, and if the first, after learning all the details of the incident, let the boy go, Enko Sensei was engaged in grooming him. She even washed him, because the tired and shocked boy did not think to do it alone. And in just a couple of hours he had to go to the academy for distribution, and the obligation to attend an optional event in terms of team composition approved long ago did not improve the boy's mood. That's why the boy went to the roof. At the end of all the procedures aimed at normalizing at least the appearance of the boy, Enko Sensei handed him a scroll with a sealed recliner and entertaining literature. She said it would be useful to liven up the wait. Naruto realized the meaning of the phrase when he learned the name of his team's mentor. Hitaki Kakashi, aka Copy Ninja, was an old rival friend of Maida Guy, and the boy had learned a very unpleasant thing about his new mentor from his sensei. Copy Ninja was late for all events other than briefings or missions, and he was late for a long time. His bosses and peers were used to it, but now, as his mentor, Hitaki Kakashi would set his own meeting times. Naruto unsealed the recliner, set up the umbrella and made himself comfortable with a book from Enko Sensei's personal library. Come to Heaven, was written on the cover. Stupid Naruto. A furious Sakura stormed onto the roof. You've given Sensei a terrible impression of us. The last one to get up was Hitaki Kakashi, who was the last one to get up when he saw the boy, who was in shock from his first kill, sitting on a beach chair in the middle of the roof and smiling at Jiraiya Sensei's writings. Naruto, where did you get that book? Huh. The boy didn't take his eyes off the novel. It's from Enko Sensei's personal collection. She decided that this kind of literature would definitely get me out of the state I was in this morning. What do you think? For some reason, that was the first question out of my mentor's mouth. It's pretty funny, the blonde turned the page. Apart from the language, this series is, as far as I know, the only one representative of romance novels from a male writer's point of view. That's probably why these books are so popular. Well, and some scenes are described in great detail, yes. However, the Jonin hummed under his breath. But maybe you could take your mind off the book. Why? The boy's gaze roamed over the protruding gray hair, the imprint of his left eye, and the new teacher's mask covering the lower half of his face, and returned to the book. Kakashi was clearly confused. Knowing his classmates better. After all, they'll have your back. Would you really trust your back to people you don't know? Haruno Sakura is a psycho girl. Naruto began to share information. Uchiha Sasuke is a brat surrounded by a halo of drama. The kind of person I wouldn't trust to have my back, even if I knew her better than I did. For example, Haruno decided to set me up in the middle of a forest track with 6 other people running along it, and if it hadn't been for Kiba getting suspicious and making me suspicious, Rock Lee, who was running ahead of me, would have gotten a wooden stake through his stomach. In principle, Sasuke doesn't care about anyone, and he hates me personally because I'm the only one who can prove time and time again that the genius of the Uchiha clan is nothing but a weak girl. Trust them with my back? No way. They'll be the first to stab me in the back. I wouldn't even trust them with such a responsible job in case they're a couple of hours late. And the objections? Hitaki swallowed the boy's last sentence, as his tardiness might well have given him that idea. Sakura has been buzzing in my ears for 5 minutes about how you'd be an extra on the team. Well, she's a psychotic idiot, so what does she have to say? What's the point of discussing whether the team was approved? When? 3 months ago. By the way, what weaknesses did yesterday's committee find in me that you are supposed to be helping to reinforce or cover up? Mitarashi again. The Jonin sighed grimly. Sarutobi had really screwed him over with this team. Yes, the boy confirmed. I gave it to him the day before the exam. To take it easy on him. Okay, the mentor dismissed. But maybe you'd like to participate in the performance. What exactly do you want to know? The blonde finally broke away from the book, and even closed it, leaving a page. Name, age, likes and dislikes, well anything else at your discretion. Uzumaki Naruto, 10 years old. I like to surpass myself. The feeling when you surpass the next step is unforgettable and inexpressible. I don't like people who are not good with their heads, and my teammates also belong to this category. What else? Since I was 6 years old, I have been training with Lee, who is a kind of personal disciple of Maeda Guy, but Guy-sensei managed to get rid of his help in developing his personal style. Lee had just made progress, and they went back to training in secret. I've also been training with Mitarashi Anko for the past 2 years, and she has shared some useful skills with me, such as the ability to get a narcissistic creature to argue with me on favorable terms. Yes, Sasuke-kun. The designated Uchiha grunted at this treatment. I also know a bit about seals, the general method of blasting, and just useful symbols like barrier. Not bad, the mentor assessed the boy's skills. He was confused by the words about Mitarashi Anko. Kakashi knew his nature well and had even been involved in discussions a couple of times with predictable results, so now he looked at the book in the blonde's hands with different eyes. Pretty good for a 10-year-old. Who's next? Sakura. Haruno Sakura. The girl looked at Naruto's book with superiority. 10 years old. I like Sasuke-kun, I don't like stupid Naruto. I'm the best student in the class, and I have the highest rate of chakra control among my classmates. Uchiha Sasuke, the last member of the team, announced darkly. 10 years old. There are no likes or dislikes. Studying clan-style taijutsu, having an affinity for fire, knowing a few fire techniques, wanting to kill one. A brief glance at the Uzumaki lying down with the book, and the Uchiha corrects himself. 2 people. This is going to be a lot harder than I originally thought, the copy ninja sighed to himself. Well, he clapped his hands to get their attention. I've heard it all. Now let's get down to brass tacks. Is anyone, other than, as I suspect, Naruto, aware of what's in store for you in the near future? No. Well, that's what I thought. Then let me make it clear, for 2 more years, despite passing the first graduation exam, you will officially be considered students of the academy. What? Sakura was the first to speak. What do you mean, students, and the protector? Listen to me, the Jonin frowned. So these 2 years for the second final examination you will prepare for shinobi field work, to train in battle formation, to learn the tactics of working in trios, to carry out missions within Konoha, in general, to do everything possible so that in 2 years instead of 3 unskilled village children you will come out 3 well-made shinobi who won't die in the first skirmish with the enemy. And yes, they might not pass the second graduation exam. The disgruntled girl choked on her indignation. Well, that's it, Kakashi cut to the chase without hearing another round of shouting. Starting tomorrow and for an indefinitely long period of time, our daily routine will be as follows. At 8 o'clock in the morning we receive a mission and carry it out until 11:30. After the mission we go to the shooting range assigned to the team, where there will be a general training session, failing which you will go without lunch. Therefore, if you do not complete the mission on time, your chances of having lunch will be reduced. After lunch there will be time for showering, followed by individual and group training. Dinner and debriefing at 6 o'clock, and then we go home. Is the plan understood? Is the plan understood? Great. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., meet in front of the cage tower. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Naruto sat on the branch of a tree near the entrance of the tower and finished reading the first volume of the book he had thanked Enko-sensei for. The content of the book was not for children in some parts, but the impressions overcame the memories of the first murder. And that Jiraiya's humor was up to par. Sasuke-kun. A recognizable shriek sounded nearby. Good morning. HN, the Uchiha replied, fluttering in the sunlight, his ego preventing him from climbing a tree like the blonde. Where is that bully Naruto? Sakura answered herself without even trying to look around. Late, I guess, what kind of idiot is that, where's sensei? Peef. Sasuke nodded to Kakashi walking out of the building. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei. Greeted the girl. And Naruto still hasn't arrived. That fool must be late. Is he already? Hitaki averted his gaze from the girl to the blonde who was smiling in his book. Sakura, you got an F in situational awareness. Naruto was sitting on that branch when I entered the tower for our first mission. Baka Naruto. Haruno glared angrily at the boy who was engrossed in a book. Because of you I failed. Why are you so nervous, Sakura? The blonde boy marked the page and jumped towards the rest of the team. The whole academy knows that if you have an Uchiha around, you'll even miss the destruction of Konoha. Even sensei didn't understand how you managed to study so well. Enough arguing, the mentor cut the conflict short. The task is as simple as a stick. The Inuzuka ward needs workers to clean the dog enclosures. What? The hysterical team leader raised her voice again. Kakashi-sensei. How could you do this? I'm a girl. I can't clean the enclosures, I'm sure it smells so bad it'll take me all night to clean it. Well, Hitaki paused dramatically. You can refuse the mission, but then you won't be able to eat dinner. Even though you're a girl, diets should be familiar to you. Haruno looked down, her eyes filled with tears. So, are you going to participate or are you going to be patient? Kakashi decided to wait for a clear answer. I will, Sakura grumbled. You're going to what? Be patient. I'm going on a mission, sank the girl again. Good, nodded the mentor. And remember for the future, missions are not abandoned. One day I'll give you a demonstration of how mentors choose the missions of the day, and you'll realize that the most pleasant things go to the latecomers. And believe me, Sakura, the smell is not the worst thing that can touch us. For example, there are missions with specific schedules, and sitting all day with the youngest grandson of some important merchant means you won't be able to have lunch. Inuzuka's Ninken enclosures were not as scary as you might think from the name of the mission. The clever dogs couldn't stand strong smells, so there was a special waste area for them, restricted by seals, and children were not allowed near the valuable manure. The main task of the mission was to clean up the discolored wool and dirt dragged in from the street. So Naruto created shadow clones. This time two came out, one rude and the second who liked to talk to girls. All three succeeded, although the rude one managed to pick a fight with Sakura and tease the Uchiha, and the original Naruto sat in the shade, waiting to finish his book. Naruto! Sakura exclaimed upon seeing the blonde engrossed in his reading. Why don't you help us? Why should I help you? Naruto wondered, pausing in the description of the chase. There's 3 of us, the compound was split evenly, I did my part. So what else? What about teamwork? The girl was indignant. Have you forgotten what Kakashi-sensei said yesterday? Consider my stage of the mission completed, Uzumaki waved his hand. Now the success depends only on you. Go for it. But you have those clones. Almost whined the main groupie. What would it take for you to help us? I can teach you the order of the seals, said the boy. And in fact, if you worked instead of talking, you'd be much further ahead. Ha, the girl shook her head and began furiously scrubbing her part of the floor. You really don't want to help them? Asked the sensei standing nearby. Do you really want them to blame all those missions on my clones, arguing that they helped their classmates? The boy's gaze was fixed on his mentor's uncovered eye. No, sure, I can provide a couple of hundred clones who will not only clean up the compound, but also paint the lawn, but, tell me honestly. Will it do any good, for me, for them, or for the mythical teamwork? No, sighed Sensei. It wouldn't do any good. And why did I get this equipment? Naruto read the last page and cursed as he finished. Oh, shit. The open ending. I have to wait until tonight to ask Anko-sensei for the second volume. Did you really like it? Kakashi wondered. And some of the explicit scenes don't bother you? Really? The mentor nodded. They don't bother me at all. It's just that after reading this book, I don't have nightmares about killing the man who trained me for years. In a situation like that, I prefer explicit scenes to memories of blood gushing from a wound in the skin of a freshly dead man turning white before my eyes. I understand, Hitaki squeezed the boy's shoulder sympathetically. It's a pity that in my time, Jiraiya-sensei had not yet begun his work. After the first elimination mission, Minato-sensei took us on a drinking binge to calm the sickening feeling of warm blood on our hands. We were 13 years old then, we were also children, but older than you. You were a student of the fourth. The blonde was surprised. How cool. Did he teach you to be late? With the flight of the Thunder God, I could be in another part of town in a jiffy. Where did you come from? The scroll. The boy nodded his head. No, Sensei did not use flight within the confines of Konoha. It is still a combat technique, and requires training. I see, Naruto thought, watching as the Uchiha and Haruno continued to rake the floor of the compound with their brooms. How did you and Gai-sensei meet? Back at the academy, smiled the Jonin as he reminisced. I was an arrogant idiot then, almost like Sasuke. The son of a hero. And Gai back then was a lot like the Lee of now, plus his father was the Eternal Genin, as everyone called him. But Gai was a persistent guy and developed very fast, and very soon he became an example for our group, and I took a back seat. Then my father was accused of betraying the interests of the village, for being the sole survivor of the team, and I went from being the son of a hero to the son of a traitor. It was Gai who kept me from retreating into myself. It turned out that he thought I was his rival, and he had worked hard for it. He had set me up for our first competition, who could slap me the hardest. He realizes that we gave it to each other and therefore refused to accept defeat. It ended with a concussion, 4 days in the hospital and a first draw, but Gai managed to distract me from my gloomy thoughts. How nice. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. It's great to have a friend like that. Aren't you and Lee like that? Kakashi wondered. I thought that since you've been training with him since you were 6, you'd have the same relationship. No, the blonde's gaze faded. I was just lucky enough to join the training. I gave Beast his nickname, and Gai-sensei didn't like it very much, and I managed to keep myself in line. It was my words that led Gai-sensei to think about selecting an entire team for his student. So it turned out that he was training his own team, and I was the extra fourth. It turned out that I was the only one who could take the Beast's blows well, because Neji and Ten were not strong men, but still I was the fourth for Gai-sensei, and a temporary partner for the others. Besides, his youth force wasn't my thing. So you went to Anko. I needed a teacher because Lee, Neji and Ten were starting individual programs, and I couldn't even feel chakra then, so we met. How did you put up with someone like that? Sighed the Jonin. She can't live without his double entendre jokes. But she's positive, if lighthearted. You can never have too much positivity. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura came running toward them. We're done. A familiar pain. Well, since we're done, it's time to go to the shooting range. The mentor looked at his watch. It's 15 minutes past 12, so team practice is shortened by 15 minutes. Sakura immediately threw an accusing look at Naruto, to which he didn't even pay attention. Okay, Hitaki sighed. Let's turn in the mission now, then we'll buy their lunches and go to the shooting range. He got the stamp on the scroll and 100 ryo as payment fairly quickly. To his surprise, there had not yet been any further conflict between the team members, but he had a hard time with the lunch. On the one hand, he had to bring something cheap and nutritious, because the kids were probably not used to the future workload except Naruto, and that was not a sure thing, and on the other hand, the chance that they could have lunch was very small, and he had to choose something that Kakashi could eat 3 copies at once. He was distracted from his difficult choice by a crunching sound behind his back, when Naruto started to gnaw on a big juicy apple. Naruto, asked the copy in a promising tone. What are you eating? The blonde twirled the fruit in his hands. An apple. Does it spoil your appetite before eating? Kakashi continued in the same tone. Mitarashi again, but the eyes of Haruno and Uchiha were a mixture of puzzlement and envy. The boys didn't really believe in their chances to have a proper lunch either. You're also undermining the team spirit of your teammates. It's not good. As your sensei, from breakfast to lunch or dinner, if you can't eat lunch, I forbid you to eat. The boy took one last bite, managing to chew almost half of the pulp, and threw away the stump. Then, after chewing, he defiantly took out Akamichi's nutritional pill from his bag and popped it into his mouth. It's to increase the effectiveness of the training. You wouldn't want us to get depressed, would you? Jonin gritted his teeth, but calmed down immediately. This was exactly the same way Mitarashi used to behave when. Most of the time. No, there was a reason Naruto was talking about Enko's lessons. He seemed to have learned to play on the nerves of his interlocutors, discovering the limits of what was permissible. Akamichi pills are also forbidden, Naruto found something to say. All of them. If used frequently, they create addiction, and if used too often, they cause diarrhea. Do you think you'll have fun if you have to sit on the toilet after every pill you take? And you'd be itching to take another pill. There has been precedent. Haruno turned pale, then blushed and ducked her eyes to the floor. The Uchiha looked at the blonde with superiority. Naruto himself calmly finished his pill and smiled slightly. Hitaki sighed once more. And then another, realizing that sad sighs would soon be firmly on his list of habits. After quickly paying for 3 servings of something herbal and vitaminized, the Jonin led his pupils to Training Ground 7. It was not far. The training grounds for the academy students were located on the inner side of the wall surrounding the village. When his pupils reached the rank of genin, they would have access to the normal training grounds with forests, rivers, rocks. In the meantime, a flat area with short grass awaits them, fenced off from the neighbors by several meters of dense bushes and various trees. This is your second home. Kakashi circled the standardized ground, where the only remarkable thing were the 3 ironwood multi-purpose sticks stuck in the ground. You have 15 minutes before the training starts, so you can take a look. The mentor himself walked over to the pillars, and placed a large square alarm clock on the center one, whose hands read 12:01. The children following him swallowed another hint that they had missed the deadline for their mission. The alarm clock will go off at 1 o'clock to mark the end of the team's training. The mentor continued to introduce the children to their new routine. From 1 to 2 o'clock they have time for lunch and a visit to the public baths located a dozen meters away. Admission is free for academy students. At 2 o'clock everyone must report to the firing range. Over the next few weeks you will train in a general program to learn the necessary skills, such as walking on trees and the surface of the water, or moving overhead. Without these mandatory skills, you will not be able to take the graduation exam. And, Naruto, the mentor, distracted by the shadow clones moving around the training ground, noticed that one of them, accidentally, dropped some leaves on the grass. Before we start training, please remove all the trash from the training field with the help of your clones. The boy showed no signs of being uncomfortable with the request or with the fact that his plan had been revealed, but simply waved his back and one of the clones dispersed, creating another 100 clones in its place. It's more effective that way, the boy explained to Sensei's questioning gaze. They have about the same control, but much less chakra, so a clone has about 15% more clones, en masse, for the same amount of energy. I was playing with some new techniques last night and discovered this by chance. That's right, nodded Kakashi, who also knew the shadow clone technique, but preferred not to use it too much because of the excessive chakra expenditure. The committee has paid special attention to your control, but I assure you that in our training you will improve it as much as possible. I am even allowed to use some rather rare techniques that require equally rare ingredients. Although I must warn you that your chakra reserve will hinder you at first. Walking on vertical surfaces and on water requires quite a high control factor. The minute hand of the alarm clock jumped to the number 3, and Kakashi perked up dramatically. Let's get started, he clapped his hands cheerfully, and then reached into his bag, pulling out 2 bells, which he hung defiantly from his belt. Your task will be to get the bells. Whoever gets them will get lunch. But there are only 2. Said Haruno indignantly. Of course, nodded the Jonin. If there were 3, I'd take 4 meals, I need to eat too. One person will still be tied to this pole here, Sensei patted the alarm clock stand. And the fellows who succeed will eat in front of it. And if none of you can get the cow. There's a reason there are 3 poles. The children gulped, just for a moment imagining they would have to watch their sensei eating his lunch in front of them, but then their behavioral reactions took over, and the Uchiha was once again unwaveringly arrogant, Haruno torn between adoration for Sasuke-kun and anger at Naruto, who kept his gaze fixed on his mentor. You must realize, the Jonin continued, enjoying the reaction of his pupils. You must realize that you and I are on completely different levels, so you must attack me with the desire to kill. Sensei, Uzumaki interrupted him. Don't say such things. A Jonin may not be a Chunin, but no one is immune to accidents. Peef. Sasuke showed his attitude at the blonde's stupidity. Baka Naruto. Sakura supported her idol. Don't talk nonsense. What can you do to sensei, you weakling? Well, thought the boy. Kakashi-sensei is responsible for our safety, so I can start breaking your bones, Sakura-chan, like in that training session, remember? And wait for him to intervene. The pink-haired girl began to pale quickly. She was very diligently chasing away the feelings she had experienced when Naruto had first gone out to train with her after that unfortunate trap in the forest. Mizuki-sensei knew the reason for such cruelty, and did not interrupt Naruto while Sakura was still in a condition to be transported to the hospital. According to him, it was a punishment for a trap that had been failed, not for trying to kill a classmate. If you set a trap, he then said. If you set a trap, make sure it's the target and not someone else, otherwise the whole mission could be on the verge of failure, and Naruto-kun had just shown you what a mission on the verge of failure was. Enough talk. Kakashi said, slightly dumbfounded. What kind of relationship are you two having? Time's running out. And, Naruto, you're not going to break Sakura's bones. Unless the situation calls for it, nodded the boy. Oh, Kami. The soul howl was accompanied by another sigh. What have I done to be so bad to be touched by these particular children? Not for being late, really. The punishment doesn't fit the crime. So, are you ready? 3 nods were his answer. Here we go. It took a second for the neighborhood to fill up with Naruto clones, covering the departure of the original and his 2 co-commanders, but Kakashi was a Jonin, so he could easily distinguish the 3 glowing chakra spotlights in the middle of all this commotion, and thus easily track the hidden kids. Here Naruto called shadow clones, who provided another wave of clones en masse, under cover of which one of the clones put Sakura's appearance on the original. Don't forget to tell them that experienced shinobi can sense chakra, the mentor mentally noted. It's very suspicious when the weaker-looking girl shines so brightly in the sensoriums. The Uchiha made a couple of successful substitutions to the sensei's rear, but his bloodlust gave him away. Instead, the real Haruno was perfectly controlled, but her appearance completely unmasked her against the greenery of the bushes. I'd like to start with her, Hitaki thought as he looked at the pink top of her head protruding through the bushes. But then Naruto will know that his illusion is already ineffective, and the whole learning effect will be lost. The Uchiha, on the other hand, isn't going to take any action yet. Waiting for me to open up. Well. Uzumaki in Sakura's disguise successfully disguised himself as a bush. Another illusion in some twigs with leaves in his hair for tactile verisimilitude. Stealth was literally increasing in front of his eyes, but still, when his mentor appeared in front of him, heading in his direction, the boy realized that he had been exposed. The only hope he had was to use reincarnation, which, according to the academy, he could not use. He did not know that the information about the clones, repeated changes of appearance during the incident with Mizuki was also available to Sensei, nor did he know that such information existed. Sensei stopped almost at the bush and started looking around, searching for something. Sakura, how did you get so much chakra? XO. Naruto realized that he had been exposed. No. His disguise wasn't effective to begin with. I thought only Hyugas could see chakra. A sharp jerk forward, an attempt to bend the seals, and his right arm ends up broken behind his back. You hid very well, Naruto, the sensei behind him informed him. Only visually, of course. And the fact that you chose to look like the weakest member of the team also plays in your favor. But your sensory abilities are so strong that your visual disguise is ridiculous. Your chakra reserves are such that no matter who you disguise yourself as, even a crippled invalid, any experienced shinobi will consider you a prime threat. Not even that, with your chakra reserves under reincarnation, you will be mistaken for a jonin in disguise. You wouldn't want the enemy to start preemptively killing you with some powerful technique, considering you an experienced and dangerous foe, would you? Long live secret missions. The boy thought sarcastically. All the ones they won't send our team on. And what the hell do I need this stealth for? Although at higher levels there might be something to hide chakra. Kakashi ended up tying up the first victim, turning the guy into a pupa caterpillar, and suspended him just above the bush where he had caught him. Naturally, Naruto couldn't get out without help. His habits didn't allow him to leave his opponent behind without disarming him. It was Sakura's turn. Strangely, the girl had remained in the same place the whole time. Suspecting the presence of traps, Hitaki decided to cast genjutsu on the girl, and then she would pick up the traps herself. A light spurt of chakra, the girl flinches, turns her head to the side. And faints. How strange, the mentor mused, dangling another chrysalis from the tree branches. The message seemed to be that Sasuke needed help, so why did he faint then? To give them a few lessons in mental defense. Well, Sasuke, you and I are the only ones left. Hitaki looked up and smiled, looking directly into the black eyes of the Uchiha cloaked in that same tree. For the heir to a great clan, you're too indecisive. Jump. Sasuke launched a barrage of punches, which Hitaki merely fended off, and then tried to perform a deft combination, blocking both of his sensei's hands, but instead of the coveted bells he received a counter-punch. Without the Sharingan awakened, none of these moves is a coherent system, reasoned Hitaki, who had seen the Uchiha's representatives in combat more than once. And Naruto was right when he said Sasuke's punches were too weak. By the way, where are his elemental techniques? Fire element, giant fireball. Sasuke also thought it was time to get serious, so a ball about a meter in diameter flew out from the bushes towards Sensei. And his brother at the same age had a diameter of 5 meters, Kakashi shook his head as he went underground. And I don't know if it's him doing the technique wrong, or the chakra difference. Sasuke, who was concentrating on blowing fire chakra, was not prepared for a hand to come out of the ground and drag him down, so the last member of the team was stuck up to his neck in the narrow shaft of the earth decapitation, the final part of the technique, which actually decapitates the victim. Kakashi did not perform, but still, with his arms pinned at his sides, the boy had no way to get out. The mentor took another 5 minutes to tie his wards to the poles. The sight of the frozen minute hand at 7 o'clock made the Jonin feel sad. 20 minutes was enough to incapacitate 3 academy-educated boys who didn't even try to work as a team. It's not only bad, Kakashi started to reprimand the bound boys. Everything is terrible. No, it wasn't bad at first. Naruto managed to cover the whole team, and that's a plus, but you probably didn't think about that, and that's a minus. Why were you hiding? You can't hide with that much chakra, and I don't think Guy taught you that. Are you suggesting I fight in the open next time? Naruto asked crestfallen. With a Junin. I couldn't even beat a Junin, let alone you. We'll talk about that later. The adult shinobi recognized the correctness of the boy's words, but now he just needed to show his weaknesses. Sakura. You have done exactly nothing. Moreover, while I was busy with Naruto, you didn't even try to change your position. Besides, I suggest you cover your hair with something less colorful if you want to remain invisible among the bushes. The girl couldn't say anything in her defense, she just looked at the Uchiha quizzically. Now Sasuke, the mentor, turned to the last member of the team. You decided to face him directly, but it's not in your hand to fight the Jonin one-on-one. Naruto already said it, so that's a disadvantage, and you didn't even think about freeing your teammates who could have helped you to get the bells, and that's also a disadvantage. The look on the Uchiha's face said that the guy still hadn't given up and would definitely try again. And finally, teamwork. Disgusting, Hitaki summed up. The only example of teamwork was Naruto accidentally helping the two of you, after which you scattered to different corners. I remind you that this training is called teamwork for a reason. But you said yourself that one of us would be tied to a pole. Sakura was outraged. What kind of teamwork are we talking about? For now, I'd be fine with you guys getting together and starting to think and make plans. We could play rock, paper, scissors, and the loser. But do it as a team decision, not trying to get your own lunch. What more missions can we talk about if you can't even agree? All in all, the boys hung on the poles until 2:30, after which Sensei untied the ropes and pointed in the direction of the bathhouse. Should be plenty of time for a shower. Sasuke had washed and dried himself. Naruto was gleaming with wet hair but had managed to change clothes, but Sakura was wet as a mouse, because she couldn't wash off the dirt or rinse her hair of stuck twigs and leaves or bugs, if you don't mind Kami. During that time. At least not at one time. Let today be a day you'll remember for a long time, Hitaki decided. Now that everyone is here, it's time to get started. He led the children to the nearest tree. Today we will begin to learn how to walk on vertical surfaces. I'm going to demonstrate. Jonin approached the tree and placed his foot on the trunk to the surprised gaze of his pupils, and then began to walk upwards. When he reached the lower branch, the shinobi walked down it a few steps with his head down. Somehow, Hitaki unhooked his legs and turned deftly in his fall, and returned to stand in front of the children. To climb up the tree trunk, you have to release some chakra through the feet, so that the foot doesn't come off, but also so that it doesn't push through the bark. What if I go through the bark? Uzumaki immediately asked. I mean, what's the problem if I can climb through the branch? Well, imagine this. Kakashi started to recall some curiosities from the past. You're running away from your pursuer and at one point you decide to climb a tree and climb a few tens of meters up the branches to lose track of him, and your opponent, instead of losing you and staying behind for a while, notices those strange holes in the trunk you were climbing through and just follows the tracks on the branches. You also have to be able to anchor yourself to the surface to move along the upper paths. Or maybe the tree is rotten and you fall through the knee right in the middle of a fight. Or maybe the wall of a house is too old, and your careless use of chakra not only causes you to lose your footing, but tons of stone to fall on you. The options are many. The blonde sighed heavily, realizing the difficulties that would await him in the process of mastering the skill. You'll also need this, 3 kunai stuck in the ground in front of the children. On each run, mark the height of the climb. As soon as you can reach the lower branch without using your hands, we'll move on to more difficult things. The pain demon. Hey, Naruto. Be careful. They might be poisoned. Kakashi-sensei was distracted from interrogating the 2 Kurigakure no Sato Nukenin who had suddenly appeared in the middle of the Rank C mission, and shouted at the blonde who was carefully examining the pair's weapons, 2 monstrous-looking gauntlets linked by a sharp linked chain. Don't worry so much, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei replied, more concerned about what he was seeing than the cheers of his teammates. They're definitely poisoned. Universal base for Uzumaki combat gloves modified with heavy armor segments. This inscription alone made the boy's gaze literally fixate on that strange monstrous weapon. But then there was another feature that made the boy salivate profusely. Any universal Uzumaki armor base has a growth effect, which allows the artifact to adjust to the size of the wearer. This was exactly what made Naruto determined to get his hands on this trophy at all costs, even if he had to give up some of the loot in favor of the others. It's hard to have a normal outfit at the age of 12. The body is still growing, which means all those ring webs and other joys need to be changed or redesigned almost once a month, and buying clothes is a total waste, and suddenly he finds a treasure he can wear for a lifetime. Carefully putting on the artifacts, the guy felt a slight outflow of chakra and a pleasant squeeze. In addition to the reduction in size, he also reduced his weight, thanks to the ability, Heavy Carrier, and there was a new message. Equip the universal base for Uzumaki combat gloves. Do you wish to remove the modification segments? So, if at the beginning it was written about modification with heavy armor segments, it means, do I wish to eliminate all that monstrous and uncomfortable heaviness? Naturally. As soon as he agreed, the metal part of the gauntlets began to crumble, almost hitting the feet of the boy who had jumped back in time. And at least the claws were indeed poisoned, and Naruto was left standing with the symbols embroidered on the woven universal base in his hands. Naruto. Came the voice of Sakura, who was still a fool in the blonde's opinion, but was becoming more cautious for fear of offending the boy. What have you done? Ignoring the girl and the strange buzzing of the sensei, Sasuke was still defiantly ignoring his co-commanders outside of combat situations. The boy walked over to a pile of metal parts and picked up one of the spiked plates. Chakra conducting iron armor segment. Weight, 300 grams. The rest of the pieces were similarly described, except for the sharp claws, covering the outermost phalanges of his fingers. There were seals to contain poisons. Naruto could barely make out the fine lines carved into the dark metal, and had no idea what tool had been used to make them. Naruto wrapped a hand around a handful of segments. I'll take these. I'll cover it with my share of the loot or pay for it later if it's not enough. What do you need this pile of junk for? Wondered Sakura. Or is it because you broke them? Sakura, don't open your mouth, at least you look smart. She blushed at such words and turned away. Everything is chakra-conducting iron. Even if it's just melted, there's about 10 kilos of it, and if you make weapons out of it. Tezuna-san, do you have a blacksmith in your village? Huh. The old bridge builder, whose escort was the target of the mission, interrupted his wary glance towards the Nukenin who had attacked him. Yes. But he doesn't forge weapons, only tools for repair or something like that. Good. Naruto nodded and began sealing his trophy on a scroll. He still had yet to understand the poison seal and how flat seals were applied to three-dimensional surfaces. Then, when you get there, explain to me how to get to it. Naruto, the sensei now entered the conversation and the group tensed. I'm not sure we should continue with this mission. What? A single word was uttered with surprise, indignation, arrogance and apprehension. But why? The C-rank mission ordered by Tezuna-san ended as soon as those two Kiri Nukenin jumped on us. Now it's a B-ranked mission, and we can return to Konoha with our boss. But let's find out a few things first. Tezuna-san, these two, known as the Demon Brothers, were chasing you, and I have a suspicion that you withheld some information when you submitted your application. Really, Shinobi-san? The bridge builder turned white. According to the agreement with your administration, the mission will be paid for by the daimyo of the Wave Country when the bridge is completed. When I showed up, I didn't know that Gato had so much extra money to send Shinobi after me. I swear it by all the kami. Gato. Hitaki rolled the name he heard on his tongue. Isn't that the Gato who owns the Gato Shipping Corporation by any chance? That's right, Shinobi-san, Tezuna nodded. He took over our area, wiping out all competition, and became a shipping monopoly. Because of him, our country is getting poorer every year. That's why we started building this bridge, to be able to trade and travel normally. And one of the richest men in the world doesn't like it when you put your hand in his wheel, muttered the Jonin. I wonder why he didn't just destroy what was already built. There have been cases of arson, the old man admitted. That's why I came to the Fire Nation in the first place. I needed treated planks and timbers, and you also have a special concrete that is much lighter than its counterparts but even stronger. In that case, we will now decide whether to continue with the mission, Kakashi informed the bridge builder. You must realize that the mission is becoming too dangerous for the children. In that case, a more suitable team will be sent to replace us." "No way." Naruto was indignant. "Sensei, it's already been the 2 years you promised for the second exam. And you want us to miss the chance to finally become official genin." Sasuke and Sakura muttered in agreement, as the blonde continued to insist. "This Gato may be incredibly rich and can hire all the new Kenin in the world, but he needs time. Right now, we're being attacked by these two Chunins at best. There may be others after them, and a few more, but by then we'll be able to dig in and work from defense in the prepared territory. You realize that if the hired Chunins haven't worked together for at least 6 months, it will take time to figure out the hierarchy, then a plan of attack, then reconnaissance. And they still have to be found and brought in." "You say that very well," Kakashi said skeptically, "but you're missing one thing. Right now we only need 2 Jonin-level opponents. I can take care of one of them, but the second one will be a problem. You're no match for him, and I'll be knocked down in no time." "I'm in favor of moving on," shrugged the blonde. "If you feel more comfortable, you can send a request for help, but personally I think the analysts chose our team as the most qualified to complete the mission. The others have already passed their exams, and the Hokage-sama said he had a mission for us. The first mission in 2 years that requires us to go more than 10 hours away from the village, by the way. Did you ever think that the analysts might not have known?" Kakashi hesitated. "If the analysts don't know, then it's the intelligence's fault, and our intelligence won't allow such blunders. In that case, let's move on. Now I'll send a report to the village, informing them of the change in mission rank, and let them react on their own." "What did the stiffs say?" Naruto asked. "It took you 2 hours to interrogate them." "Nothing, basically," said the Jonin. "The mission was to intercept the old bridge builder, and they hadn't been warned about the shinobi, so they had set a stupid trap. Yes, it's been so hot for 2 weeks that there are already rumors of drought, and there's a puddle in the middle of the road." The blonde let out a chuckle and started packing. The others had been ready to leave for some time, but the guy decided to take an unplanned break. "You just take off their clothes. The money, it's not lying on the road. They're lying on the side of the road as they're being taken away by their former owners, yes. These 2 years have been very, very productive, and also monotonous and tedious for Naruto and the team. After the team mastered walking through trees and over water, as well as moving, overhead, Kakashi moved on to the really individual stuff. Sakura, as the owner of a small reserve of chakra and incredible control, had a choice, Genjutsu or Irioninjutsu, with the mentor himself insisting on the second option with additional study of the first, because the team of fighters without a doctor is bad, and Sasuke will be able to deal with illusions when he activates his eyes. For Sasuke, numerous sparring sessions awaited him with his sensei, who intended to push the Uchiha to the limit of his current capabilities, to reach the conditions in which he awakens the Sharingan. Naruto, for his part, was, as sensei had promised, performing control duties. For the boy who left holes in the tree bark and fell into the water up to his knees, a special order had been given by his mentor to determine a place for further training. Kakashi created in 3 moves a 3x3 by 2 meters pool on the training ground, in the center of which the blonde was to meditate. The skill, walking on water, was rapidly gaining levels, until, finally, at the 50th level it was not possible to transfer it to passive mode. 3 months it took the boy to start the meditation itself, but even during that time, the control increased by 13 units, and the consumption of chakra became fixed, instead of depending on Naruto's own sensations. By that time the skill improvements allowed the blonde to not only walk, but also to run on the surface of the water, and the agitation of this very water did not bother him at all. And, of course, from the 10th level Naruto was able to sit in the water and in fact, to use the skill with any part of the body which was required of him by Kakashi. 2 months later, when Sakura already had the Mystic Hand technique, an initial healing technique that seriously increased the speed of healing wounds, and Sasuke had gained combat experience and mastered a new fire technique, Fire Element, Phoenix Blossoms that produced 24 small fireballs instead of one large one, Naruto abandoned all that meditation and stole a floating tray from the hot springs, adapting it to draw seals. Drawing precise lines on a sheet of paper on a rather unstable surface for calligraphy increased control much more effectively, especially since sitting on water did not develop it. It was then, while struggling with the wobbly stand, that Naruto discovered a new stamp master ability. Beginner Copier increased the probability of successfully copying a simple seal by 15%, and Advanced Understanding of Essence. Naruto was surprised when, having reached the 10th level, he did not have the opportunity to strengthen the skill, but it turns out, you need to open new skills of the tree, allowed for 4 days not only to copy, but to learn how to create a sealing scroll, on which the boy so long agonized. In addition, he also learned to understand the essence of the explosive seals he already knew, which increased his ability and speed of filling by 20%. After the seal of sealing, which was a universal seal, the specialized food scroll and weapon scroll passed through Naruto's hands, but not even Kakashi, with his connections in the Anbu, could obtain the prison scroll, which was a rare and strictly accounted item. Naruto had also discovered the beginner seal builder, which allowed him to construct new simple seals from known items based on his own experience. Naruto's current experience gave him a 15% success rate, 80% failure rate and 5% energy explosion rate. Thanks to this ability, the blonde turned the protective cloth, the same piece of paper with 23 barrier symbols, into a more convenient variation, small barrier seal, creating the same circular shield half a meter in diameter, but now without the constant chakra feed and with the ability to be activated from a distance. And thanks to this same ability and the success of the first 2 experiments, the small smoke seal was also successfully created. Naruto was nearly killed when he activated a blade with a non-standard explosive seal. Instead of fire, it was sound. The air shockwave generated by the sound was accompanied by such a cacophony of noises of different ranges that the blonde boy's eardrums burst and multiple internal bleeding began, and had it not been for Kakashi-sensei, who along with Uchiha at the other end of the range was almost unaffected, the boy might not have survived the ordeal. The boy also discovered, quite by accident, that the Jinchuriki path lock had been lifted, but there was no new tab in the characterization book that the original window was slowly turning into, nor was there any message saying so, and all the path skills, depicting a spider web instead of a tree as in Master of Seals, reported that unlock conditions have not been met. But now at least they could be seen. 8 skills in the outer circle, the smaller the circle, the more already unlocked skills needed to be unlocked, and in the center, safe full circulation. The outer skills were Veil, Demonic Fountain, Duplicate Kirakuke, Demonic Blood, Beast Traits, Controlled Immersion, Beast Instincts, and Beast Reflexes. Shroud creates an extra protective layer of demonic chakra, reducing damage, but the rate of increase of some rage in this state is increased. Demonic Source gives access to demonic chakra in addition to the individuality bonus. One could say that the guy would have a second chakra scale. Duplicate Kirakuke creates exactly that, a second chakra circulation system different from the human one, which in addition to protecting against Hyuga's Jujukan increases the body's chakra conduction. Demon's Blood burns poisons. Animal Traits slightly alters appearance, temporarily lengthening nails, claws, and fangs and increasing damage and survivability. Controlled Immersion allows you to enter your subconscious to talk to a demon on your own. Animal Instincts increases the reaction speed of the mind, and Animal Reflexes increases the reaction speed of the body. Naruto roughly divided these abilities into covers, chakra, body, instincts, and dialogue, and the names justified themselves. Covers evolved from the initial tail list to the 9th tail, allowing a gradual increase in the level of conscious control, and here Naruto didn't quite get the point, but unlike safe total conversion, leaving Naruto's own body severely damaged after the reverse transformation, chakra dealt with changes in the Jinchuriki's chakra-system, body combined all sorts of physical transformations. Instincts dealt with the mind, and dialogue helped gain control over it all by negotiating with the demon. In theory, it was unclear why the skills were never unlocked, though the conditions for unlocking them were missing from the development path description, which meant that the events with Mizuki's murder were classified as severe emotional strain, but not strong enough to. What? So the guy kept developing control, creating seals and drooling over such a useful ability as communicating vessels, which allows you to change the amount of chakra available, then passing some of yours to the demon or, conversely, taking some of his chakra. It was not mentioned anywhere, but according to the description, this ability opened before Naruto any avenue of development and skill except Irionanjutsu, because demonic chakra is not suitable here, requiring a certain ratio of control and chakra. Demon of Pain. Part 2. How long did you say it would take us to swim? Naruto asked the boatman in surprise. 2 hours, Shinobi-san, repeated the old man again. 2 hours on the oars. What would that be in a straight line? 10 kilometers. No, Shinobi-san, the boatman shook his head in surprise. It's only 6.5 kilometers, it's hard enough rowing at sea with such a heavy load. Tezuna, who had arranged the transportation before leaving the land of waves, ignored his old acquaintance's indignation at the number of passengers. Wow, the construction of the century. Whistled the blonde. Tezuna-san. Tezuna-san. How many people are working on the bridge? Before I left, we had 300 workers. The bridge builder raised his chin proudly, showing the importance of the bridge. That's. The boy was calculating something in his mind. The span is 300 to 500 meters, the supports will have to be enlarged. That's a year's work. Kakashi-sensei. What did you hire us for? You said just a couple of days ago that this was your examination mission. The Jonin didn't like the prospects either, but he already knew how to speed up the work process. Besides, it seems to me that you've gone overboard with the deadline. Indeed, Naruto-kun, laughed Tezuna lightly. With so many workers, I was only planning to meet the 3-month deadline. You don't know, but my village was chosen to build the bridge for a reason. Although we are not the part of the island closest to the mainland, there are many reefs and rocky islets between us and the mainland, which will serve as the base for the bridge supports. Already now, according to the agreement with the daimyo of fire, masons and engineers are going to work there, preparing everything for our construction. Then the logs and the materials for the pillars will be brought in, and it will take about a month to install them, with your help. You wouldn't think the poor little country of the waves could tackle a project like this on its own, would you? It's not like building a bridge over a 300-meter gorge. I even heard rumors in your ruler's court, and I was there as a specialist consultant along with our daimyo, that even shinobi will be assigned to this project, to raise the ground or something else. All right then, said Naruto calmly. Now that the matter is settled, interjected the boatman, who had remained silent until now. Will you please be quiet? It was foggy, but the water carried the sounds well. What are we supposed to do for 2 hours? Sakura couldn't help herself. No, she didn't mind sitting for 2 hours, squeezed in Sasuke's arms. There wasn't enough room on the boat for 6 people, but she needed the sun and the absence of strangers to feel comfortable. What about the boat? Will we get there on our own? It's only 6 kilometers. For once, I agree with Sakura, sensei. Naruto had something to do during the 2 hours. Armor segment seals, for example, but he also needed some space. 6 kilometers is about 20 minutes if I run with Tezuna-san. That way we'd get to shore sooner, plus there was less chance of getting caught by a patrol boat or crashing into the rocks. After all, the fog was thick. The bridge builder coughed as he realized who the cargo was, but Hitaki continued as if it was nothing. It requires a lot of chakra. If we have to engage in combat right away, it's not the best option. But we don't have to find a convenient hidden cove or dock, the blonde shrugged. We can get out closer to Tezuna-san's house. And I have more chakra than I can use in battle, you know, sensei. Your opinion has been taken into account, the mentor sighed, and I was already thinking he was losing the habit. What do the others say? I'm for it. Sakura didn't really like that her idea was presented as Naruto's idea that she had to agree with. I'm for it too, the Uchiha rarely spoke up. He tended to do so in these shared decision-making situations. Kakashi had specifically arranged for the team to co-decide, forcing them to unite and compromise. Otherwise he expressed his opinion with his PF, TCH, HN, and expressive glances. What a telling unanimity, smiled the mentor. He was no longer surprised by the fact that, when the children were disparate and contradictory, one of them would win 3-1 in a vote if it was sensible, of course, but that didn't stop him from teasing the children after every such occasion. He then quickly packs up. I'm in the lead, followed by Naruto and Tezuna. Sakura and Sasuke cover him, moving slightly behind him left and right. Got it. Hi, was his reply. In order not to disturb the meeting, Naruto was the first to get out of the still floating boat and walked alongside the side of the boat. Luckily the speed was slow. Sasuke appeared on the other side a few seconds later, not wanting to lose in the undeclared battle for authority, with his backpack on his back. Sakura, for her part, had decided to sit in the boat until the start of the advance. Her, lady's, backpack was quite heavy, especially for a race across a narrow sea strait. Kakashi was scanning the map, taking some notes, drawing from where to direct the team and where to head to. And only the bridge builder and the boatman refused to see the point of this whole meeting. Ready 1, Sensei announced into space, stowing the map in his backpack. Sakura shouldered the load, Naruto checked all the scrolls with his belongings, Sasuke merely collected himself. Ready 2, Kakashi climbed on the gunwale, Sakura followed him and Naruto threw Tezuna, who didn't resist, on his back in 2 actions. Start moving, the Jonin sped up. The interval is 3 meters, and the team of Kasei Genin followed their sensei. Naruto's chakra consumption had increased, and now, although he was not falling into the water, he was creating enough excitement for Sasuke and Sakura to keep up behind him. For example, Naruto's chakra consumption had increased, and now, although he was not falling into the water, he was creating enough excitement that Sasuke and Sakura, who were running after him, had to watch where they put their feet. Besides, Sakura wasn't the best at walking on water, much less walking on swaying water, let alone with the weight on her back. But she was able to make it to shore. Sasuke was having trouble due to his position relative to the blonde. On their route there were particularly high waves, which had to be skirted because sometimes it was dangerous to jump over. For a brief moment, the boys were also stunned by the contours of the first 2 spans of the bridge, and yet the bridge builder had left a month and a half ago, when the first supports had not even been erected yet. The majestic structure, 30 meters high and 10 meters wide, inspired respect. But for some reason no working noises could be heard. What an outrage, Satoshi. The bridge builder was outraged. Why don't people work? The daimyo pays you for your work, not for your idleness. That's right, Tezuna, sighed the foreman, who had been left as assistant, sadly. The daimyo doesn't pay us. No, hurried to reassure the boss, who had jumped to his feet. The money is sent regularly, but for the 2nd week already someone is intercepting the daimyo's messengers. We've only found corpses. Gato, Tezuna stretched with hatred. He decided to stand up against the daimyo, so. You understand, Tezuna, shrugged the foreman. All of us here are willing to work for the idea, but how many of us are there? 2 dozen. And the rest may even break the contract if our part does not meet the terms. The prophesied year is just around the corner, Naruto muttered. Who told me to say that? There will be money, Satoshi, the bridge builder said firmly. I will personally go to the daimyo and inform him of the situation. Tezuna-san, the Jonin interjected. This is unwise. It may be our job to ensure your safety, but with an enemy like Gato we can only guarantee your safety at the construction site when we prepare for defense. I understand your concern, Shinobi-san, Tezuna was not about to back down. But you must also understand me. What danger is my life in, when the future of my country is at stake, as well as that of my daughter and grandson who live there. A few more years under Gato's blockade, and the land of waves will have simply disappeared. And yet, Kakashi did not give up trying to reason with his boss. If it's about extra duties, then I'm willing to give an extra mission, the bridge builder continued. Besides, if they're going to look for me when I get to the island, it will be at the construction site, and the dangers will be waiting for me on the way back, and they'll probably be meant for an ordinary messenger, not a team of shinobi. Hitaki sighed sadly and fetched another scroll, to write a report for the Hokage, which would include news about the change in mission priorities. Okay, Once the report was sent, it was time for planning. What kind of planning could there be in a situation like this? Naruto, leave the shadow clones here, the work must not stop. Hi. With a single seal, 10 copies of the shadow clones appeared in front of the blonde. That's me with a spare one, he explained. Excellent, Sensei nodded in satisfaction. Satoshi-san. Yes, Shinobi-san. The brigadier looked away from the multiplying boy with a surprised air. Your job is to explain to the clones what to do on the bridge, Hitaki continued. You don't need the details, just know that each of them is capable of summoning several hundred slightly weaker and less durable workers to take their place, who will know everything the clone knows. 381 clones, Naruto added. Since there are 10 of them, I think the best tactic would be gradual improvement. You explain the basics to the clones, then one of them will disperse, creating employees, and the rest will continue to gain experience and knowledge. I think the 2-day shift option would be the best, and we'll be back with the money even sooner, assuming nothing happens. Excuse me, Shinobi-san, the foreman tried to object. The sight of a guy splitting up is certainly amazing, and even if, as he says, we'll have almost 400 workers, but children. By the way, we only employ sturdy adults who can carry heavy loads. Well, that won't be a problem, chuckled the bridge builder. That boy carried me across the strait on his back, Satoshi. In only 20 minutes. And he can also stand on water and vertical surfaces, added Naruto, somewhat offended by the worker's carelessness. The guy had been developing massive shadow cloning for a long time, and now his clones could actually use some abilities like walking on vertical surfaces or jerking off. All right, said the brigadier, still in disbelief. After all, something is better than nothing. I'll call our boys to join us. It's decided, Kakashi nodded. Tezuna-san, when do we leave? It's over 50 kilometers to the daimyo's palace, the bridge builder shook his head defiantly. We'll have to spend the night at the inn anyway. Naruto. The Jonin decided to make a dangerous move. Take Tezuna-san. We must be at the daimyo's house by nightfall. Hi, sensei. For such an occasion, the boy stowed the luggage of the rest of the team in his numerous seals. I wish I could get the library scroll that can seal other scrolls. Now speed was of the essence. Let's go then. The mentor was the first to leave the carpenter's house. To return successfully, we must assume that Gato knows that Tezuna-san is being guarded by shinobi and that Tezuna has received money from the daimyo for the workers. The conversation had taken place in the daimyo's guest quarters that morning. So we must choose a route such that the possibility of encountering the enemy is minimal. I suggest by water. The blonde liked to run on the waves, and did not mind experiencing such sensations a few more times. It's 120 kilometers, the mentor dismissed the idea. Even if you can run that distance, I can't vouch for Sakura. Then send hundreds of clones in all directions under reincarnation. The boy did not give up. At different speeds, along different routes. If I work hard, I can get about 80 shadow clones, but we'll have to wait half a day or so for me to recover. Any other ideas? Sakura and Sasuke leaned over the map with the dotted route they had followed last night and remained silent. Then I suggest we slightly rework your suggestion, Naruto. We don't need to create so many clones and squeeze in thoroughly. 3 groups moving ahead of us at half-kilometer intervals will be enough. Now you can give orders to the clones from a distance, can't you? With the help of another clone, nodded the blonde. And I can also sense their deaths. Okay, Hitaki explained his plan. So, you create 4 clones that each create 4 masses. They can do that, right? In principle, yes, Naruto nodded cautiously. But, you see, Kakashi-sensei, I haven't tried it. Mass clones are mass clones because you need so many, and if I need 4 clones, I'll create normal shadow clones. I'll be honest with you, Naruto Hitaki didn't want to divulge this information, but it was clear to him that he needed to know what he was capable of if he wanted to succeed in his missions. The shadow clones are not such a secret technique to keep in the scroll, all the Jonin know about it. The blonde's eyes widened in horror. The problem with the second calling it a secret technique is that it requires a lot of chakra. A lot. I can only summon a clone without a serious loss of combat ability, and 7,000 is my limit on the verge of exhaustion. Naruto was confused at such a confession from his sensei. It was one thing to realize that one had a lot of chakra, more than any of his peers, and quite another for an experienced Jonin to admit that he had less chakra than a student, let alone a genin. All those ratios of 1/5, 1/7 and so on were unrealistic, as his dream was 1/100th, and even with his developed control, 1/5 was 445 units of chakra. Naruto himself, with almost 5,000 already, was operating with such amounts of chakra just casually, wasting about a fifth of it. But back to the massive clones, Kakashi continued. This technique was intended to be a cover. Of course, in a direct confrontation, a barrage of spears is almost ideal, especially if you use substitute on one of your clones from time to time, but there are situations like this. Your job is to have the clones create 4 copies en masse each, and have each clone make its own batch with a certain amount of chakra. This way we will have 4 teams of 5 clones, each with a different amount of chakra. This way, even the censor won't recognize the first team of clones. And when they disperse, Uzumaki liked the idea. After all, that's when everything would become clear. Again, shadow clones are not such a secret technique. In general, most shinobi know how costly the illusory repetition of Kirakuke is, and will wait for the second group. We can adjust our route. Demon of Pain. Part 3. Ho ho. 7 identical men with huge swords on their backs appeared in front of the team running through the forest. Of all the possible complicated routes, you chose the most direct one. I didn't expect that from a man whose head is worth 80,000, kopiendo. It's a good trick, said Kakashi as the stopped team prepared for battle. Since only the clones were against us. Give me the old man and the money, copy, the enemy kept saying, the clones, bandaged faces made it hard to distinguish who was speaking. And I will kill you quickly. Stretched the Jonin, examining the row of clones. Who are you? How smug, said the swordsman, a hint of amusement in his voice. Don't you recognize me, Sharingan Kakashi? I am one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Village, Momoichi Zabuza. Ah, Momoichi Zabuza. Hitaki stretched in satisfaction. No, I don't remember. I'll kill you, he said without emotion, but another sword, indistinguishable from those of the clones, flew out of the forest, spinning like a boomerang and nearly cleaving Kakashi in half. Jonin dodged the attack, but the white-haired boy wasn't so lucky. The huge blade slammed into his chest, pinning him against a tree. The blonde looked at the blade sticking out of his chest. And collapsed in a cloud of smoke. That's it, the swordsman crooned in his hiding place, as 5 more dots appeared on the edge of his perception and began to deviate from the chosen route. Clones. You're smarter than I first thought, copycat. Unnoticed by the clones trying in vain to cope with his 7 copies, the Kurigakure no Sato Nukenin disappeared in a swirl of small debris, heading to intercept the royal team. Phew. Sighed Naruto in relief as they reached the bridge builder's house. If this unknown enemy hadn't fallen for us trying to divert them from the shortest route, we might not have snuck in. The mentor's plan was for 2 teams to lead the enemy they encountered away from the main direction, and let a 4th team follow the first, provoking the enemy to go intercept, while the real team would take the 3rd team's route, and they actually succeeded. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, the boy exhaled. You're one of the 20 strongest shinobi in Konoha for a reason. In fact, you're in the top 10, Hitaki grinned, receiving 5 surprised looks from his pupils, Tazuna and his daughter Tsunami. But the plan was a hole in the ground, we didn't even know how many opponents we'd have. What if it was an entire team? They could block all the roads and hold us off until help arrived. That's all well and good, said Sakura. But let's go get the money and get some rest, okay? I'm exhausted from all the running. I could use something to eat. I'll start cooking right away. Shinobi-san, Tsunami slipped into the kitchen, and from there a metallic sound started to come out. Why? Sakura replied defiantly to the judging looks. I'm too tired. We can't all be restless like Naruto. I would have asked. Resented the blonde. But I agree with her, the money issue must be resolved quickly. Yes, yes, of course, the enthusiastic bridge builder got up from the table. Let's go right now. Let's see what work has been done. How much work there is, the main labor producer waved his hand. It's not lunchtime yet. There's nothing interesting. What's going on? Asked the mentor to the boy who had frozen. We're not going to the bridge, said the blond boy, getting serious. Someone is slaughtering clones in droves. I'll send clone there. If we're lucky, we'll get some information. There. Tezuna tried to run towards the battle site, but was prevented from doing so and fell to the ground. Let go of me. It's that way. Everyone. It's not at all safe for there to be any workers on the bridge besides the clones, said Kakashi, holding the old man carefully. Besides, as you said yesterday, a few lives aren't worth a whole country. Right now, the bridge depends on you. If the workers run away, they can be replaced by Naruto clones, but there is no one to replace you, Tezuna-san. That's why neither you nor we are going anywhere until we know what happened on the bridge. It could be an attempt to lure you into a trap. Stop acting rashly. But I can't. Tears streamed down the old man's wrinkled cheeks. Tezuna-san, I understand you, the Jonin continued persuasively. But if we don't come to an agreement, I promise you that you will supervise the work, sitting in a deep bunker and getting all the information from the reports. You wouldn't dare, exclaimed the bridge builder. Everything will be in accordance with the letter of the contract. Hitaki shook his head. The contract clearly states, protect the bridge builder Tezuna on the way to Wave Country and until the bridge is finished, and we will protect you. Somewhat radical, but still. Naruto will also finish the bridge, with the quality and speed depending on what he knows about bridge building. Asterisk, a little earlier, on the bridge. Satoshi realized he had been wrong to underestimate the blonde boy when he saw the speed and consistency of the work, the blonde figures sawing, cutting, loading, carrying, transporting, stacking and assembling with a strange, mesmerizing dance. In the evening, after Tezuna and the Leaf Shinobi had left, Gato's men called at the builder's house, insistently asking him not to continue building the bridge, because accidents are very unfortunate, and judging by the way the local volunteers averted their eyes shamefully, he wasn't the only one who stopped by. Except that, unlike Satoshi, a widower for 2 years, these people had a lot to lose. It was the refusal of old acquaintances that pushed the wary man to involve the clones and, admittedly, the foreman wasn't wrong. Even before lunchtime, the tireless kids had completed the day's work. Yes, at that rate the copies were running out faster, but one of the clones reported that the team was back with the money. The shinobi copies were the first to react to the appearance of the new actor. The clone closest to Satoshi made a lump with the man and crouched in the shelter of the stacked boards. The reason for this behavior was revealed to the builder by a knocking on the other side of the shelter. We'll cover you. Satoshi and his rescuer were joined by another clone, and the others hid from the sharp steel needles behind the building materials. Get Satoshi off the bridge. Can you do it? The construction worker stared at the steel needle stuck in the decking in obvious panic. We are shinobi, the rescuer replied. Nothing is impossible for us. In theory. And in practice. And in practice we think more broadly than ordinary people, the clones smiled synchronously. The man remembered the following events only in fragments, as they unfolded very quickly. In Satoshi's mind, all that remained imprinted was a figure in baggy gray clothes and a plain white mask, standing at the beginning of the bridge and sending steel death at the targets flashing in front of her. Everything else seemed overridden by the excitement of the rescue method. The brigadier had observed more than once how the white-haired specimens could easily run from tier to tier just above the floor supports, and the original had mentioned such a peculiarity of the workers, but it was one thing to be amazed at such an unusual and efficient way of carrying loads, and quite another to be in the role of such a burden. Seeing the rippling surface of the water approaching in front of him, Satoshi closed his eyes in horror and tensed, expecting a collision. His expectations were partially fulfilled when he found himself almost crushed against the clone's body, which changed direction to horizontal without slowing down. If Gato's men come, I suggest you pretend you've been home all day, said clone at the builder's house. For example, show off your hangover. Is there sake in the house? The man nodded lazily. He didn't understand how Sake was going to help him if he'd already been visited in the morning, but he pulled out a jug. Excellent. The white-haired man soon developed activities that only he understood. He chopped up the snacks, nibbled on some of them, poured more than half of the wine into the sink, poured it separately into a bowl, which he forcibly handed to Satoshi. The latter drank it obediently, and then smashed the empty vessel against the wall, jumped on the bed, soaked the foreman's shirt in sake. Okay, perhaps only the fact that the man kept reliving his near-death experience on the bridge and on the descent from it kept him from resisting as the clone pinned the construction worker to the bed. Now it's going to hurt like hell, but you'll have red eyes for a couple more days. And he poured a few drops of wine in Satoshi's eyes. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. A convulsive gasp turned into a death rattle, accompanied by a terrible tearing in his eyes. That's it, the blurred silhouette announced cheerfully. Even the altered voice completed the picture. See you later, Satoshi-san, I have to go to my report. After the clone dispersed in a cloud of white smoke, the builder didn't stay alone for long, barely half an hour, and his door was already being pounded on. What do you want? The foreman shouted hoarsely, opening the door abruptly. You've become a bully, haven't you? Replied Gato, the bandit standing by the door, rubbing his bruised leg. My head hurts enough, and now you're pounding on it, grunted the brigadier with a sore throat. Hey, he's drunk, exclaimed the second bandit. Gato's mercenaries were rightly wary of walking alone. Last night I was drunk, growled Satoshi grumpily. And now I'm sick. You do look sick, chuckled the other man. I don't think it's him. We'll have to check anyway, said the first man crestfallen and, pushing the owner aside, entered the house, which bore the marks of a heavy but intelligent drunkenness. Yes. It really didn't look like him. That's a pity. Feel better, man, smiled the second bandit before the uninvited guests hurried away. They work fast, Satoshi thought, looking around and taking a swig from the jug that was still gushing. The bridge builder's house was crowded, for the clone that had been sent on a reconnaissance mission had returned just an hour ago with the information and memories of his dead brothers. There were at least 2 shinobi opposing the Konoha team, one of whom Kakashi-sensei quickly identified as Momoichi Zabuza, the A-Ranga Nukenin of Kurigakure no Sato, the man who had recently started a second civil war in his country over the Mizukage's hat, while the other looked very much like an Oinen, an Anbu analog of Kiri himself. And the fact that this supposed Anbu sides with Gato could mean either that Kurigakure no Sato is trying to prevent Konoha's influence from spreading throughout the region, or that this is a personal initiative by an individual shinobi hoping to destroy the Nukenin in the end and possibly get a reward for Kakashi, or that another Nukenin is hiding under the mask of an Oinen. In any case, the enemy's abilities and rank remained unknown. Things were not going so well with the plan to maintain defenses on the bridge. After the appearance of the enemy shinobi at the construction site, a question came to mind that no one had asked before: what if the enemies had set a trap on the bridge? Time was needed to thoroughly check the construction site. Night guards were needed in case the enemy simply didn't have time to put a plan in place to destroy the bridge, as well as ensuring Tezuna's safety. Kakashi also needed to reach the mainland for at least a day and send a report. Now the interception of the message by the enemy had gone from probable to definite, and it was necessary to get out of enemy territory. It was better to exaggerate, Hitaki thought, to increase the chances of success. Naruto, during a sleepless night, his mentor came up with a plan. You are in charge of defending the house. We have to make sure she doesn't get hurt in our encounter with the enemy. Or that she doesn't get hurt too badly, the blonde finished off the idea. Saying something like that out loud wasn't something just anyone would do, but everyone on the team knew that the Uzumaki's protective seals had a limit, and that limit wasn't that hard to reach. We are temporarily evacuating Tezuna-san and his daughter, Kakashi continued. This place is not safe right now. Sasuke will take care of security, and Sakura will prepare to provide medical care. One more thing. We have to keep building the bridge. The longer the construction is delayed, the longer we'll be here. Although there is danger of destruction, but… I see, Naruto stretched sadly. I'll do it. But, sensei, if I become Hokage someday, Konoha will be a city of bridges, and in that important position I will try to use all the talents I have learned in my training. I will name my first bridge in your honor. The tutor broke out in cold sweats. I hope that never happens. Or that I don't live to see that day. That would be a shame. But what are you going to do, sensei? Sakura entered the conversation. After all this takes time. At least a week. We'll buy time. Hitaki's voice didn't show his tension at all. Chances? Uchiha asked with interest. With your help, the odds are pretty good. What do you mean? The girl, suspecting trouble, diverted her gaze from one team member to another. The Demon of Pain. Part 4. Kakashi-sensei planned to track their opponents and attack them preemptively. In the 2 days allotted for preparation, Sakura had repeatedly exerted herself to the point of exhaustion, and at any moment she could have developed a serious dependence on chakra repair pills, but the result, 6 vials of liquid healing chakra, had been worth it. 6 disposable kits capable of healing moderate wounds. Of course, if Haruno had had more experience in using such techniques and a larger supply of chakra, the results would have been much more serious, but according to Sensei, in battle, sometimes there was no way to use even one of those vials, let alone more. Sasuke was preparing his equipment, eagerly coating all the collected stocks of steel fishing lines, kunai and shuriken with poison printed from Naruto's trophies and resealing the throwing projectiles in weapon scrolls. The blonde locked himself in the room assigned to the team and created seals. The guy worked so hard that he not only got the insight effect, which increased control by 5 units for 15 minutes, but also discovered the first stage of Zen, an effect that granted him 25% of his current control for the duration of the meditation, including all equipment bonuses and other effects. Naruto remained in this state for 2 hours, and added to his library of seals the enhanced explosive seal, plus 25% to explosion power, and the small interference seal, the guy's first relatively successful experiment to recreate his clone's ability to interfere with sensory abilities when dissipated. Both seals, in quantities of 24 each, were delivered to the mentor. Kakashi-sensei himself had been digging the bunker for 2 days. Hitaki loved the spontaneous idea to hide Tezuna for the duration of the shinobi confrontation. With all the paranoia of a shinobi, the Jonin created new branches, secret passages and traps until Tsunami-san, in charge of feeding the team, got lost in the resulting labyrinth. So, before departing, the mentor gathered his team for a final adjustment of plans. The enemy has given us 2 quiet days, which means he is also preparing for something. Stay alert, there may be more enemies. Are the supplies ready? Yes, sensei, Haruno nodded somberly, not liking sensei leaving them alone while the enemies were nearby. Even the joy of spending the entire duration of the operation alone, civilians didn't count, with Sasuke-kun couldn't overcome the foreboding of something bad. A week's worth of supplies had been stockpiled, the bunker was ready to live in, and the infirmary was ready to receive casualties. I wish there were no casualties, sensei muttered under his breath. Okay, next. Sasuke, you are in charge of security, and you will set the additional traps yourself. You know the location of all the passages, so don't forget that the main task will be to protect Tezuna-san, so evacuate the target first, then leave her by time. I'll do it. The Uchiha, unlike his teammate, was anticipating the future battle. And it was bound to happen, because it was an opportunity to show his strength. Let's hope so. Hitaki read his student like an open book. Naruto, what about the bridge? What's going to happen to it? Uzumaki grumbled resentfully. It's still standing. I don't know anything about those plans. The blonde was terribly unhappy with his role in the sensei's plan. Not just because he wasn't trusted to keep an eye on his employer, and was forced to stand on the sidelines doing unpaid work for the time being after the hired workers refused to go out on site. Tezuna had decided to sign up for another mission, building a bridge, but this one required the daimyo's consent, but because of the way his personal mental disorder reacted to the announcement of this very plan. A new avenue of development has opened up. The bridge builder, what else did you expect? Even the poster was making fun of him. In the new development path there was only one skill, Bridge construction, which had a huge list of conditions for unlocking it. Some, metrics, drawing, mathematics, ability to read other people's drawings and calculations, knowing the geological and seismic situation of the region and the map of tides and currents. The guy did not understand even half of it, although he read intelligent books. And he was offended not because of the incredible difficulty of unlocking such an unnecessary skill for shinobi, but because of the very presence of this skill and the situation that led to the discovery of this form of development. Well, if it does not fall, everything is fine, tried to calm the situation. Then everything in its place, and I'm going. 3 hours later, Naruto was pondering over the following blank seal. After the appearance of the ability to do anything with the help of clones, the boy had become lazy and neglected heavy physical training, especially since his mentor was constantly nurturing the student's sense of the correctness of such a choice with constant training in the control. He was right, though, and the experienced shinobi was in no way suggesting that he abandon his bodily development, but Naruto didn't have time for proper training at first, and then he got used to just warming up. Besides, the guy had seals. Good stuff, these seals, Naruto thought as he created another enhanced explosive seal. Not only can you create an analog of any technique with enough experience, but you can also prepare beforehand, draw different symbols on pieces of paper, fill them with chakra and use them when you need them. What exhaustion, what are you talking about? As if to confirm his thoughts, there was a cascade of explosions outside the house, accompanied by numerous screams of pain. The guy who peeked out only saw the backs of the fleeing Gato bandits, a couple of dozen corpses. And the masked shinobi. Oinen was not fleeing. On the contrary, the enemy, after scrutinizing the courtyard, headed for the gate at a leisurely pace. Naruto was surprised. The placed explosive seals did not detonate. The blonde even tried a remote detonation, but there was no result. As if he had not personally buried 100 seals around the house. The guy rushed towards the door and arrived just in time when the ink started dripping from the barrier and the explosive stamps stuck to the door from the inside. The paper was soaked, the symbols were blurred and, at the end, some ice flakes fell to the floor with a slight clatter. So much for the seals. Naruto stared in amazement at the figure that appeared in the doorway. It's as if fate has sent it in response to my petulant thoughts. I still haven't survived this messenger's visit. Of course, there were ways to protect the stamps from outside influences. Special paper and ink were simply out of the guy's budget, not for the volume of stamps he was constantly creating. Came out from under the mask in a rather soft voice. Is that the original? The figure waved his hand, and Naruto had to duck as he rounded a corner to avoid a hail of steel lightning. Indeed, the original. Hello, Original-san, I didn't expect to see you here. And hello to you too, Jacoba Oinen-san. The blonde was buying time, hastily thinking of a battle plan. You won't believe this, but I didn't expect to see you here either. Just a mission. The enemy began a slow, cautious movement down the corridor. Like yours, I guess. Naruto tried to find a way out of the current situation. Without the seals, his skills were inadequate to fight in the confined space of the corridor with an enemy that could turn a guy into a cushion for his needles before he could reach him. Shadow cloning. A replica of Naruto appeared next to Naruto and without delay began stamping clones. Shielded by the clones trying to work out some strategy and using the furniture as a defense, Naruto went outside through the window. His opponent, who preferred to attack from afar, would not have the advantage of distance if he intercepted him at the door. However, reality decided to ruin his plans. As soon as he took a few steps towards his goal, a dome of perfectly matched and mirror-polished ice blocks appeared around him. Surrounded on all sides, Naruto kicked one of the blocks with all his might, but all he got was a fine grid of cracks growing before his eyes. On all sides of the blonde he gazed with blue eyes, doom dotting the bottom of them. It's very fortunate that you chose this route. Naruto suddenly saw the figure of an Oinen among the infinite reflections. It was right on the ice, as Naruto realized as it hit the cold, hard surface. He had only set a trap, after all. XO. Feeling his own helplessness, the boy threw a few more punches at the reflection. XO. 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 In response, the masked man's image flashed across all the mirrors, and the Senbons slammed into the spot where Naruto had been standing a moment ago. Naruto dodged the second, third and even the seventh volley without any problems, but then it turned out that where the blonde had jumped backwards, steel needles were already stuck in the ground. The thick soles of his sandals saved him from hurting himself, but when he lost his balance, he found himself exposed to 3 attacks at once. The first combat in the cramped space revealed serious deficiencies in his training. More and more often the needles began to find their target, and there was less and less room to maneuver inside the dome. XO. The Oinin began to decrease the intervals between attacks. Naruto, once again, nearly fell over as the Senbon he had chosen as a support twisted off the ground. Massive shadow cloning. There was a high probability of being hit by unprotected body parts, but the clones filling the space inside the dome literally smashed their creator to the ground, eyes unharmed. "Hey!" came the voice of one of the clones from somewhere above. "I got him." Echoes of cheers still floated through the icy vaults, but the lucky clone had already dispersed with a cloud of chakra. He had to get out of the mirrors to attack. Naruto didn't care, he had an idea how to get out of this death trap. It was a dangerous and crazy idea, with little chance of success, but hopefully he would not only break free, but win. About a year after Team 7 was formed, Enko gave her apprentice a new belt with a metal scroll case strapped to the back. In this container, protected from humidity, heat and many blows, the boy kept samples of all the seals he knew. Not that he really needed it, but he could track his progress with this collection. And now it was time to put some of his collection to good use. As the clicks of dissipating illusions echoed throughout, the blonde reached behind his back and carefully removed the case's tight-fitting lid. With his own clones literally standing over him, Naruto hadn't had a chance to scrutinize and select the seals he wanted, so the guy navigated by feel through the faint sensations of chakra on the sheets of paper that had been a regular occurrence for half a year now. Unlocked passive ability, Sense of Seals. Your experience with seals allows you to identify known seals by chakra sensation. Skill level, Beginner. 1 touch is required to identify a seal. Mentally dismissing the message that appeared, Uzumaki rechecked the papers in his fist. Everything was correct. Shadow cloning. The 2 copies of the blonde began to fill the places of the dispelled clones with new illusions, which received clear instructions: catch the enemy at the moment of the jump and try to keep him out of the mirrors as long as possible. The mirrors in the dome not only reflected light and sound, but also prevented chakra from dissipating. The sensorials inside the ice trap were failing and visibility was like a blur. Had Naruto been able to control all that chakra, he wouldn't have had to risk executing his plan, but when the blonde had a choice, he preferred this ability to giving the clones more materiality. Now the throwing projectiles were losing momentum instead of flying through the illusions. Oinin had already stopped aiming at the original, as he had done at first, and attacking all over the area, as he had done immediately after the clones appeared. Now he attacked strictly in front of him and, from time to time, in a random direction, hoping to hit the original. Therefore Uzumaki crawled briskly towards the roughly defined center of the ice-fenced circle, swinging the legs of his spears. The first thing he did was to activate the smoke seal. The visibility became almost zero immediately, and then the guy placed another seal and rushed towards the very edge of the dome, and the clones tried to make way for him. Moreover, the guy lying at the farthest point was covered with his own illusory bodies by 4 clones, and the rest of the clones immediately dispersed, so as not to weaken the effect. "You really surprised me, boy." Blood dripped from under the snow-white mask over the shapeless hood. The damage to the internal organs is severe enough to require the help of an Irionin. Except that fact will no longer help you. Naruto, blood oozing from his eyes, nostrils and ears, crawled out from under the ice rubble that had destroyed the sonic seal and stared blankly into space. The boy was barely able to keep his balance on all 4s, so continuing the fight was out of the question. "I did not expect such a suicidal attack from a child, not from someone like you," the Oinin continued. "After all, I have watched you since you left Konoha. I've come to like you. Not that you're a perfect shinobi or a great personality. No, but you could be an excellent sword in defense of your village's interests." Naruto gathered his strength, Through the veil he could see the silhouette of the enemy, and he was ready to make a final attack as soon as he had the chance. However, this sword now threatens my mentor, the man who replaced my father, and it is my job to break it. The Oyanin took a few hesitant steps forward. Perhaps you think I am being foolish to tell you all this. You may not even hear what I'm saying, but as long as you're concentrating on my image in front of you, you're concentrating on it, not on the growing burn. You are dead, boy. You died as soon as my first Senbon hit you. The poison I use is very difficult to manufacture and extremely slow acting, but in the heat of battle it is very difficult to track. The masked shinobi was right in thinking that Naruto couldn't hear him, but he was wrong in saying that the boy wasn't paying attention to the burning. The blonde was very concerned about the internal stinging sensation that was spreading through his body, and now that his limbs were going numb, the boy realized what had happened. There are a lot of poisons out there, and the guy was not immune to them. They were quite popular because of how difficult it was to extract the poison, even for B-rank Irionin, and Sakura could only administer a gastric lavage. It could take hours to find an antidote, and the universal antidote, which Sensei had to be administered at the same time as the poison and only slowed the rate of spread. Panic came over him in waves, followed by anger at the world around him and an acute sense of injustice. Why had this happened to him? And then the burning intensified. Naruto felt like he was burning from the inside out, and the source of the fire was somewhere in his stomach. The poison must have gotten into his stomach, a thought formed in his head. Developmental pathway unlocked, Jinchuriki. The fear of a long and painful death has weakened your psyche, and the demon within you has tried to break out of its cage. Attention. A unique activation of primary skills is occurring. Attention. For the duration of the first contact effect, your body will be governed by reflexes. Attention. The transition to the inner world will take place in 3, 2, 1. Demon of Pain. End. Naruto's inner world looked strange. There was no other way to describe his surroundings. Murky water up to his knees, rickety walls, pipes, the sound of falling drops, and dampness. It was better to call this place strange than to admit that its inner world was a sewer. But even if one were to admit such an obvious fact, it would turn out that even Naruto's sewer was strange, mirroring his perception in the real world. Right before the blonde's eyes, a foamy water stain changed color slightly, and the rippling surface took the shape of a rectangle with the succinct inscription, water. The same was true of wall and pipe, and there was nothing else in the predictable space, just water, pipes and walls. Not even the source of the dim yellowish light was to be found. Great, sighed the boy surveying the surroundings. This is just great. I don't know what I'd do if I found myself in a real sewer with the stuff usually floating up to my knees. The writing on the surface of the stream changed to, probably water. Phew. Naruto spat at the similar disgust in his own mind. Where are we going? That way, read the arrow that appeared on the wall, and in the direction indicated, red rectangles appeared at regular intervals above the water. Caution, danger zone. 100 meters to go. Caution, danger zone. 95 meters to go. Caution, danger zone. You were warned. Naruto crossed the last rectangle and found himself in a huge hall whose ceiling was only faintly visible in the dim lighting. The blonde's attention was immediately drawn to the forest of columns blocking the passage to the completely dark part of the hall. Cage bar, an explanatory sign informed him, and Naruto hesitated to approach, realizing who was on the other side. Considering that this bar had the diameter of a man's 5 circumferences, and that the distance between the pillars was about 2 meters, one could imagine the size of the demon trapped inside. Instead of studying the shadowy darkness on the other side of the grating, Uzumaki diverted his gaze to the huge white sheet, which was almost the size of a bed sheet, hanging from the central pillar. Ceiling seal. Read the boy another clue. You've got to be kidding. That thing wouldn't even work in a lifetime. You'd better show me the structure. No way, replied the piece of paper, and it was once again spotless and clean. You've got to be kidding me, Naruto sighed once more. It wasn't enough that the clones had lost their distinct personalities over time, but now the inner world was messing with me. Am I crazy? Wow, came a voice from the cage. Who has come to see us? Did my jailer decide to meet us before his death? In the darkness, two flashlights illuminated huge, glowing scarlet eyes with vertical pupils. In the light of these eyes, the giant silhouette of the demon could be seen vaguely and quite clearly. Fiery red hair, white mustache and black, rugged nose. The clue didn't take long to appear: nine-tailed fox demon. What? The demon was surprised when, after his spectacular appearance, the boy, instead of being frightened, began to laugh, but, with quite some difficulty, the fox could see what had made the young Uzumaki laugh so much. RRA. The demon's burst of chakra knocked the giggling boy back a few feet, and the darkness flared up again in the cage. Hey, don't be so nervous. Laughing, Naruto struggled to get to his feet. He had already noticed that the explanatory inscriptions were created from the very thing they described, but he hadn't expected something like this. You may not like the nose hairs, but you could have done better. Oh, great father. QB muttered at that moment in his cage. Bless the six paths. Why am I the one who was captured by those crazy Uzumaki? First, Crazy Mido lectured me and tried to reform me without following her own precepts. Then Wild Kushina kept trying to gut me, and now this little idiot has turned me into a clown. What if someone finds out about this? How would a poor demon live then? Hey! Naruto shouted. What are you mumbling about? Stupid kid, came the low, mumbling voice of a demon who didn't want to come out after a pause. Demons don't mumble. And what you heard was the whisper of the souls I have absorbed, and if you can hear it, you don't have long to live. If I don't have long to live, why did I try to escape my confinement? I can't believe you're going to die with me, otherwise you would have been disposed of long ago. Of course I'm not going to die, replied the darkness. It's just that after your death I will have a rather painful rebirth, and if I get out of the cage while the host is still alive, it will take me a couple of days to regain my form. I can certainly try to understand that, said the blonde thoughtfully. You've been locked up for decades and it's natural to want to get out, but you have to realize that you'll get caught again. And again. And again. And then there will be children like me again, who will be the scarecrows of the villagers, the target of ridicule and the cause of all the trouble. You must hate me, demon, because I am your jailer, but I hate you just the same, for all the years of pain and torment I have lived through. But more than you, I hate the heroic bastard who condemned me to such a fate. What a motivational speech, the demon's voice oozed satisfaction. What I liked the most was the part about the fourth. Especially from your mouth. Ha, I can't wait to help you. Oh, no, it's just me. Silly little man, I don't care how you feel about me, I don't even care how soon I'll be captured again. After all, I'll outlive all you humans. My only desire right now is to be free, and you're the obstacle in my way. However, you have amused me a bit, jailer, so I offer you a pact. What kind of pact? Naruto looked up. Very simple terms, QB's voice exuded molasses. Your current enemy must survive this match. If he comes out alive, I'll let you stay as long as you want. Whoa. This is my inner world. And I run this place, not you. Are you sure about that? Rivers of demonic chakra rushed from behind the bars and began to corrode the walls of the room. Naruto felt a great pain, as if he was being eaten from the inside. I may be a prisoner, but I've been imprisoned longer than you've been alive. Did you really think your weak will could match my desire to free myself? I guarantee you, little man, if necessary, I'll give you a real fun life. The nine-tailed fox demon offers you a pact. Your current opponent must survive the fight. Reward for fulfilling the pact condition. The skill, controlled dive, rank, rewarded. Reward for refusing, breaking the contract. Skill, hedge, rank, rewarded. Do you wish to accept? Attention. Reward skills have a 25% penalty on bonuses and a 50% increase in requirements conditions pay. Attention. Reward skills cannot evolve. To evolve a reward skill you must unlock the original skill. Wow! Read Naruto's message. What about these skills? Controlled immersion allows you to go to the inner world on your own, and of the conditions only has meditation time. Shroud doubles damage reduction and increases movement speed by 20%. The price for this is double the speed to gain some kind of rage. Smells like cheating to me, why does such a useful ability have the cost of negation failure? And more so considering Zoro's threats. What's stopping this Oinin from killing me? Naruto asked. Absolutely nothing, Kyuubi snorted. I don't care at all. If he kills me, fine, if he doesn't, I'll wait a little longer. Having fun. Yes, the demon was beaming with satisfaction. By the way, as long as you're here, your chances of having a relatively peaceful life are getting slimmer and slimmer. How am I supposed to get out of here? Naruto began to look around for some clue. It's your inner world, laughed the demon. You can take care of it yourself. But Naruto didn't listen to him anymore. The boy ran after the green rectangles. Exit. 20 meters to go. Exit. 10 meters to go. Exit. Almost there. The blonde crossed the last sign, and absolutely nothing happened. It was still the same corridor with no branches or passages. However, as soon as Naruto took a couple of steps in the same direction, he suddenly fell underwater. He struggled, trying to get to the surface, but the more time he spent underwater, the worse the situation became. His arms and legs had disappeared, and the heat was increasing. The boy made up his mind and opened his eyes, which he had closed while submerging. At first he saw only a red color swirling in many streams before his eyes. After a while, he saw a misty circle above him and, in the distance, a line dividing the background into light and dark parts, much like the sun and the horizon. It took Uzumaki about a minute before he could finally make out the scarlet-painted figure of his opponent, who was either approaching sharply or jumping somewhere. Like this. Naruto didn't immediately realize that he was an observer in his own body, under the control of his instincts, but when he did, he immediately tried to stop him. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Do you wish to carry out a forced completion of the Jinchuriki development path activation effect? Attention. Upon completion, you will suffer the effects, fatigue, and emotional exhaustion, which will cause you to lose consciousness 54 seconds after the completion of the development path activation effect. Wish. The blonde's body was already flying towards the kneeling Oinin, brandishing a clawed hand that had grown back 5 centimeters. The red color disappeared almost instantly, and with it came such weakness and pain in his muscles that he struggled to stand when he landed. You're lucky, Uzumaki spat blood onto the enemy's mask he held over one knee. The blow that could have been fatal was never completed. For the sake of my peaceful life, you must survive. I advise you to escape into the mist before my comrades appear. However, I am not the strongest fighter on our team. Bluff, so bluff, Naruto decided. Sure, he wasn't the strongest on the team, he had a sensei, but the blonde was the second strongest. Don't think I'm going to thank you, the Oinin replied as he began to fold the seals. You might regret letting me live. And I was the weakest of our group. With those words, the masked shinobi fell to the ice beneath him. You let go of an undead enemy who saw your techniques. +1 to notoriety. A new parameter has been unlocked, notoriety. Rumors about you and your techniques have begun to spread among the shinobi. +1 to the value of the parameter for each shinobi who knows at least 20% of your techniques. Warning. A high fame value will cause your name to be added to the bingo books of enemy Gakurizados. Warning. Any serious interference in the plans of enemy Gakurizados will cause your name to be added to the bingo books of enemy Gakurizados. Warning. Inserting your name in the bingo books of each enemy Gakurizado adds +500 to the fame parameter. Access to nicknames has been opened. You can now introduce yourself with fictitious names, after which fame will be accumulated by the fictitious person. Attention! After your name appears in the bingo book of the enemy Gakurizado, you will be given a nickname, under which you will be entered in this book. The requirements on the authenticity of the description are higher than 75% without the possibility of change. Warning! By discovering a connection between you and your fictitious names, you gain all the notoriety points of the fictitious person and 2,000 more from that value. Warning. A default nickname for internal use will be randomly generated within 3 days of your Gakurizado leadership receiving a mission report based on your development paths and life principle. Fulfilled the terms of the contract with the nine-tailed fox demon. Reward for fulfillment. Skill, controlled immersion, rank, reward. Attention, to activate the reward skill you must invest a skill point in the development path. Available points. 1. After selecting the first skill of the development path, Jinchuriki, the rest of the primary skills will receive additional conditions to unlock. Naruto's floating consciousness clung to that sentence. He had already dumped the remaining 2,734 chakra units into the hidden reserves, and was ready to disconnect at any time. So, poison defense, I guess. Activating the demon blood skill causes intense pain. Do you wish to activate it? Warning. With the current condition, activating the skill with a 100% chance will cause you to lose consciousness. Activate. Uzumaki agreed before the darkness swallowed his consciousness. Well, hero, awake. Naruto opened his eyes and saw the wooden ceiling and his mentor reading at the periphery of his vision. How are you feeling? I feel weak, the blonde admitted, listening to the sensations. I feel dizzy. Of course you are, Kakashi said with a chuckle. You've been hurt more than Sasuke, and Sakura was almost exhausted when she started treating you. I respect her more for the fact that she was exhausted and didn't let you die, given your relationship with her. The girl was beginning to get the gist of the Irishman. How long have I been here? Recalling his state before he lost consciousness, Naruto also felt gratitude for the pink-haired girl. On the 9th day, Tezuna-san can't find a place for himself. The work is worth it, the Jonin sighed and slammed the book shut. Your clones lasted 2 days, though by rights they should have dispersed as soon as you lost consciousness, and completed their escape. While we were having fun with the mercenaries, the fire daimyo, offended by this insolence, entrusted the S-rank mission to Gato, and just yesterday I received a report on the elimination of the armorer and his entire contingent of island bandits. 4 teams of 3 Jonin were assigned to the task. It's a pity Zabuza is gone, and I haven't seen that Oinen either. You didn't kill him, did you? I couldn't, Uzumaki confirmed. He went through the ice. The ice? Hitaki tensed. Really Yuki, they were all slaughtered. So not everyone. Naruto was not surprised by this coincidence and his search for second and third meanings in the agreement with Kyuubi. When will I be able to get up? Sakura predicts a few more days of bed rest, and then you can get back to Century Building, the Jonin smiled under his mask. And don't look at me like that. Right now, our departure from the country depends only on your speed at work. Especially since A-Rang's individual mission to build the bridge will be delivered to you as soon as you recover. There's even a bonus from our daimyo. How much? 40,000 for the construction plus 8 for the A-Rang escort and guard mission. You'll return to the village a rich man. After Sensei left, Sakura went inside and began to examine the boy. She spun him around rather carefully, though the expression on his face was exactly the same as it had been in Konoha. Not to give her any more reason to be upset, where else could she be? Naruto decided to see what had changed in his stats. Familiarity went up by 2, so this Yuki had told his mentor about the fight. Stamina increased by 3 points, going up to 103 units. His other stats had increased, but were still stuck at 99%. But this was new. Stamina increased by 15 points and reached the coveted 100. You have reached the maximum level of one of the skills and unlocked a unique skill. You can now join the Coven of Pain. Unlocked skill, Endurance. Puppet of the Steel Will. Cumulative activated. Allows you to fight while ignoring any damage. Activates automatically at any serious injury if you are conscious, requires specially stored chakra to activate. Cost for medium wounds, fractures, 235 chakra units per second. Cost for non-fatal serious injuries, damage to internal organs, loss of limbs, 720 chakra units per second. Cost for fatal wounds, excluding decapitation, 2,340 chakra units per second. Warning. Based on the Master of Seals development path, a new skill has been integrated, Steel Will Puppet Seal. Activatable only once. The ability to store chakra in the seal prevents irreversible changes to the Kirikuke. Shape of the seal, circle. Maximum effective place of placement, occupied, above the chakra household. Maximum effective place of placement, free, the heart area. Attention. Based on the development path of Seal Master and Jinchuriki, a new skill is integrated, Chakra Purification Seal. Activatable only once. Since only the pure chakra of the bearer is suitable for the accumulation of the seal of the puppet of steel wool, filtering the demonic chakra of the bearer is required. Shape. Spiral 1, 2, 4 turns. Location. Seal of the puppet of steel will. Attention. A higher concentration of demonic chakra in the body can cause irreversible physical changes. Do you want to install the steel will puppet seal of steel will now? Naruto agreed and selected the area directly opposite his heart. The chosen filter with 2 coils is the most balanced in terms of filtering ratio and chakra consumption. Select the amount of chakra to accumulate. Attention. You can only specify a number that does not exceed the daily chakra replenishment, now 1723 chakra units per day. Attention. The steel will puppet seal is replenished at the expense of a fraction of the daily chakra replenishment. Naruto simply transferred a third of his recovered chakra to fill the seal, which, taking into account the filter, was 384 units per day. The main thing is not to get any injuries soon, the blonde decided before sinking into sleep. It's a pity you refused to have the bridge named after you, Tezuna ruffled the blonde's hair. But I like the Young Leaf Bridge too. I'm very grateful to all of you. You saved my daughter's life, you saved my country's life, and you helped finish the bridge in record time. That is worth much more than any money. So much for S-Rang's mission, Uzumaki laughed. He was seconded by a satisfied snort from the Uchiha, who had awakened the first stage of the Sharingan in the fight against another Gato mercenary, and Sakura, whose reserve had increased by 1.5 times. And that's not counting the good money and trophies, and for Naruto they forged armor elements for his gloves. Well, after a brief farewell, the Jonin turned to the children. Shall we run back to the village, or do you want to take a leisurely stroll? I don't give a damn about leisurely strolls. I miss the village, and closing the characterization window, the blonde was the first to run back to the house. Uzumaki Naruto, the closed window cover read. Pain Demon. Characterization. A return to the quiet life. The Tokubetsu Jonin, who had been dozing in a booth at the entrance, opened his eyes lazily and looked around at the two of them, sinking back into sleep. Of course, there were still 2 Anbu posts making independent reports on each person who entered, but only Kakashi knew them, and the proud little guys had been drastically reduced. What were they expecting? Fanfare and a cheering crowd. The Hokage and 2 of his advisors, the head of the Anbu Route, the Internal Security Service Shimura Danzo, the chief analyst Nara Shikaku, and some of his special confidants, and some of his trusted subordinates. Perhaps something more than nothing is known to the accountants who issue the payment according to the rank stamp on the form, but the rest don't know either. Every third hero in Konoha is, but among professional assassins it is not customary to talk about their missions. So they wandered around the village, unsung heroes, saviors of villages and even entire countries. At last we are here, even the world-walking Jonin could not contain a sigh of joy. You are free until tomorrow, and I have a report to make. Meet at the range as usual. I also advise you not to postpone the mandatory examination at the hospital. Without it you will not get the next mission, and qualified help will be provided, just in case. Catch me first. After the sensei disappeared into the Shunshin, Naruto quickly ran along the wall to the roof of the nearest building. I don't want to wait for the Uchiha. What if there's a young Kunoichi who's going to grope him with the excuse of examining him? Sakura's eyes reddened in color as she scheduled examinations for her idol far more often than for the blonde, who healed like a dog and simply enjoyed touching Sasuke's naked torso. You're just being jealous, Uzumaki. Snapped the embarrassed girl sharply. Jealous of what? Naruto laughed lightly. Of the fact that almost every girl he meets howls his name and hangs around his neck. Oh, no. I'd feel sorry for him. If he wasn't such an arrogant jerk. See you later. And the blonde galloped away, leaving a blushing Sakura and a pale Sasuke alone. What are we going to do, Sasuke-kun? Shooting her eyes in the direction of her interlocutor asked the still embarrassed girl. PFF'd, it was no longer the usual arrogant snort. The Uchiha looked at the pink-haired girl as if she was mentally retarded. Let's go to the hospital. And the brunette took a quick step in the right direction, without letting Sakura even be able to articulate a word. Sasuke would have preferred to go over the rooftops to the hospital, but that would mean repeating the blonde loser's stunt, and how would he differ from that idiot? No, Sasuke would never willingly do what Naruto had already done. That made Sasuke feel like he was second, and those thoughts hurt the genius, ego. Meanwhile Naruto, with a happy smile on his face, was heading across the rooftops towards his target. He was nostalgic, and not even all the unpleasant memories he had of this place could dampen the joy of returning home after so long. "Ah," his sister hissed from the waiting room, as soon as she saw the boy enter. "Uzumaki. It's been a while since you've been around here, I even thought you'd finally died. What are you doing around here?" Despite being treated like something between a mold and a cockroach in this house, Naruto didn't care what the idiots thought. "I'm back from a mission and I'm here for a checkup," the blonde replied calmly. "There is no room," exclaimed the ant. "I mean, all the Irionans are busy." "That's great." The boy pretended to be happy. "I'll go tell Sasuke that there's no one to heal his wounds." Sakura, of course, is also an Irionan, but she's only been practicing for a year. "What?" The woman's face changed immediately. "Sasuke-kun is hurt. Minako," she shouted down the hallway. "Tell those lazy bums to stop drinking tea. Sasuke's hurt." Nurses started running back and forth, urging the Irionan to hurry up, but the men, especially the men, felt no such reverence for the late Uchiha, and tried to shrug it off by saying they were busy. After all, since the Uchiha had not been brought in by a Jonin mentor or an Anbu on duty, there was no danger of death. And this guy is already on the waiting list, so we're sorry, but we're busy. In a general wave of madness, Naruto underwent a full examination and even some treatments to restore the elasticity of the Kirikuke's channels. By the time the Uchiha and his eternal ponytail arrived at the hospital, the Uzumaki had been cured of everything the Irionan could find, had received a bunch of certificates confirming his excellent state of health, and had recommendations for some practices and diets that, if followed correctly, should increase joint flexibility and bone strength. "That's what I call maintenance," Naruto quoted a character from one of Jiraiya Sensei's novels as he freed himself from the clutches of the doctors. Buoyed by this start to the day, Uzumaki headed to the cage tower to pass the paperwork, leaving behind a deeply offended Sakura, who was not only pulled away from Sasuke-kun by the agitated nurses, but also called a crooked idiot, and a dumbfounded Uchiha, who was twisted from side to side and passed from hand to hand, and who also had time to prescribe him a strengthening enema. The official to whom Naruto had presented himself with a stack of papers looked at him as if he were crazy. So far, all the shinobi who had returned from distant missions had been limited to a single document from the hospital. There they are in some kind of melee. The blonde felt slightly embarrassed at the surprised look. Just as he came out of one, another came in, and so on until he had visited them all. The official was expressively silent, but the papers were filed away. And, before leaving the guy decided to share the information. "When I left there, Uchiha and Haruno were heading that way. There was a thud as two hard objects collided with each other as the door closed. Hello, Enko-sensei." A cheerful Uzumaki jumped vigorously from the porch of Mitarashi's house. "You're back already, little one." Enko couldn't resist and patted the happily smiling boy on the head. She had heard the fuss at the hospital today. They said that the Uchiha was about to die. Who would say so? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "It's just that the woman at the front desk said there were no Irionan available, so I decided to use Sasuke's trump card. And they made such a fuss about it, it was awful." "You seem to be having a good time," said the girl. "You used to be so melancholy you couldn't smile." "It's just that I've come home. A couple of days in town and I'll be my old self again," thought the blonde, and shook his head vigorously. "No, I'll never be the same. You've grown up, haven't you?" Enko smiled mischievously. "Have you grown up? I almost died." Uzumaki didn't fall for the provocation. "That's right." Mitarashi dropped his mask of nonchalance. "Once you feel the Shinigami's breath on your neck, you are never the same again." On the other hand, it happens to everyone, sooner or later, but there hasn't been a Jonin who has never looked into the eyes of death. Well, let's not talk about that. Have you met Guy yet? He and the team are on a mission, Naruto sighed. Really? Sensei was surprised. That's why I haven't seen him lately. What do you plan to do now? The same as always, Enko-sensei. The same as always, the boy gave Mitarashi a thoughtful look. Training. No. The kunoichi immediately dismissed such a prospect. No training today. You've returned from a difficult and dangerous mission, so now let's go out and celebrate. For you, of course. I didn't doubt it one bit, Naruto smiled again. The demons bite you, Uchiha. Naruto muttered into the radio. How hard was it for you to pretend to be sick? Shut your mouth, Uzumaki, said the brunette. You're the one who lay dying after losing the fight. Stop obstructing the air, interrupted the heated mentor of the altercation. You're on a mission. But Kakashi-sensei. The blonde didn't give up. You said that after long missions, the teams should rest. Why do we get a mission the day after we get back? Considering that your trio turned out to be perfectly healthy, said the Jonin ironically. The analysts thought you were sufficiently rested and recovered from the battle with Gato's mercenaries. It's the Uchiha's fault, Naruto continued. He caused such a commotion at the hospital that I had to make an effort to escape from the clutches of the Irionin, who wanted nothing to do with that madness. And I heard that it all started with the story that Sasuke was injured, Sensei continued dryly. You see, the mere mention that the Uchiha had been injured on a mission set it all off. The blonde concluded. They haven't even seen him, and they're already making a fuss like he's already dying. It should have been obvious to any reasonable person that a badly injured team member would be taken to the hospital before the genin arrived. Target located Sakura, to whom no one had apologized after the panic over Sasuke-kun's health subsided, ignored discussion of the topic, preferring to continue with the task at hand. Square 2-4. Let's move. Hitaki gave the order. Silence in the air. Speak only when absolutely necessary. If the target detects pursuit by radio crackle, I'll arrange a month of the most tedious D-rank missions for you. Hi, Sensei. 3 voices answered him. Uchiha in position, I see the target, was heard a few minutes later. Uzumaki in position, I see the target, Naruto reported with some delay. Prepare for capture. Ordered the Jonin, and after a pause, he added. Take aim. Target locked. After a long silence, Sakura's voice rang out in the etheric void. No casualties among the personnel. Excellent, said the mentor with a chuckle. Pick up the target and let's return. Still, Sensei, Naruto asked the Jonin after the mission was over. Why did you have to make such a show of catching a cat? Fia, sighed the Uchiha heavily. That's it, loser, you don't have to get up anymore. How arrogant you've become since you acquired your eyes. Naruto got up once again from the ground after fighting with Sasuke. No, you were arrogant before, but then you were an arrogant girl and now you're an arrogant weakling. Says the one who's used to wiping the dust off the range with his muzzle, smiled the Uchiha, showing off his awakened Sharingan. If you're so sure of yourself, why don't you try to fight to first blood instead of to the first fall? Uzumaki smiled back. You may be able to get ahead in time now, but your punches are just as weak as they were a year ago. Is your new tactic to make your opponent self-destruct on the ground? TZ, the brunette flashed his red irises angrily. Pathetic excuses. Well, let's give it a try. For convenience and to provoke Sasuke, the blonde took off his shirt, revealing a shapely figure without a single trace of bruises, the best proof of his words. His tanned skin was mottled in many places with whitish patches of scars left by the poisoned Senbon, scars that not even the best Irionin in Konoha could heal. I'll do it for you, said Sasuke, and who wouldn't react to seeing a defeated opponent unharmed? I doubt that very much, Naruto shook his head. You couldn't do any serious damage to me in 2 hours, what makes you think you can now? Of course, the guy was downplaying the strength of Sasuke's punches, and he meant it. Bruises. They dissipated thanks to the new ability, Chakra Infusion, which is similar to Hidden Reserves but can be activated at any time. Such a seemingly serious advantage was countered by a whole series of disadvantages. The chakra cost exceeded that of hidden reserves by about 1.5 times. The area of application, not the whole body, but an area the width of 2 palms. At the current level of the skill, it was only enough to heal bruises. What the blonde was already convinced of was that all his current abilities were just the beginning of something bigger. It all started with the fact that after completing a mission in the Land of Waves, the boy's rough skin skill level had reached level 89, and Naruto was determined to raise it up to 100 to get another unique skill like Steel Will Puppet. 3 weeks of the hardest sparring Enko-sensei could access. At that time the blonde regretted more than ever the absence of Guy-sensei next to his pupil. That was someone who could not hold back, and the coveted 100 was reached. But you have overcome many difficulties with dignity, withstood the blows of fate, and achieved good results in the art of defense. A new avenue of development has opened up. Defender. Using powerful elemental techniques, defenders protect allies from enemy attacks. Attention! The conditions for opening the combined development path, Barrier Master, have been met. A true master of barriers will never lower himself to crude elemental techniques. Barrier masters are capable of creating indestructible barriers with just a few strokes. Attention! The conditions have been met to open the combined development path, Juggernaut. Protect others. Why? The best defense is attack. When the Juggernaut appears on the battlefield, the enemies simply don't have time to be distracted by anyone else. Attention! The Master of Barriers development path is a combination of the Master of Seals and Defender development paths. If you choose the combined development path, the development path that lacks unlocked talents Defender will be replaced. Do you wish to choose the Master of Barriers development path? Attention! The development path, Juggernaut, is combined from the development paths, Jinchuriki, and Defender. Selecting the combined development path will replace the development path that lacks unlocked talents Defender. Do you wish to choose the Juggernaut development path? This was perhaps the first choice Naruto had pondered for so long. On the one hand there were powerful potential defense techniques, on the other serious seal barriers, and the third was unclear. However, Naruto had a predisposition for wind, and this element was not the best in defense, much weaker than water and even weaker than earth, so, Defender, was out of the question. He had to choose between two combined development paths. Barrier Master, unlike Juggernaut, was understandable, defense seals, many times superior to the crafts the guy could boast so far, but he would have to play defense. The Juggernaut, on the other hand, was an incomprehensible contraption, which made it clear that this form of development was intended for attack. So Naruto decided to take a chance. A couple of seconds after confirming his choice, a thought occurred to him that made him want to howl. He could surround his enemies with barriers, not himself, and create a powerful team inside. But even the Seal Master needs a master or training scrolls for half of his talents. The boy reassured the boy to himself. I don't think a developmental path based on it would be much different in that regard. And there are no masters willing to teach me the secrets of mastery. And why would I need a Steel Will Puppet if I'm going to hide behind barriers? No way. One opponent has already proven to me that seals are not omnipotent. A new avenue of development has been unlocked, the Juggernaut, protecting others. Why? The best defense is attack. When the Juggernaut appears on the battlefield, the enemies simply don't have time to be distracted by anyone else. Attention! The Juggernaut development path has been combined from the rare Jinchuriki development path. Talent names and manifestations will be generated based on the talents and effects of the primary development path Jinchuriki. Talent unlocked, Demon Skin. Passive. Reduces physical damage by Chakra Current Chakra Max 3x 100%. The new development path was a wheel, with Demon Skin at its center, and the spokes and rim representing the various enhancements to this talent. Reduced fire, water, lightning, air and earth damage, reduced effectiveness of slowing techniques, increased resistance to illusions, ability to break or destroy shackles, increased movement speed. In general, all of the development path talents were meant to enhance the main talent, and that, frankly, was a good thing. It was also unusual that with such a talent, the defense at the beginning of the battle, when the chakra reserves are huge, was higher than at the end of the battle, when he would have spent half of the reserve. But still, a 33% reduction in physical damage at the beginning of the fight. And while Naruto was reminiscing, Sasuke wasn't sitting idly by. Besides the fact that, like Uzumaki, the Uchiha was pissed off by the fact of another repetition of the loser, the brunette got rid of his shirt. Purely for the sake of a fair trial. The guy began to unwind the support bandages of elastic bandages, which covered the elbows and knees. The awakening of the Sharingan pushed the reaction of the Uchiha so much that sometimes the body could not cope with the load, and the brunette knocked out his joints too sharp movement. This will be the last sparring session of the day, sighed Kakashi, taking the reins instead of Sakura, who had gone into nirvana at the sight of Sakura's half-naked idol. And try not to hurt each other. Sasuke Naruto got into a strange stance, with his legs wide apart, forearms pressed to his chest and fists covering his chin. A personal style that had just started to emerge required gloves with wide metal plates, and began to sway from side to side, making undulating movements with his whole body. Since you've taken it to the next level, I'll teach you something as well. The snake dance. What a stupid name, snorted the Uchiha, showing his activated Sharingan. I can see all your moves. To prove his point, the brunette attacked at the most inopportune moment for his opponent. Naruto leaned backwards almost to the limit. It was difficult to defend from such a position. Most unexpected was the fact that, as Naruto continued his undulating movements, he arched upwards and swung like a pendulum, driving his fist into the Uchiha's stomach. How could you not notice if you can see my every move? Without letting his opponent regain the initiative, the blonde lowered his arms, relaxed and moved forward, simply walking, never ceasing to bend smoothly, from where his dangling arms swung in the most unexpected trajectories. Sasuke was getting angrier and angrier. He saw all the movements of that loser, all those chaotic blinks, but they were of no use to him. As soon as he caught Uzumaki in an awkward pose, he would inexplicably change trajectory and one of his arms, hanging freely, would strike. Hitaki understood Naruto's intentions. He himself had noticed this weakness of the Uchiha. The clan's style of taijutsu, which the brunette followed, was specialized in counterattacks, and the Sharingan bearer could find opportunities for them in anything. But Sasuke didn't have the experience to fight effectively against someone who also opted for counterattacks. He was too focused on one target, losing sight of the blonde's seemingly chaotic limb movement. Of course, experience will come with time, but here at this moment on the court completely and uncompromisingly led Uzumaki. And in these smooth movements of the blonde clearly traced the influence of Mitarashi. Control the opponent, provoking him to attack, dodge an attack in one motion, move like a kind of snake. That's something Guy does not teach. Stop. The sparring ended abruptly. Sasuke decided to aim at his opponent's supporting leg, and an instant later the heel of that same leg crushed his eyebrow. The match is over. Go home. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 8 o'clock. That's all, Uchiha, smiled Naruto, putting on a t-shirt. You haven't hit me for 5 minutes, that's all you know how to do. Really, in a way, you deserve recognition for your awesomeness. And the blonde walked away, leaving Sasuke growling with rage behind him.